Hello and welcome back to the Goat Cave podcast. Today we have quite the episode ahead of us. We have a local shredder, Cole Dow, who's actually been shredding for, 15 plus years, I hear. 20 years. Wow. That's insane, man. But before we jump into that, that sounds really loud. Okay, maybe that'll help us there. But before we jump into that, earlier this week, I sat down with Mike Spinner and Jordan Bonifacio from Ride and Rampco. What an awesome time that was. Mike was a huge influence on me when I first got into BMX, and it was really cool that he took the time out of his day to speak with me. We talked about being on Jimmy Fallon, all the world's first tricks that he's landed, the quad whip and the 1080, and how he was paid over $300,000 from Ballpark Franks for a 2-year t-shirt deal. I highly recommend you listen to that episode. It's fucking crazy, man.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's so much money.
It is so much money. Like, I cannot believe that that's how it went. Like, wow, that is, that probably really helped pay for, his huge mansion of a fucking house, but, the crazy ramp that he had in his backyard.
Wasn't he on Miraco or
That
was his first thing, right? That was his first big sponsor he had?
Yeah. So he was on Miraco and then he got dropped from Miraco and then he was on Hyper.
Hyper, right?
Yeah, and then
I'm trying
Hyper.
to remember what he was on. He rode at the Metro Jam in Toronto.
Yeah,
and I remember seeing him there, and I think I talked with him a little bit, but
depending on
he
the
was
year,
big at that time. He was like killing it, doing all his crazy whips and spins.
Yeah, that guy's fucking nuts, man. I cannot believe the shit that he did. I was like, wow, that's insane. Like, it's just so crazy to me. But yeah, so definitely go check that episode out. Tomorrow we have Mike Gray. Mike's going to come by the Goat Cave and tell us all about being a pro rider and owning Space Brace. I've actually been trying to set up this episode for so long.
Oh, yeah.
Like, when I first originally started it, he was one of the first guests that I asked. I think he was one of the first big people that I asked, and he was down to do it.
Yeah.
And then I ended up falling out of it and not really doing it. And then when I came back to doing it, we're on episode 28 now. He was kind of like on the fence about it. And then, we did get him locked in, and he's coming tomorrow, so I'm stoked.
Yeah,
like,
it's about time.
Oh my god, it'd be insane
Jesus,
to hear
Mike.
him. Yeah, right.
Where does he live in Markham? Like, because wasn't he in California for a long time?
Yeah, so he lived in San Diego for a while.
Yeah.
And now he's back in Markham, I think. So
Okay.
yeah,
I saw a clip of him where he was riding at Joyride, but I haven't seen him. I've rode there just on like the old man nights, the Thursday nights.
yeah.
But I haven't seen him there. Maybe he just doesn't go those days.
Yeah, who knows? He's unreal. That's all that matters.
Yeah.
Like, he's so fucking good on a bike. So I'm really excited to sit down and speak with him. If you guys have any questions for Mike, go to my Instagram and then the contact button, hit call, and you can leave a voicemail for Mike, and he'll get to listen to it, hear your pretty little voice, and he'll answer your questions. So definitely do that. So let's jump into some BMX updates. Obviously, right now, this weekend, you know what event it is. Simple Session.
Simple Session.
And it's crazy. It's 20 years today for Simple Session as well. Yeah.
That's the 20th one?
20th one.
Whoa.
Yeah, so that's so crazy, right? Like, I feel like you and Simple Session are somehow related.
Yeah, we were birthed the same year of me riding.
Yeah, exactly.
That is when they started.
So probably something that they saw, they were like, we really have to up the competition. Like, this guy just started riding.
Yeah, they saw it, they were like, we can tell.
Yeah.
Look at this guy. He's got a future. I'm still waiting for that future to happen.
Hell yeah. Oh, man. All right. So definitely Simple Session looks insane. I'll actually pull up what did you see the little street course thing that they made just off to the side?
I've just seen a few clips here and there on Instagram. Like, I saw, what's his name? Oh, I forget his name. The guy who does all the crazy long nose wheelies and manuals.
Courage Adams.
Courage Adams. Yeah. I saw some clips from him.
Yeah, so this little course thing here was really cool.
Is that a rendering?
No, this is actually the full thing right there, which is it looks so weird, eh?
Yeah,
it's from the top down. Did you ever see this? This is just a little thing that they built for the little best trick thing. And then they have a full course, obviously, as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, it just looks so weird, right?
Yeah, it does.
It's really cool, though.
That's for street best trick?
It was for, I think, like a little, it's supposed to be like off to the side, not even for, I think it's like in the front room of the arena that they do it.
Oh.
And then they have the whole park course with the street stuff as well. But this is just supposed to be its own separate event.
Oh.
And they already did that. And Alex Kennedy took the win for best trick on that setup.
Yeah.
I think that he did 180 bar backwards crook to fakie bar out on this little rail thing up there.
Whoa.
Which was insane.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, like just so crazy. But yeah, you know, one of our listeners actually is out at Simple Session right now.
Really?
Yeah. He's I think he's from Estonia. He's like a really, really good rider. He won Bail of the Week a couple weeks ago, and he's got a Bail of the Week in for today as well.
What?
He is nuts, dude.
He just tries so hard that he's got all these crazy
Oh,
bails.
dude. He like the one that he won Bail of the Week on, he's jumping this hip, and when he lands, the front end on his bike literally snaps in half.
Oh my
Like
God.
so scary. But
That's my nightmare.
yeah, like literally jumps the hip and goes way to flat and just like nosedive, just snaps it in half. He was fine, but like, oh my God, dude.
Yeah. That's scary.
Yeah, he's unreal. He's actually gonna do some he's doing some freelance work for us out there right now.
Oh yeah.
He's going around and asking some of the pros at Simple Session some questions. And for you guys, the listeners, I got some information for you. I'm going to be dropping a website soon, a BMX blog website. So I'll have all of my podcasts on there, all my videos. I'll have my BMX crew on there. We'll have everything HVXgoat on there. Plus, I'll be doing blog posts with people like Kristen, who's in Estonia right now. So we will have tons of stuff like that. We're going to have, the videos that you guys send in will be on there, everything. So I'm super stoked on that. Like,
Yeah,
it's a
that's
big
cool.
project right now, but it's coming up. So, yeah.
So he heard about this podcast all the way from Estonia?
Yeah. I just
wow.
randomly the one day sent me 2 clips for Bail of the Week. And he was like, hey, I've been listening to it. I really like it. And, that's like the awesome thing about BMX and like having guests, like Mike Escamilla, who came on.
Mike Escamilla?
Yeah, Rooftop.
Yeah.
Yeah, so just stuff like that where like,
Did you talk about the flip over the helicopter?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
He was saying that when he did that, I guess that he was going way too far down. So he was like, basically, he was looking at it where he was landing the flip, and he was almost looping out, like, and he was almost doing to the flat. So he had to go 8 feet down on the roll-in to cut back 8 feet of the actual jump. And that was the scariest thing for him because, you can't just fucking flip a spinning helicopter. Like, if you fuck up, you're dead. Like, there's literally...
Was it spinning at, like, full rotation?
I don't think full, but I think probably just starting up. Like,
well, enough you're going to get hurt.
Oh, dude, you would die. Like, there's no way that you would make it through that. Like, those blades would literally cut you in half.
Yeah. And then there's a guy now he doesn't have a helicopter.
That's the thing, right?
Destroy your helicopter.
Costs a lot of money.
Yeah.
But he flipped it, and that was like this coolest thing was he was saying, like, when he did it, the clip that they used, he just cases it, and he wasn't going to try it again because he's like, this is too close. I don't want to fuck up. Like,
but now we all are like, you didn't pull it because you cased. So go do it again. What are you doing?
Pretty much, right?
Are you going to take yourself seriously or not?
Oh, man. Yeah, so definitely we'll wish our listener the, good luck there, and hopefully he does good. He's unreal, so I know that he'll at least, like, place somewhat. But he's been in them in the past.
Did BMX and skateboarding just, like, blow up in Estonia now because of this contest?
I think so.
Probably did,
And,
right?
like, one of the things that I asked him was just about the parties that they have, because I'm sure you've seen the clips of, like, the aftermath of it.
I've heard
Oh, my
about,
God.
like, crazy,
Yeah, they have the craziest fucking parties after this. Like, just the gnarliest shit happens.
That's awesome.
And, like, he was saying, like, think of something that could happen at one of these parties. It's 100% happened. So, he's going to go around and ask everybody there about that too, which is really cool. So
you should ask everyone if they've done cocaine.
Right?
Yeah,
I'm sure they
want
want
to be like, "Have you done cocaine?" And then everyone will say yes.
Yeah, everybody.
Yeah, if they're honest.
Yeah. Oh man. Yeah, and then Darkfest. Do you know what Darkfest is?
No, I never heard of that.
Darkfest is fucking crazy. So I'll
Okay.
show you a photo of this. Darkfest is actually a mountain bike contest. So we're stepping back from BMX for a minute. It's held by Monster Energy, and it's literally the biggest jumps in the world.
Shameless plug.
There you go. Well,
I actually had to pay for that though. They owe me a monster.
There we go. Look at how fucking gnarly that is.
Whoa. Where is that?
Somewhere in South Africa, I believe.
South Africa.
Yeah. So you know where, like, you know Matt McDuff, obviously.
Yeah.
Yeah. So where Matt McDuff tried that 40-foot loop that they built. Did you ever hear about that?
No.
You've never heard of this?
Sorry.
Oh
No.
my God. Okay, I'm gonna pull this up.
Feel
This is
like an idiot now.
no, it's
I
ridiculous,
didn't do
dude.
my research.
This is insane, dude. They call it the Loop of Doom. He built a 40-foot
So
loop,
it's like a full loop, like
full loop, and he tried it, and he fucking like almost died doing it, and like he
'Cause
got,
it's so
he
big.
got really fucked up. Well, the thing is that mathematically it makes sense, but I think that they didn't like. There was one particular thing that they missed, and he would have like pulled it, but he ended up flying out of it at the very top.
oh my god.
Yeah, it's
And it's 40 feet
terrifying.
tall?
Yeah,
Because how tall are those ones that people have done?
they're like typically 14 feet tall, I think.
Really?
Yeah,
Oh, I didn't even know they were that tall.
yeah. Let's take a look at this.
What about the one at Swamp Fest? How big was that one?
About 14 feet.
Was it?
Yeah.
But it's made of like skids.
So I would
Particle
pull this
board.
up on screen, but it's too much of a pain in the ass.
Oh my god. Oh
Yeah.
my god.
It's nuts, eh? Anybody that's listening, go and check out Matt McDuff, Loop of Doom. I really want to try and have a podcast with him because he's Canadian.
This doesn't even look real.
That's the thing; it doesn't. And they built that,
That
and
is insane.
you know, it's really sad. It ended up burning down in the wildfires that they had a couple of years ago in South
Oh.
Africa. So it's gone, the whole
Really?
thing. Yeah.
And what happened to him?
So he ended up falling out of it, and he got his ankle was fucked. Like he was literally almost dead.
But he
Like,
landed on his feet.
I think that when he came around, he landed on his feet and like ended up breaking his legs, broke his ankles, like ended up breaking his arm, like got so fucked up on it. And yeah, he's still riding to this day. He's actually riding in this
He's in
contest
that
this
contest?
weekend.
Wow, good
Yeah.
for him.
He's unreal. So
Yeah.
like insane to see what he was doing there. And in the clip of him actually doing this, they don't even show the aftermath of it. Like they show him flipping out and then they cut it before he hits the ground just because
What?
it's so fucking horrific probably,
Oh, is it?
right? Like
Okay, yeah.
yeah, I feel like that's why they wouldn't show it, you know?
Yeah.
So insane to see that though. So definitely go and check out Darkfest or Pure Darkness 3 is the video that they released last year for it. It's like the craziest mountain bike shit ever. And like I love that shit just because it's so gnarly to me. You know what I mean? If I could ride jumps like this and if I wasn't a bitch, I would absolutely try this shit. But no thanks. Like just so crazy, right?
Yeah. Have you ever talked to like a freestyle motocross guy?
No, but I'm gonna have Zeb Dennis on the show, and Zeb's
Okay, yeah.
actually like he's
Yeah.
definitely one of the best.
I just like
so.
met him for the first time like 2 weeks ago.
Yeah,
at
so
Joyride.
we're
But
gonna
I knew who he was and like he knew who I was, but we had just never like officially. Hey, I'm. You know.
Yeah, that's interesting. Eh?
Yeah. It was cool though because he's a super nice guy.
Yeah, he's awesome. Yeah, so definitely go check out Darkfest. Obviously, we'll jump into Bail of the Week here. So it's time for everybody's favorite segment, Bail of the Week. If you're new here, all of these are fan submitted clips, and each week I sit down with a guest and we pick out our favorite bail, and it goes on to the finals. At the end of the year, all the fans are going to pick their favorite clip, and the Bail of the Year champion will receive a trophy and a new pro model frame. Hell yeah,
Cool.
right?
Yeah.
So yeah, let's jump into this. First up, we got Kyle Mantha.
Oh jeez. Inflow.
Little fakey fronty.
Yeah.
So what's funny is that he
That's
actually,
cool that he tried to do that.
right?
Yeah.
So what happened is he tries to pull it, doesn't, and then I guess the next one he tried. Nobody was filming, but he fucking knocked himself out on it. I'm like,
Nobody was
oh my
filming?
god, I know. I'm like, what the hell? So we don't have the clip of that, but he did knock himself out on the next one. But yeah,
I wonder how he fell.
Probably like really far forward,
Like
probably
too
hucked.
far forward,
Yeah,
and hit his head
well, that's
on
the
the
thing too,
front.
because I'm like, it's a resi ramp. Like, how do you knock yourself out on that? But I guess it can happen. Like, it is
Yeah, if you
still
hit hard
plastic.
enough. Yeah. And
Yeah.
he was probably wearing a non-certified Pro Tech.
Probably.
Yeah.
Yeah. Alrighty, and next up we have Kristen Potter from Estonia. This is nuts.
Oh my goodness.
Bar.
Whoa.
Like, hits the rail. Well, here,
What
we'll
was
show
he
you
trying
the
to do?
second
Just
angle.
land between the rail and the ledge?
I think so. So,
Oh wow,
here
even
we
that
go.
was cool.
Second angle. Jesus.
Oh.
Like, that is so crazy, man.
Yeah.
That kid's nuts. Like, we'll watch that one more time because I love this. So, here we go.
I'm impressed just by that into the wall.
Right? Damn.
Whoa.
Yeah, that's
That's scary when you're right beside a rail like that.
Oh, absolutely. That's like such a crazy setup too, eh?
Yeah.
I love that.
Where is that?
I don't. It's somewhere in Estonia, I think. But like,
Oh.
I just love the fact that like, it just looks like a cool indoor park.
It does. Yeah.
Yeah. So shout out to you. And next up, we have I am Swampberry on Instagram, London local. This is really scary.
Oh God.
Yeah, like no catch on the bar, just right to his fucking face. So if you're listening right now, he goes over the hip at Medway Bowl, and the hip that he's hitting is about 7.5 feet
Yeah,
tall.
it's pretty big. It's bigger than it
huge.
looks in the video.
It's huge.
Yeah.
So he goes and airs out probably like 3 feet, and when he goes to land, he misses his catch hand and ends up going right over the bars to his face.
Yeah. You don't really see him hit the ground, which is nice.
Yeah.
Because the person filming like moved the
Yeah, I know. I'm like, rookie mistake, but still probably a good one.
We don't need to see that.
Yeah, that shit's really scary. So, cool. And then we got this one from
yeah.
Kent Fuller.
I've already seen this. I love it. I just don't. It doesn't even look real, right?
It's hilarious, eh? Have you ever done that? You accidentally catch your crank in your like wheels. It sucks. Like,
I don't think so.
Yeah, we get the aftermath of seeing how the bike is hooked there.
Oh man. Oh, he's in pain.
Oh yeah.
So what exactly happened?
So if you watch again, you can see that his crank arm, when he gets up there, it accidentally slips and he pushes it under, and that's what catches.
Oh, I see. Yeah, it got pinched between the rail.
And then when you do that, typically your front wheel will go against the rail, which then catapults you, right? Like, we have a clip of my buddy Jesse, who you know, Jesse Dzikowicz.
Yeah.
In the first video that we filmed, Fuck Asses, he does the same thing and literally catapults to the fucking flat bottom like 10 feet down.
Whoa.
Like, literally one of the scariest clips that we ever filmed. And it was just like...
Because it was on a rail going down.
Yeah, it was a down rail, and it was like... It was pretty mellow, but like still just so crazy.
Well, yeah, and if you're not expecting to go flying forward like that.
Yeah. I wonder if you'd know the spot. It's in Guelph. There's a big like left side ledge on the one side and then a rail on the other. It's at a school. I don't want to say the name of the school.
I haven't rode street in Guelph in so long.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
Do you know who Ozzy is? Like Weed BMX? Probably not.
But maybe.
Okay.
I don't know. I'm not,
yeah.
I'm like you. I'm not good with names.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Yeah. So those
and
are...
I'm glad you know how to say Jesse's last name, because I still don't know how to pronounce it. You just said it, and I don't even know what you said.
Trust me, it took me years.
Yeah, that's what I do. I go, Jesse.
Dzikowicz.
Yeah, there's a Z in there somewhere.
Yeah. Yeah, so those are our 4 clips this week. Now it's time for you to pick out your favorite. Do you want to go through them again? Or do you have a favorite in mind?
It's just that last one makes me laugh.
That last one, eh?
I don't know. Yeah, it makes
It's a
me
good
laugh
one.
because it's so funny how his legs went way up in the air.
It's awesome. I love
it.
it.
Giggle right now.
Hell yeah. So Kent Fuller.
Not that the other ones aren't crazy. That guy who, like, if we're talking Bales,
yeah,
like who got hurt the most? I think the Medway Bowl.
Yeah, the Medway Bowl is pretty gnarly. I would say that it's in between the two of them, but it is whatever your favorite is. That's how it works
It's
out.
just favorite.
It's all, yeah.
I like to laugh, so
yeah,
that one
there
made me
you
laugh.
go.
And I hope he's okay. I'm not laughing at him being
fine,
hurt. It just looked
definitely.
funny.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
So Kent Fuller, you are our Bail of the Week champion.
Yes.
Hell yeah. You got a chance at that pro model frame. Hell yeah. So
That's exciting.
Clip of the week this week. We got Nate Bikes with this nose manual.
Oh, we got like a cool clip.
Oh yeah, little nose
Oh,
manual
my
at
goodness.
Joyride, lands,
Oh.
nice little small air,
And then a
dialed
flare.
flare.
Nice.
Yeah, Nate's
that was
unreal.
a nice flare.
Yeah, Nate is like such a
I wonder if I
unreal
have
shredder.
seen him there. Maybe I have.
Yeah, he's been riding Joyride for, close to 10 years now. Like,
Oh, really?
he is unreal. He started out there, and he did an episode of the podcast, and we talked about like, working at Woodward for the summers and everything. This guy lives and breathes BMX.
Did he work at East or West?
East.
East, the Pennsylvania one? Cool.
Yeah, the West one I always feel like isn't as cool as the East one.
I've never been there.
I've never been to either of them either, but just like looking at the actual like, I don't know, the photos and the clips and stuff, it looks like the West one is definitely awesome, but it's a lot smaller. And then like if you had a choice to go to each one or like which one you wanted to go to, you want to go to the Pennsylvania one, I think, because it has more stuff.
Because it has more stuff.
Yeah.
Okay. And it's a lot different than when I was last there because I know that what is it called? The outdoor one. The Cage. There's like that one is all a concrete park now. And like, I just heard that there's a bunch of
that concrete bowl is huge. And Nate has a photo of him. I wish I could pull it up, but he's got a photo of him doing the gnarliest fucking tuck no hander over this huge hip there.
Oh, really?
Like, it's so crazy. Yeah, he's unreal. Definitely go check out Nate Bikes. And then question of the week, who do you think is going to take the win at Simple Session this weekend? If you guys are listening right now, feel free to call in using the link in my Instagram. Or not the link, but the contact button in my Instagram.
Nigel Sylvester.
Hell yeah. He's definitely going to take the win. All righty.
He's peaking. He's going to peak at Simple Session this year.
So we'll jump back to our normal camera here. Sorry, 1 second. Gotta pull up my YouTube.
Do you know how long or what that guy did at Woodward as a worker? Like he was there as an
So he was
employee?
a counselor. Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, he is a counselor.
I worked there too for 2 summers.
Really?
Like not the whole summer, but I went for like the first year that I worked there. I went for 2 weeks because I just didn't know. I was kind of like, God, how long do I want to commit to? And then I ended up going back again for another 3 weeks that same summer. And then the summer after that, I was there for, I think, even longer than that. I don't remember. But yeah, I was there for 2 summers working, doing the same thing. Like I was a counselor, but because you're Canadian, you don't get paid.
Okay.
Unless you get a work visa.
Yeah, so I don't know if he was getting paid then. I think so. But like he might have just been, living there and it might just be for,
just to ride the ramps.
Yeah.
Because, like, you didn't really, I mean, when you break it down, you don't work that long. Because I was just, what it's called an OSI, open skate instructor. But you're basically like a ramp lifeguard. You're just kind of like hanging out, sweep the ramps, talk to some kids, right? And then if someone gets hurt, then you got to call, like, the infirmary to get them to come there, the trainers.
Right. Yeah, that's cool, man.
So that's probably what he did, right? He was probably just a counselor for, like, 1 week. If he stayed there for 3, he would do, like, open skate instructor for a week, counselor for 1 week, and then open skate instructor for the other week. Like, that's what I did anyways. It may have changed.
Yeah, maybe.
That was a long time ago.
Yeah, I wonder what, I'll have to get him back in sometime. I know that, but that's our plan. He's filming a, like, web video right now. Oh. And I'm telling you, the fucking clip that he showed me, like the first clip that he filmed for it, oh my God, it's fucking crazy. Like, it's so insane. But
what did you do? Tell us.
Oh, I can't. I can't say? No, I cannot
say. Why would you say that?
I'll tell you afterwards, but I can't say. I'm just saying right now. Keep your eye on it. It's fucking insane. But yeah, Cole. Before we jump into this, we're about to make history on the Goat Cave podcast.
What's happening?
Are you guys ready for this? We have the Cole Cam. We have a new camera, second angle.
The Cole Cam.
Yeah, it's even now the Cole Cam. Alrighty. So today's guest has been a local shredder for more than 15 years, like I said earlier. He has such a great all-around style, and his riding is always so smooth.
Thanks, dude.
He has the best double downside pegs that I've seen in a while, at least, and his down whips are always on lock.
Thanks, dude.
You can often find him riding inflow or at the Bull at Riverside Park in Cambridge.
Yeah.
Cole Dow, everybody. How are you?
Hello, I'm good. Yeah.
Awesome,
great.
eh?
Yeah. This is fun.
Alrighty, so
I'm gonna open my Monster now to celebrate.
Yeah, do it. I'm gonna crack my beer here.
Whoa!
Get it back to the beer can.
Beer can.
There we go. So let's go way back. Let's talk about how you first got into riding. How did everything start?
Actually, my older brother rode. He BMX'd a bit. Him and his buddies. But I wasn't really into it that much.
Okay.
Even though my brother was kind of just like riding and like he encouraged me to ride, but I just wasn't interested. And then I saw X Games on TV one time, and I saw Dave Mira and Ryan Nyquist and Jay Miron shredding. I don't know what year that was. It must have been. So I'm trying to think now. I've ridden for 20 years. I think it was like 99 or something like that. Just kind of it piqued my interest, and then. After that, I got a BMX bike, but I didn't really start BMXing that much. But a dude at my school had a BMX. So he was just like, let's go to the skate park. And the skate park was literally where the Waterdown skate park is now, because that's where I'm from, Waterdown. It's literally the basketball court that's beside the Waterdown skate park. There used to be these like shitty wooden ramps that the wood shop at the high school had made.
Okay.
So we would just ride these ramps every once in a while, but then we were like, oh, we should make a dirt jump. So we made a dirt jump, and I just fell in love with BMX. I just loved it. And then that friend and another friend who, there was kind of like a group of 3 of us, I think, that did it, but they stopped. They weren't really that much into it like I was. But then I found out about Shell Park in Oakville, and I was like, oh, I got to get there someday. So I talked to my stepdad about it, and he like drove me there one day, and that was it. I was just like, this is awesome. I love it. And ever since I've just been riding.
Yeah, Shell Park's insane. I've only ever ridden it once, and it was like way in the dark. Like we used a fucking car to light up. That's the thing. We just randomly showed up. Like we were in Oakville, and I was like, I've always wanted to ride this park. So we just used the headlights on a car to like illuminate the quarter pipe. And just like riding it in the dark was so fucking scary.
Yeah, well,
but
that park is like,
dude,
I don't know who designed it, but the lines go all over the place. It's a mess.
Yeah.
Like really, when you think about it, that park is a mess.
Oh, yeah. And like one of the things that I love about the parks like that is that they're a mess and that there's just shit everywhere because it then creates unlimited lines.
Oh, you can never run out of ideas and things to do. Yeah.
And like with Shell too, because it is such an older park, it's all built like an older park. You know what I mean? All the transitions are super fucking hard. They're really rough.
Like there's no rounded at the bottom. It's just like doosh.
And all the concrete is like super rough, which I'm not saying is a good thing, but it is in its own way, right? Like think about when I go to Guelph Park sometimes, and that's always an issue at Guelph Park where it's all that polished concrete, and like I always feel like I'm gonna slide out. You know, whenever a park is built, that's like I won't even go there for the first year because like it's always the slickest shit ever.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
You turn the wrong way and you're dying.
Yeah,
like,
you just slide out.
Yeah, which is great for skaters, but like, dude, oh my God, bikes, that's the worst.
Yeah.
But like, you know, you go to a place like the Kitchener Auditorium or Shell Park, it's perfect. Like you can go like literally right sideways on flat ground and you still won't slip out.
Yeah. The only time it gets a little dicey is the spray paint. Sometimes with the tagging going on some of the faces of the quarter, it can get a bit slippery, like if it's fresh paint.
Yeah.
But
yeah, it's such a crazy park. Can you remember the first bike that you ever had?
Yeah, the first BMX bike that I had, like from me actually starting to ride, was a Free Agent Ambush. So it was like a BMX race bike, but I just thought it was so cool looking.
That's sick.
It was like a sparkly like silver, like the way you would get it on a car, you know, like that kind of paint job, like not chrome. It was like a sparkly silver, and it had yellow pedals, and it just had little yellow accents here and there, and chrome. And I just thought it looked so cool. I always like kept it super clean. But then obviously once I started riding, it was just getting destroyed.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I had to get rid of the 1-piece cranks and get some 3-piece cranks on there.
Gotta get those on there.
Yeah, and I got some S&M platform pedals. Also yellow. Keep the theme going, right?
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, I watched this kid a couple years ago. He had a bike that had the 1-piece cranks on him, and he was like trying some bigger tricks, and like he was one of those guys that just sends it. Like and he fucking sent it on the quarter pipe at Trashmore. Have you ever ridden there? Do you remember when the bowl was there? So when the bowl was still there, they had that big red quarter pipe like
Okay.
the tallest part, and he tried to do
With
like
the pool coping?
yeah,
That
he
one?
tried to do a
Yeah.
table air on it, and like when he landed, he literally snapped the fucking crank arm
Oh my god.
and like ate it hard. And he was fine, but like just one of those things where I'm like, Jesus, man, that's why you don't run those. Like one piece cranks are not good.
Yeah, you need to upgrade your bike.
Yeah, but yeah, fucking crazy, man.
That's nuts.
All right, so we got Adam Maroka. He's asking a couple things here. We got
Oh no.
how sick is Cole? Cole's pretty sick. He's got coronavirus right now.
I'm not sick. Was I coughing?
No.
Oh, okay.
And then Shell Park is the worst, also from Adam Maroka. And Beatrice says that her wrists hurt whenever she rides Shell.
Yeah. It built
Fair
strong
enough.
wrists.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
You have to have like already strong ankles and wrists and then wear space brace on both of those.
Exactly, yeah. And then you can ride Shell Park.
Yeah, then
Yeah.
Shell's pretty easy.
And I recommend riding it during the day, not at nighttime, because there's no lights there.
Yeah, exactly.
So you're crazy.
Yeah, I haven't been able to get like a chance to go back, but it's on my list of parks that I have to go to like soon, because it's like, oh my god, I've seen all the clips of like Will Fisher riding
Oh,
there
yeah.
and like Brad Messi, of course.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
all those dudes,
Oh yeah.
just so
They're
crazy.
the locals.
Yeah, and then obviously you've got Waterdown Park, which you were
Mhm.
a huge fan of.
Yeah, I
Obviously,
like
you were
that place.
local there.
Mm-hmm.
The bowl there is insane. Like, I love the fact that it's like a bowl. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Most parks that you go to now, it's like it's a whole street plaza with all this other stuff, and the bowl is kind of afterthought, and it's
Yeah.
never that great. Like,
Yeah.
but I love the fact that Waterdown is like, no, we built a bowl first, and then we added street stuff on
Yeah,
the
we
side.
were on the whatever, not the committee thing. It was me, Matt, Drew, Jesse, and Josh Cameron. We all went to the meeting and just kind of put in our thoughts of how we wanted it to look. We gave like ideas.
Yeah.
And then the guy came back who designed the park. He was like a skateboarder. And
Oh,
that was like
nice.
the design that he showed us. Like, this is what we got. And we were all just like, that's awesome. That's
Hell
what
yeah.
we want.
That's sick.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were supposed to get a park actually where you're living now, like in the Dune area. I
Yeah.
don't know if you knew that. We're supposed to be getting
I've
a
heard.
park.
Yeah, I heard something.
So it was actually supposed to be finished fall 2018. I
That
don't know.
was-
I don't know if that makes
Like
any
a year
sense
and a
to
half
you.
ago.
Yeah, it hasn't even been started. So I don't
But
know.
it's still in the works, you think?
I don't know. That's the thing. I think that they probably had to take the money for the skate park and use it for the LRT or something like that.
Oh, yeah.
Like
okay.
probably just went over budget and they just can't afford
Freaking-
to build it right now.
Yeah.
But it's already like I went to all 3 meetings. We all went to it. They all promised us to have it by this date and just haven't seen anything. So I think I'm going to go to the city in the spring and say like, hey, you guys need to build this at some point, right?
Mhm.
Like you did promise the public. The public did come out and, give their time. I get it. It's expensive. I mean, obviously the time that we came out to, do this stuff, people did book off work. I know I booked off work to do it, but still, it's not like, I don't know. I think that we do deserve another park, or that not that we deserve it, but it should be thought as like the same as having, 3 baseball fields in one
Yeah.
fucking
Well,
spot.
there is that area. It's near me, and it's Fisher, Hallman, and Old Huron. There's all these houses being built in that area. But right there's like this big crazy soccer field with the lights and everything like
Yeah.
that. I understand soccer's obviously way bigger than BMX and skateboarding.
Mhm.
But it's like, you got money? Look, there's that thing.
Adam says the washrooms at Shell are the best part.
Yeah, that's the best part.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's awesome.
Do you know
What's
what
up with
that-
these
do
washrooms?
you know what that means?
No, there's no washrooms.
Let me tell you a tale, my friend.
Alrighty.
So when I first started riding at Shell Park, I would tell people, "Oh yeah, Shell Park, riding at Shell Park." Oh shit, well stay away from those bathrooms. They used to always say, "Stay away from those bathrooms." I was like, what's with the bathroom thing? I was like, you.
Yeah.
What the hell do people keep? There was this huge story that broke where high up people like politicians from Oakville and like I don't know all the actual details, but there
Okay.
probably is a story online that you could find later. But there was a glory hole in the bathroom, so high up people were like going and like getting down with this glory hole at the Shell Park bathrooms. Yeah. So that's why people are like, you're riding at Shell Park? Jesus.
Oh,
Is this how
that's
you're coming out?
amazing.
And I'm
That's
like, huh?
so weird.
Yeah.
Oh my god, that's so weird.
Yeah.
I'm like, Shell Park of all places to do it too, eh?
Yeah.
Oh,
And
man.
then I learned that's why my stepdad wouldn't drive in the park to drop me off. He would stay outside. He would drop me off at the road, and then I'd have to
Oh.
ride to the skate. No, I'm just kidding.
I was gonna say, all righty.
Yeah. He's like, I don't want to. That's too close. I don't want people to see me here.
Yeah.
They might think,
They might be thinking that I'm trying to get down with the hole.
yeah, that I'm getting down with this glory hole.
Yeah. Oh my God, that's hilarious. So who were some of the riders that you looked up to when you were younger?
Oh, like pro riders?
Pro riders, local riders, anybody?
Local riders would be, I think Messi was the first guy. The first time I ever went to Shell Park, Brad Messenger was there riding, and I was like, whoa, this guy's dope. But he was the same age as me, but he could air and he could do little manuals and tail taps and stuff. So I was like, whoa, that guy's awesome. And then I heard about Mike Wilkinson Smiley.
Yeah.
Because he could do the backflips, the yellow bike guy from the, what video was that? The Little Devil one. Seek and Destroy.
Yeah, Seek and Destroy.
He was in that, right?
I think so.
Yeah. So him as well. Yeah, I looked up to him, and the first time I ever saw him there, I was like, whoa, that's him, because I had heard about him. And then riders, I would say Mike Aitken for sure. Bruce Krisman. Loved Bruce Krisman. Do you know Bruce Krisman?
I've heard the name. Definitely heard the name.
He's awesome. He was the first person to dethrone Dave Mirra from the X Games gold medal.
Really?
In Park.
Wow.
Yeah. And I watched that X Games live that year, and I was like, who is this guy? And ever since him winning that, I was like, wow, like this guy's amazing.
Yeah, that's insane. Yeah.
But he's super religious, though.
Yeah.
And so then I learned that, and I was like, you're out. No.
Yeah, and like, you know what? I can kind of agree with that. This is like, I'm definitely not a religious person. Let's be real here. My first BMX video was called Fuck Asses.
Yeah,
I don't
think God would have liked that.
Yeah, that's
title.
the thing, right? So I'm not a religious person at all, but I have people that they are super religious. I've always been the kind of guy that's like, hey, I don't care. Do your thing, man. Do your thing.
Yeah,
but the second that you start pushing it on me, it's like such an issue.
Yeah, that's the thing with me too. I don't mind religion if do your thing.
Yeah.
Do what makes you happy. But when if someone were to start pushing it on me, that's when I'm kind of like, hey.
Yeah,
I'm not into it.
One of my favorite local riders, Andy Van Stamp, is like super religious, and I
really?
love him. He's great, but he's never pushed it on me, never done anything like that.
Yeah, I like that.
He won't swear or anything. So like, it's always so funny. Like when we were filming, he did this wall ride to whip in Space Goats and on this street spot, and he couldn't get it, and he kept eating shit. And like the one time he just eats it so bad, he gets up and throws his bike, and he's like, "What the frig?
What the frig?"
I know. I'm like, this is so funny.
Yeah.
I'm like, I don't know why it's so funny.
Even when he's so mad, he still can't swear.
Yeah, he doesn't. And
I guess he
love
just
that
never
about
does,
him.
so it's not even in his mind.
That's
to
the
say
thing.
That.
And I always found it so funny that he's hanging out with a crew that fucking called their last video "fuck ass."
Yeah, yeah. Was
so
he in that
funny.
one?
No, he wasn't.
Oh.
He was in Space Goats though. He had the first couple clips in the friends section, so the very beginning of the video, which is cool.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, he's unreal. He's such a good
to
rider.
whip on a street setup. That's
cool.
cool.
Man, it was gnarly. It's my background on my computer. I'll show you after.
Oh, nice.
It's pretty nuts. So we said obviously Aiken, a couple other people. Just gonna let you guys know, Aiken's actually gonna do the show at some point.
Get out of here!
That. Yeah, we're gonna do a phone interview.
No
He's
way.
doing one with Troy McMurray first, and then he's gonna come on and talk about it. But he did say that he's down to do it.
That's
so,
awesome.
Did you ever? Cool.
Did you ever hear that interview with him where he was interviewed by some local news company, and the interviewer was so bad.
Oh, probably.
So bad, but he was good about answering the questions properly because I think it was after his crash.
Most likely.
And he was talking about how he had basically just won that Dew Tour or something like that. It was like a dirt jump contest. Yep. He had won first place, and then he got hurt a few months later. I think it was very soon after.
It was very, very soon after.
Yeah, and so he was telling that, and then he was talking about the crash, what happened, how it affected him, and because he has a wife and kid. I don't know if he has more than one kid now, but he definitely had a kid at the time that he just had. So he's kind of oh my God, I'm in the hospital. I can't even do anything. He was in a coma for a while. So he just reflected on how that like changed his life basically, because he's like, so he just felt like so irresponsible not wearing a helmet, which, I mean, it's crazy how bad you can get hurt from not wearing a helmet.
And like a good example of it is Scotty Kramer, because he's
and
huge,
he was wearing
right? He was wearing a helmet. He was always an advocate of helmets, and like even in his videos,
he would always say
that he would say like, "Look it, Trey's not wearing a helmet, but that's his choice, and he's an adult. He's made this choice.
Yeah.
I don't think it's smart. Everybody else here is wearing a helmet. He's decided not to." And even now, you look at the videos, and Trey is wearing a helmet every time they're filming it. I think that he kind of like, Trey doesn't wear a helmet, when he's not filming these videos, but I think Scotty's just kind of pushed it on him and said, "Look, we have an audience that is younger people that take influence from their favorite riders. You're a favorite rider to a lot of these people. At least in these videos, please just wear a helmet,
Yeah.
And like, I think it's got to be hard to not wear one. And I'm kind of like, I get that Trey has never worn one, but my personal opinion on the situation is like, you're married to Scott's sister. How the fuck did you not see what the hell happened to Scott and think, oh my God, this could happen to me?
Yes.
And like, not everybody is like Scotty Kramer. I think that Scotty Kramer is literally like 0.0001% of people where he has such a positive attitude that he's able to overcome all the shit that happened to him.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I know. I was actually really impressed with him.
That's the
after
thing.
I was following along, watching all those YouTube videos.
I watch them every day, man. He's
Yeah.
like, I love it. I think it's such a positive thing, and like, he's the only vlog that I'll watch because I think a lot of vlogs are cringy, but he is able to do it in a way that makes sense. It works. It's fun. It's never like, it's always new. That's the thing. It's never like boring. Is what I like.
It's
about
always
it.
lighthearted.
Yeah.
And he was throwing his GTR in there every once in a while, like him driving his GTR. It's a good watch.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Scott's incredible. So definitely, like, it's weird to see that like Trey doesn't wear a helmet when he's so fucking close with Scotty.
Yeah, that is interesting.
Yeah, but I mean, everybody's
from Florida though.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Florida man.
The Florida man. They're wild.
Yeah,
They're
exactly.
Crazy.
Oh man.
There's alligators or crocodiles, whatever's down there.
Fuck, man. Who knows? Oh man. So I was looking through your Instagram recently, and I saw that you actually went to Corby Skate Park, aka Adrenaline Alley, in the UK.
Yeah.
How fucking crazy is that park?
It's nuts. It was that new room was in the middle of being built. It was almost done being built when I was there, so I didn't get to ride that new room.
Hell
but the rest of it is really cool. And I was actually surprised at how much, you go to a skate park, you see it in videos, and then when you go to it, you're like, oh my God, I didn't realize how much bigger this place is or how crazy these ramps are. Because I would see, like, who was it that would be riding there? Alex Colborn or something?
Yeah, Alex Colborn probably.
Yeah, and I would just see him blasting, doing all these crazy tricks, and I'm like, oh, wow. And then when I went there, I'm like, oh, that's crazy that he was doing all this stuff. Because these ramps are way bigger than I thought they were.
Oh, yeah. Like, just so insane that he fucking does all that shit. Like, one of my favorite web videos ever is a video promoting his Total frame. And he does, like, the gnarliest fucking 270 transfer into that wall, I think. Like,
oh, my God.
Just nuts. And then there's a clip of him doing a 360 hand plant to fakie, I think. And, like, it just doesn't make any sense.
Whoa.
Like, yeah, and I don't think it was an upside
like on
down
a quarter?
one. Yeah. And I think it was, like, one where you literally go... It would be topside. So, like, he goes into it, hits his hand, and then pulls it around.
Oh.
And that's really cool. Like,
that's interesting.
I've always wanted to tell Jeff, if you're listening, I know you are because you've requested Cole. Jeff, if you're listening, and I know you are, like I said, I really want to see downside hand plant to 180 and land fakie. That would be insane. Like, it doesn't even make any sense.
Do a couple of 800-pound deadlifts to get warmed up, and then just chuck it. Should be easy, right?
Yeah, exactly. Jeff's awesome. That was seriously like one of my favorite episodes. We did one with Jeff.
I know he was messaging me before I came, and he mentioned how he was on, and I was like, oh man, I gotta watch yours. That's gonna be the first one I watch because he's just so ridiculous.
Oh, it was awesome.
Was he wearing a cat shirt or like
no? He was wearing a Bush jacket, like a Bush racing team jacket. He like literally. It was so funny. I fucking come out to my deck where he's just like he knocks on the door. Go over. He's got a 6-pack of Bush in his hand.
Oh my God.
He's got fucking Pit Viper glasses on and a Bush jacket and this ridiculously huge beanie with his fucking like Sonic the Hedgehog.
Oh my god.
What's his name? Dr. Eggman, fucking beard and mustache like sticking out. Oh my god, it was hilarious.
He's a meme. He's like a living
I
meme.
love it.
Yeah.
But he's
no,
like,
it's awesome.
Yeah, he's incredible. I love it. He's like seriously one of my favorite people. He's always got such a positive attitude. He fucking is unreal at riding. Like,
yeah, anytime you're riding with him, you know you're just having fun being silly.
yeah, so we we locked the cats in here. We had the two kitties in here, the Big Bun and Senna, and it was ridiculous. Like, cats are fucking around. He's loving it. He like had to go out and take a piss at one point, and when he's coming back, my like little cat is trying to get out, and he's like, "Nope, you're staying in." He like fucking catches her, puts her in. Yeah,
you're not leaving here. You're not leaving this party.
Oh man, I mean, it is Jeff's podcast now. Like, he did claim this as his own podcast.
Yeah, but the camera, remember?
It is the Cole cam. The Cole cam.
The camera's still mine.
Yeah,
he doesn't get that. Very protective of that camera now.
Fuck. So to go back here, let's see. We got Adam Roca saying that's how Messi got into BMX. He was at the washrooms and saw the skate park.
Oh fuck. That's
oh
good.
Man, that's awesome. Yeah,
he read the newspaper article and he's like, I gotta go there.
Oh fuck, that's so good.
I'm surprised you didn't know that. You've heard people say like about the bathrooms before though?
Never.
Oh, never. Oh, okay.
Never. You're the first person to ever bring it up.
Well,
so.
Adam brought it up.
Well, I guess so. Yeah. Adam brought up his washrooms at his store when he did his episode a couple weeks ago.
Oh yeah,
and how like this one old dude would just come in every day for a month and take a shit in his washroom and then just leave. Yeah, like every day.
Like he wasn't even there to look at anything.
Literally would come in, he would have a conversation with them, and then go and take a shit in his washroom, and then it went on for about a month, like every day at the same time.
Do you have to tell him? Like,
no,
you can't
he just
do this
put
no
a
more?
fucking out of order sign on the door. And
Oh, no way.
The guy came back every day for a month after that. He's like, "Shit are fixed yet?" Like, nope. Like, and then just never came back.
Did he just loved his bathroom?
I guess so.
That's so weird.
I know, right? I'm like, that's so strange. And it's so
well,
weird.
It is
too.
Hamilton though.
Yeah, I know. I'm like, I get that. I'm like,
yeah,
geez,
it makes it like
so
if it was
weird.
anywhere else, it would be weird.
I'm like,
but
maybe the
Hamilton.
guy just didn't want to buy toilet paper anymore. Maybe he just.
Yeah, but you can go anywhere else.
That's
like
the thing.
Tim Hortons, McDonald's, like they're everywhere.
I'm like, there's no way that it was that close that you fucking.
It seems so inconvenient to go into a BMX shop, talk to the owner, for a little bit,
and then go and take a shit in his
and
washroom.
then go take a shit in his Well, that's weird.
Yeah, and then I guess that like. It started to go from him actually like talking with Adam and whatnot to basically just him walking in, hey, fucking take a shit in his washroom and leave.
Oh, he wouldn't even.
Yeah, he wouldn't
no
even
more
say
formality with
anything.
the conversation anymore.
Yeah, I'm like, that's fucked. Like, come on, you at least got to say hi to a guy if you're gonna
Yeah.
take a shit in his washroom.
He's pretty regular though, it seems, right?
Yeah.
Like his bowel movements, right?
Oh, I know.
It's very
Like pretty much
regular.
every day at the same time. I think he was saying.
Yeah, just
so.
bran. He was just eating bran all the
If
time.
you're still watching this, Adam, clarify that in the chat.
Yeah, clarify that.
Yeah.
Type out the
Oh,
whole
man.
story in the chat.
Yeah, there you go.
We'll read it.
With my terrible reading skills. So, right when you were actually in the UK, you went to Spain as well, right?
Yeah. I went over there because Kara was over there.
Yeah.
And she just invited me, like, hey, you should come over, and hung out in England for, I'm trying to remember now, it was like 4 days in England and then 6 days in Spain because I was there for a total of 10 days.
That's sick.
Yeah. So I rode that Reuben skate park, the Malaga one.
Oh my God.
It's cool.
What was that like?
It was really cool. I actually wish I was able to ride it more because the first day that we went there, it was so busy. Like the bowl.
Yeah.
There was like a lineup to ride the bowl.
Oh my God.
You know what I mean? So you're waiting. You finally get a turn. And you're like, oh, this is the first time I've ever rode this thing. So you're like trying to figure it out as people are, waiting basically to ride. So it's kind of annoying. But
Yeah.
Who was there? There was that Teresa Williams, whatever, that girl from Spain.
Okay, yeah.
I saw her riding, and like I was impressed
Yeah.
at how high she was airing. And very smooth.
That's sick.
It was actually really cool to see her riding. I was like, whoa.
Yeah.
Like, it impressed me, yeah.
Dude, girls are getting
I know,
really
girls are getting
fucking
so good. Like,
they're getting
it's-
unreal. We had a conversation earlier this week at bike night, like Jeff and I,
Mhm.
about how crazy fucking girls on a bikes are nowadays.
Mhm.
And like, you got the young chick from Russia. I think she's like 17 or something.
Oh,
She's
that
doing-
one who's always
yeah,
posting thirsty photos.
That's the thing. I'm like,
yeah.
don't be posting
But she's
that.
good.
That's the thing.
Like, I do watch her riding, and I'm like, you're pretty good. You're doing
That's
these
the
crazy
thing.
tricks. You're like, you know, you're throwing yourself.
I know.
You're doing it.
I'm like, she's literally doing flip bars. She flip barred a fucking mini mega ramp just at a street competition. Like they built a
Whoa.
fucking ramp in the middle of the
Yeah.
road or something, and she flip barred it. She's doing like all these crazy tricks. She's got way more tricks than I'll ever have.
Yeah.
Like she's
Elizabeth
unreal.
Lizard, right? That's what
No,
it is?
there's-
Or that's what I'm thinking of.
That one is she's unreal as well, but there's a younger one. And I think that you're mixing up the
Not
two.
Arena
There's
Brabus, are you?
that one. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
that one.
Yeah,
Okay, yeah.
she was doing
I try and
flip-
avoid her account. 'cause
Yeah, I
I'm
know.
like,
I don't
too
follow
thirsty.
her. That's the thing. I don't follow her because
Yeah.
she's way too fucking young.
Child
I'm
porn.
like, I know.
You know
I'm
what I
like,
mean?
this is creepy.
I have a work phone. I can't have that on.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fucking weird. But then the other girl, she's unreal too. Like
Yeah.
they're both unreal.
So that girl, the Arena Brabus, whatever, she
Yeah.
does flip bars.
I'm pretty sure.
Whoa.
Pretty sure I saw a video of her. I know she flipped that ramp. I'm pretty sure she fucking flip barred it.
Russians are wild,
Yeah.
eh?
I'm like, this
That's
is
what
nuts.
you want doing girl BMXing is
That's
Russians.
the thing. I'm like, these fucking people are insane.
They don't care. They
Yeah.
don't give a shit.
And like, just girl riding in general has gotten
Oh, yeah.
so crazy.
Like Paris and
Yeah,
Hannah
Paris
Roberts.
and Hera.
Did you see that
Hannah.
Hannah did a... Because I was talking with Matt Drew the other night. We
Yeah.
were talking the same subject, just about like girl riders and how they're getting pretty good now.
Yeah.
That girl did a triple bar spin, like best trick.
Oh,
at,
that's
like a
sick.
feast contest. I
Yeah.
saw this clip of her and she did a triple bar spin over a box jump, like a huge box
That's
jump.
gnarly.
I know. I was like, what?
Yeah,
Yeah.
girls are getting really good now. And like, there's no offense, no offense to say that they weren't before, but like,
Well, it was
You
just
could
it was in its
see.
infancy.
That's the
It's
thing.
the same with guy BMXing.
Yeah.
There wasn't a whole lot of people BMXing, so everyone wasn't very good in the infancy of BMX. So then girls getting into it, it's like they had to kind of figure it out, and more girls had to get involved and feed off of that energy. Because
Yeah.
I feel like as a girl, you probably do look at the guys and think of them as the same way I did. I thought of like pros as like, oh, well, that guy's a professional.
Yeah.
That's why he can do that.
that's
I
fair.
can't because I'm not a professional. I'm not as old as him or whatever. You
Yeah.
have excuses that you give yourself why you can't do
But
stuff.
I think that's just in general. I don't think it really relates to, just the gender or anything. I think it's literally just, yeah.
But there wasn't enough girls doing it.
I
so
guess
that
that's
you
fair.
could
They don't
kind of use
have-
that as an excuse maybe. You could be
Yeah.
like, well, I'm the only girl. Like, so I'm a girl. Like I can't do that. I haven't seen a girl do that. But now girls are doing it.
That's
so
the
it's
thing.
like it's crazy the stuff that they're doing now.
Yeah, and little
And how
shout
high
out.
they can air.
Oh, dude.
Paris. Matt Drew was
Insane.
telling me
Yeah.
that he couldn't even like air as high as her out of this one quarter
Oh,
in California.
Dude, crazy. And little shout out to Beatrice. She's actually going to be on the show soon. I have to send her a message. She might be on next week. We'll see. But we're going to talk about women in BMX.
Yeah.
And obviously, she runs Bloom BMX
Mhm.
with Angie.
Yep.
And I can't wait to see how that goes.
Yeah.
Like, it's one of those subjects that I've wanted to talk about for a while. Originally, I was going to get Kara to come in. We're still going to have Kara come in,
Yeah,
obviously.
definitely have Kara on.
Kara is like one of my favorite people in the world.
Mhm.
Like, always such a positive attitude. She's never let the fact that she's a girl bother anybody about BMX, you know what I mean? Or like in the way that like we were saying earlier where there's not too many girls in BMX, that it's hard for them to look up to certain people, I guess. But I don't know. I think that like Kara is fucking crazy, man. She actually got me to try my first ever backflip over the Resi, I guess second one. But she like, we're literally just on top of this thing at Joyride. And like, she's like, I'm going to try and flip this box jump. And if I do it, you have to do it. And then before I could even agree, she just drops in and tries it. She ate shit, but like, she was
She
fine.
tried to flip?
Oh, dude, she's flipped before.
Oh, really?
So she
I didn't
tried
know this.
it. Yeah, she tried it and ate shit. But, she grabbed her bike and got off the Resi. So I fucking dropped in and tried it. Ate the most shit. Like, literally, whenever I flip, the thing that I am so scared of is hitting my head on the back of the ramp. So I go as fast and as high as I possibly can and do the slowest flip because I don't want to end up hitting my head on the back of the ramp.
Which is really
So
hard to do, though.
I know. I'm like, I don't
but
have that pull.
people have done it, though.
Oh, yeah.
You know that kid, Kieran?
Yep.
That scooter kid?
Yeah.
You know how he did that?
I think so.
No helmet?
Oh my god.
cracked his skull.
Oh, probably.
He went to the hospital.
Yeah,
And then
it's fucking
I still
coping.
see him time to time not wearing a helmet. And
Oh
I'm
my
like, dude,
God.
are you nuts?
Are you fucking
You've
retarded?
You
Oh.
cracked your skull. You can't say that.
Yeah, I know.
I can't believe
I
you
shouldn't have
just said
said
the
the R
R
word. Sorry,
Oh my
guys.
God.
Cole's
We're
about to
live,
storm
dude.
out. I know.
Control yourself. Oh my God.
Oh man. Well, that's what happens.
I
but,
don't condone anything Cam says.
yeah, sorry
by the way.
guys. No, I can't, dude. Like that's so unreal to like
Mhm.
hit your head off fucking coping and then
But that's
not
what
wear
he.
a helmet.
That's exactly what he did. He flipped
Yeah.
too quickly. Like, I don't know if he wasn't. He was probably going fast enough to, do a nice boosty one.
Yeah.
But he just did a quick flip, I guess, and hit the back of his head. That's the story I heard.
Oh my god. No thanks. That's
No,
why I won't
thank you.
try double flips either. Because I'm like, I don't want to fucking go upside down
Oh my
that
God.
fast. It freaks me out.
Yeah.
But yeah, so like, Joyride, tried it and ate shit the first time. Second time, I almost pulled it. I think I landed and like slid out. And then on the next one, the third try, pulled it perfectly.
Nice.
And like, that's one of my greatest things is I've never done a fly out flip, only into transition on the other side.
Oh, really?
I'm like, yes.
So you've only done like an
I've
actual-
never done a fly out flip in my
right. You
entire
always
life.
land on a landing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm like, that's pretty cool because I know kids that have never done a transition flip. They've
Mhm.
only done fly out.
Yeah,
flips,
they've only
so.
done fly out ones.
But I've only ever done like 10 or 15 of them. Like I don't do it often. I've only ever done them on Joyride's Resi. I don't
I was
really.
gonna ask that. I was gonna say,
the
have
thing,
you
I've
only
never-
done it on the Resi though?
Yeah, never taken it to wood. Never bothered just because to me it's like it's not a hard trick.
Yeah.
In my mind, it's impressive. It takes more balls than it takes skill.
Yep.
Like I honestly feel like if you can teach somebody how to drop in on that ramp and how to hit that ramp, you can teach them how to flip it.
Yeah.
It's just about committing to it,
I know. I always tell people that it's easier because people.
It's
say,
easier
oh my
than a
God,
360.
How did you learn how to do it? And it's like it's easier than a 360. It's just the danger. It's like riskier because you're going upside down.
Oh yeah.
But like a 360, obviously you can. But it just takes longer to learn a 360. It takes you a while.
Yeah. All right, so let's go back here. How did you meet Kara?
How did I meet Kara?
Yeah.
At Inflow.
Nice.
I saw her
That's
at
where I
Inflow.
met her.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah. I met her I think it was last winter that I met her.
Oh,
there.
nice.
Yeah, because I saw her once or twice, and I was like, and then I saw her at Bike Show,
Okay.
and I was like, oh, that's that girl again.
Yeah.
And I was like, who is this girl? Because I had been seeing her around, and I'm like, how do I not know? Because you kind of know everyone in BMX when you ride, right? It's kind of a
Yeah.
small community. So then the one time she was at Inflow, I just introduced myself. I just said, oh, hey, you're Kara, right? Like, I'm Cole. I've just seen you around, and I'm surprised I've never met you. And the more we got to talking, the more crazy it seemed that we hadn't met each other yet.
Yeah.
Especially because she lives in Guelph, and, like, we know all the same people. I was like, what? So it was bizarre. But
Yeah, I think it's because I never actually see you. Like, I had no idea you even lived in Kitchener. I thought you were in Cambridge or still in Waterdown.
Mhm.
Like, because I never see you. I think I've seen you once over the summer at Riverside, and then a couple weeks later, you came out to my jam, and I remember
Mhm.
I gave you $5 to do a tail whip and hit the bell.
With the ringing the bell.
Yeah, and
That
then,
one guy did not want you to give me the $5, by the way. Did you
Yeah, I
notice that?
know. I was
He was
just
like,
like,
he doesn't
whatever.
deserve it. I was like, I don't deserve it. And then you kept trying to give it to me.
Yeah, I don't
Yeah.
care. I'm like, I don't care either way. I just want to give you $5 for doing a hop whip. If you hit the bell or not, pretty cool.
Thank
But
you very much.
yeah, so I've had an issue with whips for ages.
Oh,
and I
yeah?
finally fixed it earlier this
Oh,
week.
yeah?
Yeah. So my issue was that I always caught frame with my one
Oh,
foot.
yeah. I was in that phase
Yeah.
for a while,
So
too.
earlier this week on Wednesday, I did the podcast with Mike Spinner. Mike told me how to fix that issue. He was just saying basically he had the same issue and he just had to lean back a little bit more and get away from the front of the bike.
Oh,
So I tried that a couple times. I started getting it around, and then sure enough, fucking that night landed my first one to pedals ever. And
That's
then I
awesome.
did like 15 more. I literally dropped in, did it, dropped in, did it like without stopping, without putting my feet down.
Where'd you
That's
do that?
fucking cool. Inflow. Just at where like that little box jump thing is next to the mini ramp in the back there.
oh yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. So
It's
like
like a step-up thing.
yeah, so I would go hit it and then hit it backwards and then do it out of that roll in.
Oh, the rolling thing.
Yeah, I like that
like a
thing.
fly out.
It
Yeah.
is a really
No,
good
it is.
fly
It's a
out.
boost. It boosts
Yeah,
you. Mhm.
it's a good one, and that's always the thing with whips is that I hate going out. I need to go up to throw it at
Right.
least.
Okay. You should just
Um,
chuck one over a spine then.
I know. I'm like, I bet you I could do it.
Yeah, you should. You should.
I've
just
always
do it.
wanted to do it over a spine, but I've never been able to get it to pedals, right? So like that was always a thing. I've done it down
Yeah.
drops. Like I've done it down drops and landing a frame. I've done them like
Really?
street. Oh yeah. Like I've got whips so consistent. I can do them pretty much anywhere. Like I've done air whips, I've done all this stuff, but I always landed with my 1 foot on the frame.
Even in a tail whip air?
Yeah,
You
even
land
in the
with your
tail
foot on
whip
the
air.
frame?
Yeah, it's scary. Like, but yeah, I'm just now that I've got
I'm just
it.
picturing you on a vert ramp doing
Oh
a
my
tail whip air
god!
and then landing with your foot on the frame.
No thanks, I would die. Like I only
I think
did it
you
on
can do
like
it, though.
5 foot quarters. Oh, probably. No, but yeah, I'm fucking stoked, man. Finally pulled it.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Congrats.
Took so long.
Yeah.
So
It
fucking
feels
long.
good though when you get your feet on
Oh
the
my
pedals.
God.
It feels so good.
Like literally, I think the time that I did it, Greg Henry actually like kind of snaked me when I was hitting the jump.
Oh
He's
my
like, sorry.
God.
So I turned
Greg.
around, I'm like, it's fine. And then I like dropped in, and I guess I just wasn't thinking about it, and like
Mhm.
literally just pulled it. Oh my god, I just fucking did it. It was like a 4 or 5 years battle with me.
That's
like
awesome.
I have always struggled with that trick. So good to fucking finally get that done.
Yeah, that was your white whale.
Oh my
Right?
god. Yeah.
Is that the saying?
So I don't know. I think so.
Sounds right.
White goat, maybe. I don't
So
know.
your white goat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was.
Aren't all
so
goats white
difficult.
though?
Not all of them. See,
That's
there's a
your
brown one next to you there. Why don't you pick that up and show it to the Cole camera
This
there?
one?
Yeah, right there.
Oh my god.
There we go.
What is this? Some sort of LSD trip?
Pretty much, right? There you go. My sister actually painted
Cole cam.
that. There you go. Goat cam.
Goat cam.
Oh yeah.
What, you're changing the name now? It's
No,
the Cole
it's
cam
still
anymore?
the Cole cam. Don't worry. Oh fuck. Yeah, so obviously you met Kara at Inflow. I actually met Kara at Inflow years ago, probably like 6-7 years ago. I was one of the first people she actually met in Ontario.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so like she was riding Inflow, and I went and said hi, and then I was still in high school at this point. I'm pretty young, by the way. I don't know if you knew this.
How old are you?
23.
You're so young.
How old are you?
I don't want to say now. 36.
I figured it was up there.
Actually, Jeff, old man Jeff,
Yeah.
he's a month older than me.
Wow.
And not even
You know,
a full
it's so
month.
funny. Haha,
he's like-
Jeff. Fuck you. We
I-
finally got
He's
it.
so old.
Dude, he came in here.
Well,
and
he didn't tell you his age?
No, he was like,
Oh,
yeah,
come on.
I'm 69, or I'm like,
69.
yeah, I'm 42.0.
I outed his age. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's 36. 83. 1983.
Here, let's confirm this for the Instagram. Look right into the camera and tell us how old Jeff is.
All right, I've got
Say his
to talk into
last
this.
name and everything.
Jeff Robertson, 36 years old, born in 1983.
Haha, we got you,
August.
Jeff. Oh man,
Yeah.
hell
I didn't
yeah,
know. Sorry, Jeff. I didn't know.
that's okay. So let's talk about some of the photos from your Instagram. I'm gonna pull up a couple of the photos on screen and just tell us about the story behind them. How's that
Oh,
sound?
okay. Yeah. Like the Brooks Reynolds ones, probably. Those like old ones.
There's quite a few in there.
Yeah.
So here, 1 second. What are we
I think
doing?
every photo that I have on there is probably taken by Brooks. Because I just dug through like old photos that I had on my computer.
Yeah.
I still got a bunch that I got to put up too. I've just been lazy about it.
So here's this
Oh,
whip clip
that's the video.
from Spain. I meant to
The
pull
hook.
this up. This is crazy. I can't believe you got to ride this thing.
Mm-hmm. Karen and I had to that part
Oh,
right there
God.
that I went over where the grass is.
Yeah.
That was all like a big giant puddle.
Oh
and there
my
was
God.
like a milk carton or something like that
Yeah.
we used, like a plastic jug thing to
Just
like
to-
clear it out.
Oh my God, that's
Yeah,
crazy.
it took a while, but it was worth it. But then I fell. Like right after that clip, I was
Yeah.
like, "Oh, I didn't go that high. I should do another one." So then the next clip that I did the down whip, and my back tire
Like
hit the wall
Oh,
because
fuck.
it was more at the vert part of it, I guess.
Yeah.
So it hit the wall, and I didn't really fall that bad, but I was just like, ugh.
Fuck that.
It just took it out of me. Yeah, I was like, ugh. And Kara was like, had already rode there a bunch of times, so we were just like, yeah, let's get out of here. Let's go ride.
Yeah.
I think we went and rode that way. I don't remember how to pronounce it. Starts with an F. F-U-N something, something, something. It's like a
Okay.
cool skate park. There's a lot of clips of Sergio Leos riding there.
Is it the one with all the brick with the random bowl? Just like crazy brick quarter pipe with a random bowl?
No, there's no
Okay.
brick. It's all concrete.
Okay.
But it's right across the street from this like really big mall.
okay.
And there's like right beside the park, there was all these jack dudes with like no shirts on, and I was like, what is going on here? There was those like pull-up bars. So dudes, they were doing like muscle ups and like all this like crazy, pull-up stuff. So they were all jacked. But it was right beside the skate park. It was like they were right there doing all these crazy it was like Muscle Beach right beside a Spanish skate park. Yeah.
That's so
and there was
strange.
also like a bar. There was like this open bar there.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's so weird.
Yeah. It was cool though.
Yeah.
The vibe of Spain is so awesome.
Alrighty, we'll go back to this here. So next up we have this photo here. So this is a double peg back in 06, right?
Yeah, I think so. Yes.
I think so. Yeah,
Either
so
05 or 06.
where is this spot? Just tell us the city. You don't have to tell us the exact location, obviously.
It's in Mississauga. It's right near the Square One Mall.
Oh, that's sick. I've never actually really bothered to look for street in Mississauga. I didn't really know if there's that much, but
yeah, I don't really think there is, because I've been to Mississauga around trying to find stuff, but I don't even know how we found this. I think we just saw it. I don't know. I don't remember, but it was
interesting, eh?
Yeah, Brooks and Josh. We were there because we both. I think Josh also did the rail. So
that's sick.
Yeah.
What Josh are we referring to?
Josh Cameron.
Okay.
He's I don't know if he rides anymore. That one's I know that's one of the questions we're gonna have to talk about that one. But so, I can't not say he was there.
That's awesome though.
Yeah.
All right. So next photo here, we got this foot plant at Shell.
Yeah.
So how did this come to happen? This is like so interesting. I love this.
Yeah. So okay, right now at Shell, if you go to Shell Park,
yep,
behind those quarters, it's all paved.
Okay,
right?
I thought you were gonna say it's the washrooms.
I had to go to the washroom. No. I was so excited after being in the washroom that I did this.
Yeah.
No. Behind the quarter pipes, there was, it's now paved, but before it was just grass and dirt.
Okay.
So that's my brother's truck, my older brother. He had that truck because I think he got in a few like car accidents that were his fault.
Yeah.
He used to have this little Honda Civic like hatchback that was all, riced out like Fast and the Furious.
Oh.
And he crashed it, and then he crashed it again like after getting it repaired. And so his insurance was like through the roof. So he had to drive he found this like shitty old pickup truck.
Yeah.
And which I think is a Chevy S10, which are cool. And he actually, after him owning that, he became like a truck guy. But anyways, he didn't give a shit about the truck.
Right.
Because he's like, I'm just driving this because it's cheap on insurance. So I think, I'm trying to remember what Josh did on it. I think he foo-fanooed it or something like that. I think there's a picture of him doing a foo-fanoo on it or something like that.
That's sick.
Yeah. So I saw it and I was just like, oh, I could probably maybe do a downside foot plant or fast plant, whatever you want to call it. And my brother didn't give a crap. So he's like, yeah, do it. So
that's sick.
Brooks was there and got the photo of that.
That's gnarly, man.
Yeah. I like it. It turned out well. It's a pretty cool looking photo looking back on it.
Yeah, downside foot plants are like the craziest trick too, because if you miss, it's the fucking worst.
Oh
like,
yeah, that's the
eating
thing.
It.
Yeah, they're so unassuming because
it's a really
it feels easy to do.
Yeah,
like when you do it, you're like, oh, that's pretty easy. But you're right. If you miss your foot, you're committed to going like inverted.
Oh god,
so you're just gonna land on your head probably.
Yeah, and it's like such an underrated trick. Not many people do them.
Yeah, people don't really do them anymore.
People don't do them well is the other thing.
That's true.
You know what I mean?
Some people look gross when they do them.
Yeah, my buddy James McPhee, he doesn't really ride anymore. Big, tall guy. Him on a 20-inch bike. Oh my fucking god, dude. He would stretch it out and the bike would be way over his head. Like, it's so
it looked
crazy.
Good.
Oh my god. Yeah, it looked unreal. He was really good at them.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it's such an underrated trick.
Because I used to do them, and I started doing them because I saw other people doing it where they would kind of like tuck their bike, like almost like a Euro table thing.
Yeah.
I started doing that.
Is she eating your thing? Yeah, she'll probably play with your foot a little bit.
That's funny.
That's
but yeah, I would try and do that more, like because that one the bike's straight up, but when you just kind of. You know what I'm talking about? Where you kind of Euro like table the bike,
right?
It would make it look kind of cool.
That's sick.
Yeah, because I remember seeing people do that, so I started trying to do that. It's a cool trick, though. Yeah.
Yeah, it's fucking unreal, man. Next up, we got this ledge ride to table.
Oh, is this? Oh, yeah, so that's City Hall in Hamilton.
Yeah, which I'm like, that spot, is so weird because whenever you go there, you like never get kicked out. I've never
No.
had an issue there.
I don't think I've ever been kicked out of there.
That's the
Yeah,
thing. I've
you're
only
right.
been kicked out once, and it was only like 2 hours after, and it was like 1 a.m. And I think that was because we were fucking around in a fountain or something. The
Oh,
security
okay.
was like, "Hey, you guys got to go."
So then, yeah, they were like, all right.
But yeah, I've never had an issue there. We filmed countless things there. It's one of
Mhm.
my favorite places to go is Hamilton because you can find so much street, like so local. Like it's literally everywhere there.
Mhm.
There's a triple kinker rail that I was trying there. I don't want to give the location of it. It's so close to there, but it's like just a flat
Is it
rail.
at an apartment building?
Yes.
Okay, I know the one.
There, you know the one.
Yeah.
It's like super mellow and
Yes,
flat. Oh
yeah.
my god, I've never pulled it, but I was running plastics and I went at it for about an hour and a half. And like the thing is that it's right on one of the busiest streets, so like you need to have people waiting for you. The run into it is so weird and strange. My plastics, by the time that I was like giving up on the first session of trying it, my fucking plastics were all the way through to the aluminum.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Like doing a rail?
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
That's how fucking like hard I was trying it, you know?
Wow.
And it was funny too because that's a square rail, so it's like the rest of my peg is fine, and then like fine, dent right into the aluminum and then down. So it's like really once I was getting into it at that point, it's locked in.
Yeah.
Like you don't even need to do much. You're just sitting on it. But I still couldn't pull it. By the time I was like, I think the closest that I got was the last rail, and I was about to pull it. But I wanted to try and do the very end of it. There's like a little tiny bit that I wanted to try and ice just to get the whole
Like as
rail.
you go off?
Yeah,
Mhm.
just to get the whole rail. And I think that I ended up having to pull off early, and I put my foot down, and I was so mad at myself. But what do you do?
Doesn't count.
Yeah, I know that's the thing. Doesn't
Yeah,
count.
that one
One of
didn't
these
count.
days, I'm gonna get
I
it.
can't believe you're even telling me the story.
I know it doesn't count.
Yeah,
So
'cause
like,
it doesn't count, obviously.
yeah. Why am I even saying anything, right? Oh man.
And it's right across from the CFL Hall of Fame.
Pretty much.
Who knows where that is?
Yeah.
It's right there if you want to go there.
Oh fuck. Yeah, so ledge ride table. Yeah, how did this come up? Just randomly in Hamilton one day and shot it, or
Yeah, well, we went there because that was when Brooks was just like in it, on fire, like wanting to take tons and tons of photos. Because he would do band photos as well. Like he would go to like underground, like bands that would play in Burlington and take photos of them as well. So he was just wanting to take photos, and just get better at it.
Right.
So I don't even remember everyone that was there. I'm pretty sure Josh was there too, and Brooks, and then probably a couple other people that I'm forgetting because it was so long ago. But we just were riding that bank and little things that were around that area and just getting photos. So we would just go out like one night and just be like, we're going to get some photos tonight.
That's sick.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, when I first got into filming and everything with BMX, I used to actually do photos. So like, I bought a flash, some shitty cameras, and would just take photos and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I
Like
liked
film
it.
camera?
No, just like digital.
Oh,
but
that was film.
Oh my god, that's so sick.
Because that's what he started on, was doing film.
Really?
Right? And then he switched to digital after that.
Wow.
So a lot of these
cool.
old photos are film, like that rail.
Oh my god,
that downside foot plant, that was all film.
I can't fucking do it, man. I've tried to shoot film cameras before. It's so difficult, like so hard to actually get the perfect photo. And like the thing
and you
is,
can't look at it right away. Like it's a totally different thing. Like that's
you
why
can
Brooks
fuck
is
it up.
so good.
That's the thing. You can fuck it up and not know about it.
Yeah.
Like literally, you would have to fucking like. I can't imagine having to fucking be like, yeah, it's good, man. We shot it. It's good. And then go home, do everything, develop it, comes out, and it's fucked.
Yeah.
You're like, are you serious?
Because you pay all this money, you paid for the film.
That's the thing. You paid
spent
for the
time,
film,
and then you
spent
paid
all
for
the time,
developing.
you did all of this stuff. But here's the thing: is that I wouldn't want to have to deal with telling that person that photo is fucked.
Yeah.
Right. Because when
I have a
film
funny
clip,
story.
Yeah.
But yeah. Continue.
Go ahead. No.
Oh, go. Okay. Because Brooks, so he was taking photos. He was like getting into photography.
Okay.
And then, and obviously he rode, so we knew each other. And Chase BMX, do you know this magazine?
Yeah.
Okay. So they would do rookie bios on people. And they contacted me and wanted to do a rookie bio on me. So they're like, we just need some pictures and I'll ask you some questions and just answer them through email. So they were like, do you have a photographer? And I was like, yeah. So I was just like, hey, Brooks, you want to be the photographer? And so he was still pretty new to BMX or to photography, sorry.
Okay.
And so he was like, yeah, let's do it. So we had some plans, like I want to do this, I want to do that. And so one of the big things that I wanted to do was I want to tail whip the spine at Shell, which I had never done before.
Right.
And I was like, I'm just going to do it. Like, let me know when you have the camera set up and we'll do this whip. I'm going to do the whip over the spine.
Okay.
And so he had it all set up and I'm like super nervous. Started out on, HVXgoat. It's like the big quarter there.
Yep.
Started out on HVXgoat and I was just like, took a couple test runs and then I was like, I'm going to send it this time. So I went, sent it, landed it, couldn't believe that I landed it. Like, I honestly couldn't believe I landed it.
Yeah.
It was what a crazy experience it was. I landed. I was like, oh my God, I can't believe I landed it. And he got the picture. He's like, I'm pretty sure I got it. He got it all developed. And then he was like, dude, it's like super dark.
Oh,
and I was like, is it? And he showed me it. And I was like, I don't know. It's not that dark.
Yeah.
But it was pretty dark. And I don't think that one was in the bio. And I was like, damn it. But because I didn't want to do it again. I was like, man, that was so scary. Like, I don't even want to try that again.
Dude, tail whipping a spine, especially the one at Shell. I mean, it's not that big, but it's like a 4.5 foot tall spine, I would say.
Yeah. And I mean, I've tail whipped it since then, obviously.
Yeah.
But at the time, it was like I was still pretty new to tail whips.
Yeah.
Like, it's not like I had done a lot of them. So doing it over that spine was freaky.
Oh, fucking
but
definitely.
It was funny that he was like, yeah, I didn't. It was.
Yeah.
Whatever, something was too low. He didn't have the shot. I don't know.
That sucks.
But yeah, but he was learning, right? So
Yeah.
it's totally understandable. I'm pretty sure I still have that slide too. I have like the slide of it.
That's interesting, man.
Yeah.
That's got to be the worst. I've had that happen where, like I shoot a clip for somebody and then like, I'll look at it. Luckily, because it's all digital, like at least nowadays, I'd look at it and fucking be like, oh.
Yeah.
Like I literally just spent 2 hours and I fucked it up somehow. One of the worst that I've done a couple times, and this happens once a year typically, at least when I was filming, which is good considering how much I was filming. Like, a couple years ago, I was filming every day. Every fucking day. I would be going out, going to work, come home, go out filming. And maybe once a year, there'd be one clip where like something would happen and I would film that, and then I would leave it running, but then my fucking brain is so used to just hitting the button to start a new clip.
Uh-oh.
But so then you would miss the clip.
You did it reverse, where you were now pressing it off.
Yeah.
So every time you did a clip, it wasn't recording.
Well, sort of, because I would catch it most of the time, because in my viewfinder, it would say, like, recording up in the top corner.
Oh, okay.
But it would be something where, like, I went and somebody did a trick, I was filming them, and then I like filmed whatever was going on in the corner over there, and then fucking they're coming back, and like, most of the time I would just look through the camera to see what was going on while people were turning around, getting ready or whatever. And I think I just hit the fucking button when they were coming back so that it wasn't recording. They land the trick that try. I'm like, hell yeah, that was sick. That was such a battle. Fucking right away. No.
Yeah. Like, I've done that.
Fuck.
I actually did that recently at work.
Yeah.
Like, I think this year I did that at work, and I was like, oh my God, what a rookie mistake.
So what do you do for work? I never asked about this.
Oh, I work for the Kitchener Rangers. They're like the hockey team here. So the Odd skate park, that's where I work.
That's
crazy,
at that
arena.
Man. I didn't know that. Are you like a video guy then?
Yeah,
Photo?
I do. So they have, your classic 4-sided video board.
Yeah.
And then they got 2 rings above that, LED rings.
Oh,
and
that's
then,
sick.
And then there's like the ribbon boards that go around that are more like where the audience is, kind of.
Yep.
So I do all the graphics for that. Oh, and plus they have an ice projection system as well. One of those things where it projects on the ice. Yeah. So all this stuff for that, like the motion graphics and the video editing for any sort of videos, like commercials or ads that they need.
Yeah.
I do that, and it goes on the video board and on their website. So that's like what my job is. Yeah.
Well, fucking look at you, man. You're looking at all my old vintage cameras.
Hey, I have a DVX 100B still. I can't get rid of it. And I have a Century Death Lens. It's like because I was like, should I sell it? I don't know. Like Jesse Trunco was maybe going to buy it. But it didn't fit onto his camera properly. Like we got it.
Is it the circle one?
Yes. Okay. It's a bayonet mount.
Yeah.
Right? Where it kind of.
Yeah, it like clicks on.
Yeah. It kind of just like cinches on.
So you would know the whale eye is what they call it, but the giant fucking fish eye for the HVX, right? You've seen that one, right?
It's like
It's a
It's like
square.
rounded at the edge and
Yeah.
then flat on the tops and
Oh
bottoms,
my
right?
god, I want that lens so
It's cool
bad.
looking.
But
Doesn't it? Don't you need like one of those?
You need a rail system on
Right,
the
a rail
bottom.
system, yeah.
Yeah, because the lens itself weighs 4 pounds,
Whoa.
and then you put it on a 10-pound camera. Like, my camera is not fucking light by any means.
Yeah.
It's a big fucking piece of like technology.
Yeah.
And you fucking get the rails, that's a pound. You get the you get the lens, that's 4 pounds. You're lugging around a 15-pound camera in your
You
hand.
need to hire Jeff Robertson to carry it for you,
right? No, my it's so funny, man. I always feel like my right arm is stronger than my left because I'd be filming with my
you're always
right arm.
filming,
That's the
holding
thing,
it.
right?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
at least this wrist is a lot stronger. So
Well, that might be other reasons too, though.
well, yeah, exactly.
Right?
You fucking sometimes you're just hanging out, doing the old reach around.
Is that how you do it? I was gonna say, whoa, that's next level. I've never tried that.
Hey, man, it makes sense. You can get like right in there, right?
Wow.
But-
Oh my goodness, you're really painting a picture for me.
yeah, you gotta try it out. Oh fuck! All right, so let's look at this Euro table photo that you have as well. Oh, that's not a Euro.
That's a look
table.
back.
This
Oh,
is
there
a
we go.
Euro table. There we go.
Oh, I love that photo.
This is so cool. So where is this? It's Milton, right?
Milton Skate Park. Yep.
That's sick. So
Back in the day.
is this another photo shot by? Oh my god! I'm.
By
so
the way,
bad
all
with
these photos so
names.
far, I'm not wearing a helmet in any of these,
I know. How funny
and
is that?
it reflected the time.
Yeah,
Because
exactly.
that's the way the culture was at the time. And seriously, you were right about the whole thing of like, the people you looked up to, like let's say Mike Aiken, if he was wearing a helmet,
You probably would have.
I would have been wearing a helmet because I would
Yeah.
have been like, oh, Mike Aiken wears a helmet? That's cool.
Oh, exactly.
Because look at how sick he is.
Yeah, Mike's incredible.
Yeah.
Like next level, like so good. And even to this day, like, after his crash and everything, he obviously lost some of the stuff that he was doing, but
Mm-hmm.
he's still unreal
Yeah.
to this day. So it's fucking crazy, man. But yeah, nice Euro table here. This park is actually really cool. Have you ridden the new
Yep.
park?
Yep. I rode the new
What
one.
do you think of the new one?
I mean, it's interesting. It's quite different. I rode it once, so that kind of tells you what I think of it. But
Yeah.
I do want to ride it again. I'm going to ride it in the summer this year again because I think when I rode it, it was kind of busy. There was a lot of skateboarders like riding, the actual park area.
Yeah.
And then I wanted to ride the bowl, but there was an Instagram photo shoot going on in the bowl with a bunch of teenage girls. So
Oh, of course.
couldn't ride it.
Definitely.
Yeah,
Like,
very
why is
important
this
stuff.
taking over our fucking park?
Yeah.
Like, all the people that get mad about scooter kids. Hey,
Yeah,
dude,
that's
look
worse.
to the left.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
I don't mind the scooter so much.
Yeah.
It's the Instagram photos going on.
Oh my god, it's
Yeah.
so fucking weird to me. But yeah, so obviously we have this awesome Euro table photo here. The thing that I don't like about the new Milton Park is that it's a triangle. Have you ever seen that?
Yeah, it basically is. You're
It's a
right.
triangle, which is cool, but like it only works if you're the only one riding
Yeah,
it, right?
that's
'Cause,
what I
like, The
mean.
way that you have to ride it is you'll drop in on the one bank, come around, hit that little corner thing, maybe hit the quarter pipe, and then you go into that really cool. I do really like this feature. It's that like bowl corner that drops into the ground
Yes.
and comes around.
I like that.
That's really cool
Because it's
I
fun
like
to
it.
air out of, and then whoop, you can like
Yeah.
jump. It's like a little kind of
It's a little like
jump out of
berm
it.
hip thing.
Yep.
But yeah, and then you hit, the like I think it's like an up area with some ledges and some rails.
Mhm.
It's a really cool park, but I don't know. I kind of prefer the older one personally.
Yeah, I mean that one's just more your typical kind of back and forth, like linear
Yeah.
kind of skate park. The new Milton one, it is interesting, and it is something that I have to ride more than once to like figure out the lines there, and
Right.
go on a day when it's not busy, so I can kind of figure it out. Because it's like, like Shell Park, it's the same thing. You go to Shell Park, you're like, how do I ride this place? It's a mess, right? I feel like
Fair.
the same thing with that new Milton Park.
You really
You just
need
gotta
to
figure
like
it out.
you have to go there when nobody's there
Mhm.
and like figure it out, ride it for an hour, figure out all the lines, do whatever you need to do, and
Yeah.
then it's awesome.
Yes.
So,
Because there's so many little kids that were there that didn't know what they were doing.
oh, probably.
So they didn't know what the flow of traffic was. I mean, I guess no one really did because it's kind of
Yeah.
all over the place. But yeah, that's one of those things. I'm just going to have to go back and figure it out. Maybe have Dan Kauke go with me or something. He can show me
Dan's
the lines.
unreal.
Yeah.
Dan is so good on a bike, man.
He is.
He is unreal, next level. Yeah. So before we look at the look back photo, I'm gonna check the live stream to see if anybody's left any comments for us.
Adam Roca again.
Maybe. Who knows? So we got Roughhouse BMX. They said Royce was there for a short while before he got sick and left. Told me he saw you do those. Awesome. Yeah, your kid's awesome, dude. He was really cool. I meant to actually say hello to him, but before I was able to, he ended up leaving. So tell Christopher he's dope. And then he was talking about how, 30s is the old man and how he's probably a senior citizen.
Why? Who's this guy?
So Roughhouse BMX is he's a guy who him and his kid are into BMX, and his son's like 13 or 14, I think.
Okay.
And he's definitely an older guy.
Mhm.
But to me, it's so cool because like when I got into BMX, my dad, he's always been a skater, and he saw that I really like bikes, and he actually went out and bought a bike for himself when I got one, and then we started going to like. This is when I lived in Chesley, which is near Owen Sound. I don't know if you know where that is.
I know where Owen Sound is.
Okay, so Chesley is about like an hour, not even, maybe 30 minutes south of Owen Sound.
Okay.
It's a really small town. But, he would come grab me on the weekends, and we would go and ride the Owen Sound. They had a little dirt course there for a while. It's gone now. It must be. I haven't been there in years. I bet you it's gone, though.
Yeah, I wonder if they have. Are there skate parks in Owen Sound?
There is. So there's one that was an old one that it used to have a wooden ramp, and you used to have to pay to go into it. This is years ago.
It was outdoors though.
Outdoor, and it had like a little pavilion thing that a dude would sit in. You'd pay to get in.
Okay.
And it was really shitty. Had like a wooden half pipe for a while. It ended up getting ripped out because it wasn't safe anymore.
Mhm.
But it had like two big concrete banks with like a pyramid, like a really small pyramid in the middle. And then they built a new one that's all prefab. And I haven't ridden it yet, but from what I've seen, it's basically just a prefab park.
So it's like real small.
It's not real small. It's definitely a bigger prefab park, but it is just like one of those things where it's like, I don't know. It's not the best. Like
it's on a concrete pad. So it's just like quarter pipe. And then we can put another quarter pipe over here.
Well, it's like they have some decent features. So they have like the quarter pipes and whatnot, and they have like some concrete ledges and stuff and some rails that are actually cemented into the ground. But it's one of those things that like, they basically just built it to shut everybody up.
Right.
And like, I don't know. I'm kind of like, Owen Sound's not that big. I get it. They don't have that much money, but you should really dedicate some money towards a concrete park and building something a little bit better for the community, right?
Than a prefab.
Well, and like, not to talk shit about, the city of Owen Sound, but a lot of the people there are on drugs. They don't have a lot to do,
Cocaine?
There's not much to do. Well, probably a little bit different than cocaine, but
not cocaine.
Not cocaine.
Okay.
But yeah, I don't think that they have very much to do,
What kind of drugs?
Like meth is a big thing in that area.
Doesn't Cambridge have a big meth problem? Or is it Kitchener?
Where doesn't have a big meth problem?
I don't
Kitchener
know.
definitely does.
Yeah,
Kitchener is like, you'll go downtown and you'll fucking see meth heads every day.
Yeah.
But I
don't
know.
When we were at the street jam, me and Jeff were talking. What did he say? He was telling me a story about getting pizza, and then there was like these meth heads in the back or something.
Oh, probably.
And then I was joking around that like the pizza was like the least believable part of the story.
Yeah.
Like the him getting pizza. Because like I obviously believe the meth head part.
Yeah.
It's so
yeah,
funny.
dude. Fucking Kitchener is like, it's full of them. And
Yeah.
I don't get it because like what's so weird to me is that like you'll go downtown Kitchener and that's all you'll see. It's fucking meth heads and like just shitty, sketchy people. But then you go uptown Waterloo, which is literally a 20-minute walk away, and it's all like luxurious, nice, rich people area. And like, I just don't get it. So I'm like, how is this fucking 2 kilometers away from this? And like, that is what drives property value here. So much further down in like Kitchener area, but then your property taxes in Waterloo are almost double what they are in Kitchener. Like, it's the same fucking city.
Yeah.
It's just the fact that these people hang out here and they don't hang out over here.
Right,
like,
right.
It's so weird. And for the most part, man, they're pretty harmless. Like, I mean, don't really say anything to them and they'll fucking leave you alone.
Yeah.
Like, I've definitely had my fair share of run-ins. This one day, this is fucking crazy, man. I've never told this story on the podcast before. I can't believe I haven't. But
I can't wait.
So obviously, where Victoria Street is, they have a homeless shelter around there, or like a food kitchen or whatever.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So a lot of the homeless people would hang out there. A lot of the homeless people that are there are either mentally ill or they are on drugs.
Mm-hmm.
And this fucking dude sees me and my two buddies, and this is when we were really young. Like I think I was like maybe 16, 17 years old. It's literally like 5 o'clock on a Wednesday night.
Mm-hmm.
And we're biking past this place. Fucking crazy shirtless dude with a fucking hatchet runs from across the street and starts screaming and chasing after us with this fucking hatchet.
Oh my God.
And it's like, I'm in the front and my two friends that are with me are like maybe 14 years old. They're younger than me. I'm like, I look back at them and I'm like, fucking pedal your ass off. And what's so weird is this is literally Victoria Street in Kitchener, the busiest street in Kitchener. He runs across fucking 4 lanes of traffic and starts chasing after us. I'm like, and for like unprovoked.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. I'm like, what happened?
Unprovoked. We literally were just biking down the street and just like
he just
looks
didn't
over,
like the look of you.
I think he fucking wanted to steal our bikes or something.
Oh,
you know what I
yeah,
mean?
that
I think
makes
that he
sense.
saw fucking these kids and he's like, oh, I'm gonna fucking get those bikes. And I just remember like the craziest fucking hair on him. It was like so weird, and I've always asked myself if that was like a real story, but it is.
It seems like out of a movie.
I know. It doesn't seem real. And like I remember
like, I was
went to
chased by a man with an axe. Right?
So
like to say
fucking
that
weird.
Yeah, it seems so bizarre.
And like I've never even told that story on the podcast. I don't think I've even told very many people because it isn't a believable story, but it happened. Like I could go and ask these two people and they would remember it. Like, and it's just so fucking crazy that happened.
That is nuts.
And
so you got away.
Oh yeah. But that's like the craziest experience that I had with that.
I thought the end of the story, you're like, yeah, so my one friend, he killed my
yeah,
one friend.
definitely. No,
but I got away, so it's all
I
good.
do remember that we were biking and we didn't have fucking brakes at the time, and we got pulled over by a cop like later on. She's like, you guys don't have brakes on your bikes. That's not okay. And we were like, some fucking meth head just chased us with an axe.
It's so funny that had just happened.
I'm like, what the fuck? Because I remember thinking,
you don't got
I'm like,
reflectors on your bike. You're
yeah.
Like, are you kidding me?
Yeah, like go to Victoria Street.
Yeah.
There's a guy right there.
Yeah, he's chasing after anyone with a bike with an axe. Yeah.
It's so weird, man. I remember him, I think he was yelling about like one of us stealing his bikes, but one, these are all BMX bikes, and all of these friends had these bikes for like 2 years. My bike was fucking new that I just bought. Like it's all like, I think that he was fucking just methed out. He was definitely like,
you know what would have
on
been
some crazy
funny?
Drugs.
Is if he stole your bike and then he jumped on the bike and then he didn't know how to ride a bike.
Yeah,
that would have been.
Or
hilarious.
like he fucking gets into it and the chain snaps.
Oh, that'd be cool too.
Incredible. Yeah. I've always wanted
Falls
to see
on
that
his axe.
happen.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen those videos online where it's like a prank video where they'll fucking tie like a rope to the bike and then they'll just leave it unlocked by a tree and some dude will hop on? Yeah.
Yeah, I have seen that.
Oh my God. Get annihilated.
That is funny.
I'm like, it's hard not to laugh, but it's also like, I'm going to laugh as much as I want because you just tried to steal a bike. You're a fucking idiot.
It's also funny to see the type of people that are stealing bikes. It's like this hard, like thug-looking dude.
Yeah.
And he's taking this like stupid mountain bike. Like, what?
Yeah.
It's weird.
So good. And then there's an article, I think in a mountain bike magazine. We talked about this when I worked at King Street Cycles years ago. But these guys basically set up their fucking like, commuter bikes with the hardest gear ratio, and then they loosen off the stem bolt and they would leave it unlocked at the coffee shop, like set up so that you could run and jump on and fucking get away.
Yeah.
So then this guy would he walks past, fucking takes a look at the bike, and then he turns around and tries to jump on it. And fucking the second that he goes to pedal, it's so hard that he fucking turns the bars and eats it. And like he gets up, it's like, fucking bike is broken, and like runs off.
That's so funny.
I'm like, how hilarious is that? Because like, of course that would happen, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh man. All right, so let's look at this look back photo now.
Oh yeah,
we definitely
Darien
had
Lake. That's one of my favorites.
Nice. Yeah, so I want to hear the story about this.
And that one's not
really
Brooks.
cool.
That one's Justin Festito, I think his name is.
Really?
Yeah, he's this dude from that I met at X Wheels.
Okay.
Yeah, and he would he would always be at X Wheels riding. Do you know X Wheels skate park that was in Buffalo? It's not there
I've
anymore.
heard of it probably.
It's like have you seen video footage of like Greg Henry, Charlie Crumish, all those foo guys like riding that weird little indoor skate park that they ride?
Like lately?
Yeah, recently.
Yeah, so that's Mom's skate shop, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I was talking with Greg recently, and he told me that it's right down the street from where X Wheels used to be.
Oh, that's really
yeah,
cool.
and I was like, whoa, no way, that's so crazy. So, anyways, that Justin guy was at. This was like a stunt show that we did.
Yeah.
With you know Angie Marino.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Do you know that she has an older brother who was like really fucking awesome at riding?
Didn't know that.
He was blasting huge fucking inverts out of that thing.
Wow.
Ridiculously, like seriously twice as high as I'm going, like way higher.
That's crazy.
He had a gift for just like blasting. I don't know if he still rides or not, but he was at X Wheels and he would be riding, and then Angie started riding as well.
Yeah.
So anyways, we set up this thing and it's like super ghetto rigged because it's just a quarter and then it's like a piece of plywood and then there's like ratchet straps holding it on this like painter's scaffolding. Wow. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And you got the cool like the roller coaster track in the background.
Yeah,
but we were just doing stunt shows. It's actually funny that we brought up religion earlier because this is Enemy Opposition was this company Jake Burns was starting.
Okay.
Him and his friend, who is a skateboarder, I believe. But Jake Burns is a BMXer. He was starting this company called Enemy Opposition, which was basically like a religious BMX skateboard clothing company. And he would do stunt shows as well. And I'm not religious, but he wanted me in it. And he also had riders that were religious. And he would like make a point of that during the show of like, because this was at an event at Darien Lake that's like I forget what it's called, but it's a 3-day like religious event where people who are Christian will come and they can stay at the park in like trailers or tents.
Okay.
And like obviously you're at the theme park, and then they put on other shows, and we were like one of the shows that was there doing stunts. So there's like a box jump that sets you up for this as well.
Oh, that's sick.
Yeah. So it was like, I think I have like an old video of some of the stuff that we were all doing there, but it was basically like me, I'm sure Josh Cameron, this other guy, Brandon Rizzo, Jerry Marino, and then there was like a rollerblader and like a skateboarder as well that would do it. And so we were all there. So yeah, we ended up like, I'm sure he got pictures of Jerry blasting out of that thing as well. And then I decided like, hey, I think I can do a look back out of this thing. So I did one, and he was like, yeah, I'll get a pic of it. So
wow. Yeah, that
also
is
film.
Such a crazy photo, dude.
Yeah,
like,
thanks. That's one of the ones I really like. Yeah,
I
because
actually
it looks so crazy. Like just that
dude,
there's a roller coaster in the background. It's like this weird ghetto looking ramp.
I could absolutely see this as a cover for a magazine. The only problem is that you're way up here, and I feel like
like
if it was that's the thing. I feel like if it was a magazine photo, you'd almost have to capture what's up here as well.
Right, to put the
put the title and then have everything. I'm like, but you wouldn't want to cover it up, right? Because like that's another thing when you're a photographer and you're shooting those kind of photos, you really need to think about the layout of the magazine.
Right.
Like, I mean, you can look around and see that I've got different magazine pages on the desk here. I actually have covers on this side of the desk. And, like, that's the big thing, right? Like, they really have to...
So I guess a lot of the times when they're picking a photo for a cover, that's one of the issues.
That's
you got to
definitely
make
one
sure,
of the
like,
issues.
because it's always in the same spot. Like, if it's Ride BMX, it's always at the top, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and if you have it at the bottom, that ruins your marketing, right? Like, you have to keep things uniform. That's something that I've always taken pride in, is that, like, since HVXgoat's released, my entire quote-unquote production company has been revolved around the uniform of keeping that with it, right? Like, I like the look of it. I like the text with the black outline. I liked everything about it. So that's why everything that I've done is like cartoony and it has that kind of look to it.
You just keep that, like, so the brand, that's the
well,
brand, I guess, right?
Exactly. Yeah. You want it to be something where when you look at it without even taking a minute to read any of it, you know exactly who it's from, right?
Right.
Like, if people see anything with the goat in it, typically they know that it was mine.
Right.
It's pretty cool, you know, greatest of all time and everything. But the
goat, that's what I thought it meant. I was like, he's the greatest of all time. I knew it.
Greatest of all time HVX filmer.
Yeah.
No. Yeah, but still, man, absolutely insane photo. I love it.
Yeah,
that is like such a
shout out to Justin. He did a good job with that one.
Yeah. Fucking shout out to you, man. You're the best. Justin's he's killing it, dude. Yeah. So, yeah, that's all the photos. So let's go back here.
Is that all the photos I've put up? Man, I need to put more photos up.
Not all of them, but those are the ones that I
Oh,
picked.
okay. I see.
So,
Okay.
yeah, a decent amount of them. You only have like 28 posts.
I know.
Which I was really surprised about because most of the time
I'm not
when
really
I'm like,
Instagram. I don't know. I
Yeah.
know I got to get better at it.
dude, I was having such a hard time because like most of the time I do this like I would do a high school project where like I'll plan how I'm gonna do it on Monday and then I'll just fuck around all week and then it's like Friday night and I'm like, hey, I have an entire 2-hour podcast script to write tomorrow.
Yeah. Uh-oh.
I'm like, oh my god! So I was up till like 2 a.m. last night, like doing my research and stuff.
Oh, really?
I like to do it that late because then it keeps it all fresh in my mind.
Yeah.
Whereas
that's
if it's
good.
like,
Yeah.
if I did it a week before, I'm gonna
It's like
look at it
cramming
and be
right
like,
before
what
a
the fuck?
test.
Yeah,
Right, yeah.
exactly. That's like kind of how I've always done it. So, yeah. So what's your favorite trick right now? And
Right
before you
now?
answer that, can you pass me that other beer that's in there?
I will gladly do that.
Yeah, it's 1 o'clock. Come on, we can do this.
Ooh, let me look at it first.
Nice.
Settle
Are you
down.
a craft beer drinker?
I'm not really a beer guy, to be honest.
Okay.
I like ciders. Don't judge
Okay,
me.
yeah.
Don't judge me. But
No, I was just wondering.
I like ciders.
Yeah, I always feel bad because I'm such a crafty beer guy, and
Oh,
half
yeah?
the people that come on here don't drink craft beer, or they're not into beer, and I always want to offer, but I never bring it in here because people never want it. So,
Oh. Yeah. No, I mean,
Fair enough.
I would have one, but yeah, I'm not a beer guy.
no,
really.
that's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, what's your favorite trick right now?
Right now, well, it's actually kind of funny because that was I just put up a post of me doing another bar spin to manual to tail whip. And
Yeah,
I was
I
like,
saw
my
that.
my last post was a bar spin to manual to tail whip, but it's a little different, obviously.
Yeah.
But that was it's kind of funny because that was a New Year's resolution of mine. Like I kind of every year I try to think of a trick that I want to do that year. And I was like, I haven't done a manual to tail whip in a long time, so I should try and get those back. So I messed around with it a little bit at inflow and I almost got one. So I was like, oh man, I got to do that. So I ended up when I went to Joyride, that one where I do it's like across that little like kind of lip box thing.
Yeah.
Where I do bar spin, manual, and then whip. And I landed one and I was like, oh shit. So at the end of the night, I asked Jess if he could just film it. I'm like, maybe I'll throw this up because I'm like, wow, I ended up doing it already. Like, so I'm like, I got to think of another like New Year's resolution thing to do, but they're really fun to do. Like, I don't know. It just feels so cool to like link a bar spin, a manual, and then a whip. It's like you're doing
A whip is
trick
such
in and
a
a trick
good,
out.
difficult trick to do out of a manual. You know
It's
what I
weird.
mean?
It's a bit weird because when I first was trying to relearn it, I was trying with Gabe.
Yeah.
And me and him were both trying it, and I'm like, it's weird because like when you do a hop tail whip, like if you're going into a bank or just doing it flat or whatever, both your wheels are on the ground, so you can kind of control your pivoting.
Yeah.
But when you're manualing and you try and whip out of a manual, it's almost like because you're going from your back tire, your body, you kicking, it's like it makes your body wanna spin.
Yeah, it
You know
almost
what I
makes
mean?
sense to do a 180 whip.
Yeah,
You know?
like it's almost like it wants you to do like a 180 downside whip.
Yeah.
Like it's weird. So you have to figure that out. You almost have to like I keep bumping this thing. You
Yeah.
almost have to like carve to the right a little tiny bit. That's at least what I
Damn.
do. Is
Yeah.
I kind of carve to the right like a little bit, and when I'm near the end of the manual and I know I'm about to do a whip, like to do the hop, I turn to the right just a little bit so that way I land straight. It's
Yeah,
weird.
that's fucking crazy, man.
It's weird. But once you get the hang of it, they're not bad at all. Like once you get that, it's just like doing a manual to bar spin, you know. It's
Yeah.
like once you get that pop and you know you can get it around, then they're not that bad.
That's
Mhm.
sick, man. Yeah, I've always wanted to do manual to whip. That's like
Yeah.
on my list. I've always wanted to do wall ride to whip. So now that I got whips like absolutely quote unquote dialed, I should
got
be
'em
good.
dialed.
Yeah, I got them dialed. I did
If
3
I
of
see
them
a
in a
clip
row.
of you landing with your foot on the frame,
Oh, dude,
don't you
absolute.
dare.
You will never see another clip of that.
Okay,
I will
good.
not be posting another clip of that.
We were talking about how Ryan Biz Jordan,
yeah,
there was like an old video of him where there was in his video part, there's him landing whips to the frame. And we're like, it's funny because at the time, no one cared because you're like,
Yeah.
that's crazy that he did the hop down whip on a bank.
yeah.
But now it's like, it doesn't age well.
There's a clip of me in Space Goats where I land frame.
Yeah.
And then there's a couple clips in Fuck Asses where I land frame too.
That's
but
funny.
yeah, I'm like, you know what? If I ever film another video, it won't be in there. So there we
Yeah,
go.
you'll have it to the pedals.
Yeah, there'd be pedals.
Or you know what you do? You do it to crank arms because that's what everyone does now.
Well, I'll be honest. It was the cranks, the one
Good.
that I landed. So.
Oh, was it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Because you need grip tape on those cranks so you don't slip off.
Oh,
Yeah.
no thanks, man. I'm not that fucking parky. Oh, dude. You know what's a good question for you, actually?
What's your favorite trick right now?
My favorite trick right now. Oh, that's a good question. You know,
Like you mean to
don't
do,
know.
right? That's what you
Yeah.
meant, like to actually do? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For me, I don't know. I think when I'm riding, I really like tables and turn downs. It's
Mhm.
always been my tricks. Is like there's nothing like a good table air
Oh,
on a
yeah.
quarter pipe, and a turn down is awesome on anything.
Yeah.
So turn downs are definitely my favorite. I like T-bogs, but I'm not as good at them as I was at one point.
Oh.
Like I always fucking either catch it perfectly or I eat shit. So I'm like always very on the fence about even doing them.
I haven't
Like,
done a toboggan in so long.
they're such a good trick, but like my problem is that I always try and get stylish with them and like
Mhm.
steeze it out. So I always want to do it so that it's
You
like,
like almost tilt it a bit,
yeah,
like a
you
table.
try and table it, and like whenever you do that, the way that you bring the bike back doesn't work. Like it's not the same. Your bar goes in a different position.
Oh, so
And
you're afraid of missing the handlebar.
That's the thing. I
connection.
always miss the handlebar, and like if you look at my arm, right here, I'll put this on here. You can see that this chunk of my tattoo is super fucked up.
Oh yeah.
So that's actually because
That's the top of your arm though.
yeah. So this is the arm that I take off. I was doing a like tabled out toboggan at the odd. I had set up this kicker jump like 5 feet from the pyramid, and then you're gapping over the
Oh, yeah.
pyramid into the other
Like
side.
you had, was it the same one that you brought to the jam?
A bigger one. It was
Bigger.
a wooden one, and we didn't put it on the ramp. We had set it. It was an actual like standalone kicker. So we had moved it back so that you drop in and you hit this jump and then go into the other side of the pyramid.
Okay.
So
So
it's
you're
like
actually gapping to
You're
the pyramid.
gapping to the other side of it. So it's
Yeah.
a landing ramp, right? So it was set up like nice and big. I did it a couple times as normal, and then the one time I tried to get it to like, table it a little bit
Mm-hmm.
and fucking missed my bar and got the bar right to my like armpit,
Ooh.
went over the bars and slid on the concrete right there. And I had the nastiest fucking scab, like, for the
Ugh.
camera, like this fucking big by like that on my fucking arm for so long. And like at this point, I had already had my arm tattooed, obviously. So like,
Did
if
you have to
are,
get it touched up, or was it
I haven't
okay?
gotten it touched up yet,
Because
so
it
is
looks, you
still
can see
fucked.
where it is.
But
yeah.
it's not that bad, but we're gonna touch it up. Luckily, my dad's a tattoo artist, and he
That's
did all my
convenient.
stuff, so
Yeah.
it's not that.
I
big of a
wondered that
deal.
about you when I saw your tattoos. I wondered if you were a tattoo artist.
No, I am not. My dad is.
So he did all those for you?
He did every single one of them.
That's so cool.
Yeah, and this one was actually my first tattoo ever. Was my whole left arm. So like
Really?
literally 17 years old in high school, one January, he's like, hey, I got some time off. Let's set up a date. So
No way.
skip school for the day, and fucking whole arm gets done up.
Oh, that's sick.
And then,
you
uh,
roll into school the next day all badass with your
Well,
new tattoo.
fucking definitely had just the outlines. But
Yeah.
by the time that I finished grade 11, I think, or no, grade 12. By the time I finished grade 12, I had a whole sleeve. And then I had to go back for a like half semester just because of the like I went to a boarding school
Okay.
beforehand. So I went to a boarding school for 2 years. But one of the things in that boarding school is that you end up missing 2 credits because of the way that they teach. It's a little bit different. So no matter what, you have to go back for a half semester.
Oh.
So I go back, and by the time that I finished there, I had this arm started. So like 18 years old, already had 2 sleeves, which is
Yeah.
awesome.
That's
So,
crazy.
yeah, man. My dad's he's unreal.
So
like-
what's the tattoo shop?
So he owns Wonderland Studios on Victoria and Duke, or Victoria and Weber.
Okay.
Yeah, so he's been tattooing for longer than I've been alive, which is crazy.
Yeah, wow.
Like he's so good too. Like it's unreal.
That's awesome.
Definitely, if you guys are listening, go on over to Wonderland Studios.
Yeah, if you're
and-
looking for some ink,
yeah,
right?
you're definitely gonna have to wait a couple of months to even get an appointment.
Oh,
so,
wow. He's got a big waiting list.
Oh my god, yeah.
That's cool.
That was like, he started the shop a couple years ago. He originally worked at Tora, if you know Tora Tattoo.
I don't really
so-
know any tattoo
No,
shops.
that's okay.
But
Tora's been around. It's one of the longest running tattoo shops in like all of Kitchener area for
Oh,
sure.
really? Okay.
Yeah. And
where is that one?
Tora is like kind of uptown Waterloo area.
Okay.
They own a house. It's behind McPhail's. Do you know where McPhail's Cycles is? was next to Harmony Lunch when that was still around.
These all sound so familiar, but I don't know.
No, that's okay. You're not really from here. That's the
No,
thing that I have to
and
remember.
it's so funny because at work, like I've been like at my job working for Kitchener Rangers. This is my 8th season.
Oh wow.
So I have been here for a while, but I still don't know where anything is. Like
Yeah.
people are always asking me, like, oh, blah blah blah. Like people literally, there's a girl at my work who she's one of the newer people there, and she has probably been working there for like 2 years now. I think this is her 2nd year working there. But
Okay.
she knows where more shit is than I do.
Oh wow.
Like she's always like, oh, you know, blah 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 or blah blah blah, like places, and I'm like, I don't
No.
really know Kitchener. I was like, I gotta get out more. Jesus.
Mason Patrick says that mid-school BMX is the best BMX. Mason, you are my new best friend.
What's that?
Thank you so much. Mid-school BMX?
Yeah.
Do you not know what mid-school is?
I don't know.
You're from the mid-school era.
That's mid school?
Like 2000s, like
Oh,
90s,
that's what that means?
2000s, yeah.
Oh, okay. I
So
don't
there's
know.
old school and then there's mid-school riding. and then
Oh,
there's,
I
like,
see
new
mid school.
You know what
I thought
mean?
it was a place.
No.
I thought he was saying like mid school, like some shop or something.
No, mid-school is the best. Thank you for saying that,
Yeah,
Mason.
thank you for
We
saying
love
that.
you.
Yay.
Yeah, I always love it. That's like one of my favorite, like, I guess, quote unquote genres of
Yeah.
BMX. You have old school, and then you've got like, I like to equate mid school riding with like the props videos and stuff. That's a
Mhm.
good way to like basically tell somebody.
100%.
Because most people that ride BMX have seen a props video.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's definitely one of my favorite fucking things to watch was those videos. A lot of the riding was so cool,
It was also different too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like now, we were talking about this. Me, Matt, Drew were talking about this. Plus, even when Greg Henry, when I saw him a couple weeks back or last week,
He
I
was
guess,
at bike night this week.
at
at,
Inflow,
Inflow, yeah.
right? Yeah, that's what. Because I went on Thursday, and Matt Drew said he was at Inflow, right?
Yeah.
And he was saying Greg was there, and I was like, oh, I should have went. Maybe
Dude.
instead of going to Joyride, I should have went to Inflow instead.
Matt is insane.
oh,
That
he's
fucking dude.
I was
is
gonna say when you were
nuts.
talking about toboggans, I'm like,
Yeah.
his toboggans are sick.
Dude, he like literally comes to the park comes to Inflow, drops in, hits the vert wall to the fucking ceiling, hits the spine, and then does ice to fakie on that extension quarter. Like
What?
first go of the day.
Whoa!
I'm like, what the fuck, dude? Like,
I don't
and the
even think
best
I've
part
ever
is that
seen him do
Jeff right away. He's like, local rider,
Local
everybody.
rider. That's
Oh,
hilarious. Yeah, between
fuck.
him and Gabe, they just destroyed that place, eh?
Oh my god, Gabe's unreal.
Yeah, he's unreal.
I'm like, and of course, his dad owns the place. And
Yeah, but
like,
still, I
yeah,
mean-
he's fuck, dude, unreal.
Insane.
Yeah,
His nose wheelies.
nose wheelies.
He's got
his
everything.
Fucking whip.
He was
tricks,
doing. I was
everything.
saying because Mike Varga was at Joyride on Thursday, and he was doing 540 foot jam nose picks. But he was doing like 540 foot jam nose pick, and then I think he was trying something else before he went in, like bar spin in or something. But when he was doing that, I was like, I was at Inflow like a couple months ago, and Gabe was trying to do 540 Vader, like where you go on the front.
Whoa, that's crazy.
Yeah, he was almost getting it. He was getting
Yeah.
pretty close.
Yeah,
But we were
Gabe-
like trying to figure out how he would even keep his foot.
Gabe
I
is
don't know.
seriously one of my favorite local riders
Oh,
because
yeah.
he is so all around. You can take
Yes,
that fucking
yes.
dude anywhere. And like when we did the podcast with him, we actually talked about why it's important to become an all around rider that's able to
Mhm.
ride everything.
Yes.
And like it just makes sense, dude. Like realistically, do you want to go to a fucking park with all your friends and then not be able to ride it because you've
Yeah.
never actually been able to do any of that stuff? Or do you want to be able to fucking shred and have fun and go anywhere on a bike?
Mhm.
Like just by limiting, like if you limit yourself to only being able to ride park or only riding dirt or only riding street or only riding flatland, you are fucking yourself so badly.
Mhm.
Like there's so much about BMX, For me, it's always been something where like I love the freedom of it. I love the fact that I can just hop on my bike, ride anywhere, ride anything, do whatever is gonna make me happy, or
Mhm.
feel right to do. It's so weird, like I've said this so many times on the podcast, that exact fucking line, but also I've said, if anybody that isn't into BMX just tunes into this one day and watches it, they'll never fucking get it.
Yeah.
You have to be a skateboarder, you have to be a scooter rider, you have to be a BMX rider, you have to be somebody that enjoys this stuff and plays a big role in your life.
Yeah. Yeah. To understand that
Oh,
whole
of
thing.
course.
Mhm.
Is there anything from BMX that has taught you, like, something that you take into the normal everyday life? It's a good question.
That
eh?
is a very good question. I think a lot of things.
Yeah. That's like, it's so important to me, you know?
Yeah, I
BMX
mean-
has taught me everything.
Perseverance would be the biggest one.
Yeah.
Because if you're trying to learn something, like just having that tenacity to like keep at it, and then you get rewarded with learning something new, and it's such a great feeling
Oh,
to
absolutely.
learn something new or to get good at something where you just practice, and now like that thing that you used to be scared to try or used to be scary to you, now it's not, right? It's like old habit.
Oh, yeah.
So stuff like that, it's crazy. And like the best example of, when people say like, oh, tail whips are so hard or bar spins, like I don't understand how you could do bar spins so easily. And it's like, it's just repetition. It's constantly doing it and doing it and doing it. And the best way to describe that is like, have you ever drove a car and then, you press on the brake, you press on the gas, you press on the brake. Have you ever tried to use your left foot to press on the brake?
So I'll be honest with you. I don't have a license, but I have driven cars. Driven. Sorry. I have terrible English. If Taylor is listening
my
to this
English
right now,
is terrible too,
dude.
I'm doing it as a joke. I'm digging at you.
Yeah, my girlfriend, she actually went to university for like English and all this stuff as well.
Uh-oh.
So like most
So
of
you
the
get
time,
it from her too, I
dude.
guess.
Most of the time, like even the other day when I did Spinner's podcast, I had to send him all the questions beforehand. I made her read through it twice just to make sure that I had no spelling
Yeah, like the
mistakes, no
grammar was
grammatical
good,
things, and
yeah.
like literally, I give her my laptop and I'm like, "Hey, can you read through this, Tay?" She's like, literally in the first sentence, like, come on, dude.
That's funny.
She's gonna be my voluntold editor on how to, post everything to my website when that's
good.
up and running.
Yeah. Well, at least you have that.
Nobody
though.
else is gonna fucking be able to understand it.
Yeah. Well, bless her.
Yeah, she's the best. Shout out to the lamb.
Shout outs.
Oh man,
What were we just talking about?
just perseverance.
Oh
and
yeah,
what
yeah.
BMX
That
does
oh yeah,
for
because
you.
I was saying about, have you ever tried to press
Yeah,
the
yeah.
brake with the left foot?
So I'll be honest with you. When I first got into a car and was trying to drive it,
You did that?
I did.
You left foot
both
brake?
foot.
Left-
I did both
left-
feet. So like
left
one
foot
foot
braking.
on the gas, one foot left foot on the brake.
Like you're driving a go-kart.
Yeah, and it was weird. I was like, I don't know why I felt so like, oh, this is how you do it. 'Cause
Yeah,
it's not.
that's what I thought too.
Yeah.
When I first started, but then it was like right away. I think my stepdad, that was the first I drove his truck. He like
Yeah.
let me drive his truck on a back street.
I'm like, this is how you do
Yeah,
burnouts, right?
He thought. Well, I was just used to a go-kart.
Yeah.
So right away, I was just like, and he was like, whoa, 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 whoa. Yeah, because I just like stomped on the pedal. But and I was left foot braking, so he showed me that no, you use one at a time. You just
Yeah.
use one foot, and you got to press either the brake or the gas because you don't want to press them both at the same time.
Well, why not? That's how you do
Well,
burnouts.
if you're a race car driver, you
Yeah.
would do that, but not on normal. Anyways, the point of that is, I guess it doesn't work for you, but if a normal person who's not used to pressing the brake with their left foot, when they do that, it's like you almost just slam on the brakes because your leg doesn't have that muscle memory to know the sensitivity of the brake pedal. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that's the same as like you learn a trick, like why can you do a bar spin good one way, and then you're like, oh, I know how to do a bar spin. I should be able to do an opposite one, but it's like your arm doesn't know that yet. You got to do repetition and practice and teach your body, right? So that was like a big lesson that I learned from riding as well, of just like, if you want to get good at something, you really got to practice at it too.
That's actually a really good point because, dude, oppo whips make zero sense to me. I had so many people tell me that I was just doing whips the wrong way when I was trying them. They're like, you're probably opposite foot for whips then. And I was like, that doesn't make any fucking sense.
Because you kick with
Because
I always
caught with my foot that I kick with. So I kick with my back foot, but then I also caught with this foot on the frame. So like, it just doesn't make any sense. I had
Yeah.
people try and tell me, they're like, well, you probably are supposed to be catching with your other foot.
Oh.
And like, you're probably supposed to be
Yeah.
doing it the other way. And I'm like, well, no.
So did you change or no?
I tried it a couple times. I couldn't even kick the bike. Like, because
But then that you would be kicking with the front foot.
that's the thing. Then it's a true
Yeah, you don't
oppo
want to
whip.
do that.
That's the thing. So like, I don't know who told me that, but dude, you're a fucking idiot.
That's terrible advice. Terrible advice.
Terrible
Oh
advice.
my goodness. Where's that person now?
I don't know, man. Probably not doing much.
Not doing well, right?
Yeah.
Chasing after people with an axe, probably.
Yeah.
It was him, wasn't it?
Probably. I think it might have been.
Yeah.
You know, they were kind of similar.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck. So, we did bail of the week earlier. What's the worst slam you've ever had?
Oh. Worst slam.
It's always
I
like
would
really shitty to try and remember this, eh? It's like,
Well,
fuck, I
that's
had
the-
it blocked in my memory,
yeah,
man.
that's the thing. I think the worst slam I ever took where I didn't break anything, but it is definitely the worst. I have CTE for sure. It is definitely the worst concussion I ever got. It was bad. I'll tell you the full story. So I'm at Woodward working there, but I'm at a time of day where because when you're an OSI and open skate instructor, you would do a morning shift for 2 hours, 2 hour break, afternoon shift, like a noon shift for 2 hours, 2 hour break, and then you do your evening shift for 2 hours, and then you're off for the rest of the night. So usually you don't ride during the day. You usually just save it for nighttime because that's when everyone goes. They go ride Lot 8 or Cloud 9.
Okay.
And it's like a big session. Like some of the pros will come out if they're staying there. They usually come out at night as well. And you get the whole park to yourself because all the campers are sleeping, right?
Right.
But I rode during the day in the morning because I was just like, I'll get a session in before I have to go back and do my next shift. So I was at this one park, I think it's called the School, and they had this bank and then a big vert wall. And I remember the guy, Harrison Boyce. So Harrison Boyce is a pretty good BMXer. I don't know if he still rides, but he's a pretty good BMXer. He used to ride and work for McNeil. So he's from Vancouver, Canadian guy. He was at the camp riding, and I remember watching him just boosting up this vert wall. And I was like, okay, I want to like get good at going up the vert wall. It looks so cool, and to go up that high, you'd be able to get good speed for box jumps and stuff. So I was trying to go higher and higher, just like he was, and he was getting up to where those Woodward stickers are. So he was like near the ceiling, I guess.
Damn.
So I was trying to do that, and I got up this time to where the stickers were. I was at where the stickers were, but I'm coming in, and I don't know what happened, but I got a little bit of a wobble, full X up, right to my head on the and I remember right up until the point where I impact.
Oh man.
Hit and then blank until waking up in the infirmary, like kind of coming to.
Oh my god.
Like that's where my memory starts again.
Yeah.
And then I wake up in the infirmary, like my memory comes back, and they're asking me questions. They're like, "Do you know what day it is?" And I'm like, yeah, well, I was like, I can see that because I could see Woodward, like all the signage around, and I'm like, well, I can see that I'm at Woodward, and I'm not supposed to be here for a few months. So it was like June, but I thought it was like March.
Yeah.
Like, because I knew I was going to be going to work there.
Yeah.
In my mind. At that point. So I was like, so I think it's like March or something like that. And they're like, no, it's like June. I was like, shit. And then they're like, you took a really bad fall. You hit your head. They're like, you didn't remember your name. You didn't remember where you were from. You didn't remember anything when you first got here. You had no memory. And I was like, what? And they're like, so we're going to do a couple memory tests with you. And they gave me like 3 words to remember. It was like tire, clock, boot. It was just like 3
just
random
basic
words. And then they timer, 30 seconds goes by. What were those words? Don't know. I know you told me words, but I don't remember any of them. They did that again. They would do it like every 10 minutes or so. They were checking up on me. And then I got to the point where I was remembering. And I was like, okay, yeah, I do remember. Okay, well, we're going to have you go to the hospital. They're going to get you checked out. So I went to the hospital, and they were just like, yeah, you got a concussion. There's really nothing you can do other than just like hang out
wait it out.
Yeah, in like a dark area, like try not to be outside in the sun. So they had a guy, I forget who it was, but one of my friends at the camp had to like watch over me kind of because at that time, I think this is different now, but you weren't supposed to fall asleep after a concussion. But I think that's different now. I think it is good to do that, but they were worried you would like go and slip into a coma or something because your brain is like swollen, right? So I wanted to lie down and go to sleep so bad because I was so tired. But it was really like, it was like noon. Or it was like 1 PM.
Yeah.
So I shouldn't be tired. But it was just from hitting my head, obviously. So I did go and just kind of lay down. I tried to lay down. The guy's like, you're not supposed to be laying down, though. And I'm like, but let me just lay down. Just don't let me fall asleep.
Yeah.
And then I was like, oh, shit. I just had this feeling of like, I'm going to throw up. And I tried to run to get to the bathroom, and I just ended up like barfing all over the grass.
Oh, shit.
And that was like from hitting my head, obviously.
Oh, yeah.
And then I wasn't good for like, they kept making me do these like little exercise drills to see if I was dizzy after. And it took me like another week before I was okay. And then they gave me but this is the craziest part. They gave me like, they were like, yeah, okay, you're good to ride after a week. They were just like, you're good. And so I started riding again,
Oh, wow.
and I even hit my head again. But I didn't get knocked out. But I'm
Jesus.
like, that's why I'm like, I definitely have CTE probably.
Oh my God, man.
Yeah, but that's probably the worst slam. I know it's not like a broken bone or anything, but just now all the stuff we know.
No, dude, those head injuries are way worse.
I just think that one way worser. I know you didn't say worser, but I say worser.
There you go.
But yeah, that was probably I think my worst injury, because I have broken bones before I've done that.
Yeah.
But that one was just like, looking back on it, like, I had
Dude,
helmet
a head
on.
injury is...
They thought I didn't have a helmet.
Oh my God.
When I was at the infirmary, they said, you must have not been wearing a helmet. And I said, nope, I always wear my helmet, especially if I'm at Woodward. There's no way I wouldn't wear my helmet, because I wouldn't want to be caught riding and get kicked out of camp or whatever. Like, I was worried that would happen.
Yeah.
So I was like, there's no way. And then even, oh yeah, okay, wait. I got to go back, because the whole part where I don't remember,
Okay.
there was a guy who was the OSI who was watching over the park, and he was a BMXer.
Yeah.
Who I knew, because it's like when you go to Woodward camp,
You meet everybody.
Almost everyone's a BMXer there who works there.
Yeah.
There's not really a whole lot of skateboarders or rollerbladers or whatever.
Yeah.
So it's
Well,
like
fucking-
but it's like everyone's your friend.
Yeah.
Because you all have that common bond of BMX. You're all into the same shit. And even though you all have your little personalities that are different, everybody just like gets along. It's amazing, right? So this guy who was, I consider a friend, he saw it happen, and he was like, dude, and he was retelling me the story. He was like almost in tears telling me the story, because he was like, dude, that was the scariest fucking thing I've ever seen. And he's like, I went up to you, because he's like, you hit your head and you got up and you were stumbling and you were like falling over and you kept trying to get up. And he's like, I ran down to you and I tried to just chill. And he like tried to get me to stop. And he said I went into full convulsions. I was just like convulsing on the ground.
Oh, no.
And he was like, like he didn't know what to do. He's like, I don't know what the fuck. Yeah. And then so he called and then they got me. I stopped convulsing. And then I think it was a few hours from that point until me remembering like what happened.
Jesus.
Like for me remembering like even what was going on. And then my memory came back a bit to the point where I can remember being on the vert wall, about to crash, and then there's like a couple hours of blank, and then I'm in the infirmary talking to the doctor or whoever.
Fuck, man, that is scary.
Crazy. Yeah, so that's why I consider that one the worst slam I ever took, just because that memory gap is so big.
Oh, dude, and CTE is something that a lot of people don't actually know much about yet. So like obviously earlier this week we had the 4th anniversary of Dave Mira's death, unfortunately. And it was from suicide, which is really sad, but
That's
something
insane.
to really bring up about this is that you see it a lot in like pro football and NFL, that these dudes end up fucking going crazy in their mind.
Well,
CTE,
did you see the Aaron Hernandez documentary?
Yeah, I haven't seen it, but I've
know
heard
about
enough about it.
Yeah.
You know, I listened to this podcast called "The Fighter and the Kid," and it features
Brendan Schaub and
Brian Callen.
Yeah.
Do you listen to it?
I don't listen to that like I do listen to some of them.
Okay.
There's a few comedians they have on there that I really like, and I love Brian Callen.
Brian's incredible.
Yeah, Brandon Schaub I'm on the fence about. Like he's kind of like, because he's a fighter. His personality is a little different for me, but I don't mind him. I just don't go out of my way to like watch
that's fair.
Fighter and the Kid. But if they have like a cool guest on, I always watch it.
Yeah. So the Fighter and the Kid, Brandon Schaub used to be a UFC fighter, and he was actually like one of the best at the time, is what I've heard. I've never really gotten into it.
Yeah, I think he was kind of like he won a bunch of fights and he lost a bunch of fights. So he wasn't like, a Conor McGregor where he's kind of like killing it, like destroying everyone, or like a what's that other guy? Khabib, Nurmagomedov.
Yeah, you've got fucking Khabib, you've got all these other dudes. But he talks about CTE a lot and like what kind of happens with that. And you see it with UFC fighters, you see it with a lot of people with football. It's very prevalent in football.
Yeah, because football, they're always taking hits.
And especially
constantly.
because the NFL and like all these people have been trying to keep it on the down low, and it's starting to really come out, and they're starting to panic about it.
NHL's the same way.
Yeah, and CTE is a big thing where basically when you hit your head enough, your like brain starts to change. Obviously, it's like it starts to get really fucked up. And I think they were saying it's like some sort of toxin or something that ends up being like released from it, and it starts to kind of deteriorate itself, and it starts to really fuck up the way that you think. It starts to like give you depression. It starts to do all this stuff to you. You often see a lot of these people like, having crazy manic episodes or something where they don't know what the hell's going on. And a big thing that you'll see is like, it's happened before where NFL guys will like end up killing themselves and they'll shoot themselves in the chest because then they can save their brain.
Yeah, there's that
for,
one
like,
famous case where the guy shot himself in the chest and left a note saying like he wanted his brain to be
studied.
Yeah,
and it's unfortunate. It's really fucking sad, but that's something that happens, and that's a really big thing where a lot of people think that's what happened with Mira. I haven't looked into it too much.
Oh no,
I was 100%. Pretty sure
there was a
big case of CTE, right?
Yes, because I read this interview that I don't remember who did the interview, but it was with Dave Mira's wife, and she gave them consent to do an autopsy on his brain, and they sent it somewhere in Toronto. It might have been the University of Toronto or some hospital in Toronto. I know it was in Toronto though, and they looked at it and they said, yeah, he had a bad case of CTE. He did have it. Which makes sense because
absolutely.
There was really no reason for him to kill himself. Like, think of his life. Think of how amazing he is. He was still healthy. He had a wife.
Kids,
he had two
everything.
girls that he loved, like daughters.
And like, that's not to say that he doesn't have a reason to be depressed. There's a big thing with a lot of people where like, all that money and all that fame and all that stuff that should make you happy just doesn't.
Mm-hmm.
But in Dave's case, he was a really normal guy. Like, he had all that stuff, but he was still, you could tell from the outside that he was still happy. And I know that's not the case with a lot of people, and it sucks. A lot of the time it is something where you don't see it coming and you can't help, but I don't think that was the case. I think it was a big deal with CTE. I think it played a big part in it, and that's unfortunately, we lost a legend due to it.
Yeah.
And like,
but you look at someone
look
like
at the
Dave
fucking
Mira.
crashes that he's had. Look at the shit that's happened to him.
But that's the thing, though, is think of Dave Mira compared to someone like Matt Hoffman or Jay Miron. Dave Mira wasn't really known for big crashes because he was a pretty consistent guy, and when he was in contests, he was usually landing all of his shit. He didn't fall really a whole lot that I remember. But you look at someone like Matt Hoffman, that dude fell. Like, I heard, I know Brooks, my friend Brooks, he told me he read his autobiography or biography, whatever it was, his book, Matt Hoffman. And in that book, he basically said he lost count of how many concussions he had gotten after 50 concussions.
Oh my God.
So, like, how come that dude seems all cheery and jovial? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think it's
I think it's a lot genetics too.
It's definitely got to do with genetics. I think it would play, with my uneducated guess here and whatnot. I think that it really just depends on where you've hit your head, where, like, what's happening in there, the different experiences you've went through. Because, like, it's so weird that our brains have, like, I'm a big person that believes in evolution and whatnot. It's so weird that our fucking brains are like,
wait a minute. Like, we came from monkeys?
Well, sort of.
That's ridiculous. Okay. Have you not read the Bible?
No, I haven't read the Bible.
Okay.
Definitely not. No,
Okay.
but I've seen all the crazy people yelling and screaming about it.
Yeah, they're passionate.
And, all the...
Those are my friends.
All the priests and whatnot being pedophiles and whatnot. But not to get into that.
Yeah, I can't support that.
Yeah, definitely.
Even in a joking way.
No, I think that a big part of that is that, like, it's weird that our brains haven't evolved in a way, because, like, we essentially just have a big fucking shell that it's kept in with a bunch of liquid, and then it's like just moves side to side. Like, you would think that there'd be some way of, like,
but we're not supposed to be hitting
that's
our
the
head.
thing.
We're not supposed to be doing these activities where we're hitting.
Yeah,
our
I
head.
guess that's a good point.
Right? So
Yeah.
We haven't had time to evolve for that.
Yeah, I guess that's a good point, actually. But yeah, I think CTE is definitely going to start to play a big role.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder,
well, it's
like,
just crazy for football because football is
that's all you do.
I got to think is probably the worst because I mean I did work for a football team. I worked for the Hamilton Ticats before working for the Kitchener Rangers, and yeah, it's like practices. They're just slamming into each other nonstop. Like, that's the game.
Oh my God,
right?
it's
Like,
so crazy.
You're constantly boom bouncing, hitting helmets. Like, that's part of doing a proper tackle is like head first, like lean into it. I remember this one hit when I was at a game working. So it was a live hit that I saw. I was like, that guy. I'm like, he's paralyzed. The way he just collided with that dude. He went full on head in, and he's like a 240-pound linebacker, full tilt, running at this dude. Collided both heads, and I was like, this guy has got to be paralyzed. But he ended up getting up. But he later told us that he was like, yeah, I had no idea what was going on. I didn't know really like
Oh my
what
God.
like, and he still played the rest of the game. They didn't even pull him out because this was before the whole like CTE, like before that was anything.
That is so weird to me.
So he was still in the game, but like now, if that happened, he would be like probably sidelined until the next season.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, like it's insane to think about how that happens, right? And like one person that I'm kind of interested to see where it goes is Brennan Began after that huge El Toro crash. You know, you've seen that clip, right?
I don't think so.
You've never seen the clip of him trying to half cab El Toro?
I don't think so.
Oh my God. Okay, I'm
Are
gonna
you
pull
pulling
that
this
up.
thing up?
I'm gonna pull it up right now.
Pull it up.
Oh my God, pull that shit up, Jamie.
Yeah.
Did you watch Joe Rogan
yeah,
at all?
I do.
Yeah.
I should just we'll pretend there's a Jamie here.
Yeah.
That we have a Jamie.
I wish.
Are you like the Joe Rogan of BMX podcast, do you think?
I would love to be, you know, maybe one day. It is my goal to one day be the biggest BMX podcast ever. I think that would be awesome.
That'd be cool.
You know,
Yeah, this is pretty good so far. I like it.
Well,
I
thank
like
you,
the way
man.
you do it.
I
like
try and
with
do
the
it-
questions and stuff. It's cool.
yeah, I try and do it so that it's fun, you know, and
Mhm.
keeps it like fun, but also ends up having like a serious note to it as well.
Yeah. Oh, my.
Yeah.
So did
here we
he
go.
hit his head, I'm assuming?
Oh my God, he got fucked up, dude. So
I
here,
don't know if I want to watch this, but you know what? We're already here.
we're already here.
Yeah,
I
you already
pulled
Googled
it up.
Yeah, it's on the YouTube.
Okay, so I'm actually really surprised you've never seen this. Okay, here
Well,
we
I
go.
usually I try not to watch stuff like this, to be honest.
No, I
Is
get
this
it,
the
man.
this is the new El Toro?
This is no old El Toro.
This is old El Toro? Oh yeah, it is old El Toro. That's right. You know what? I have seen this.
Yeah.
Sorry, I have.
No, that's okay.
Yeah,
he ends up,
yeah. Now I remember.
yeah, he ends up pissing his pants
I
because
have
he's knocked
CTE,
out.
by the way, so that's why
Yeah.
I didn't remember.
Well, probably. But I guess that
Oh
he
my
was.
god! So he's out. I
He
don't think
was-
I watched the rest, like that end part.
Yeah.
What
was
happened?
out.
You said he peed his pants and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so
he's probably like his body just shut down.
so it's a big thing that when you do get knocked out, you actually will. Your like brain basically can't send any signals, and then it will just like release that stuff. So like. You know, I actually, I used to be epileptic. I still am, but I haven't had a seizure in close to 10 years now, which is incredible.
Really?
Yeah.
That's a long time.
Yeah. Well, it was something that really affected me in my childhood as well as my teenage years. Like when I was, you know, starting to, I think it was around 13 the last time that I had one. But it was one of those things that like, you know, with seizures and with when you get knocked out or anything like that, your brain basically can't control what happens to your body. So your
Right.
body will just release that stuff, right?
Yeah, that's like when people say when you die, like
Yeah.
you just shit your pants and pee yourself.
Exactly.
And, yeah,
um,
and sneeze.
your
I heard you
muscles
sneeze too
relax
when you die.
essentially. Yeah. So my buddy Travis, we did a podcast with him. It was actually the second episode of the Goat Cave podcast. We filmed many times. He was in both my videos. He took a really bad crash in September 2018. And he ended up knocking himself out, and he was in a coma for 3 days.
Coma.
Yeah, for 3 days.
Oh, that's serious.
And we ended up talking about it in January 2019, or maybe it was like March or something. It was afterwards, but we talked about how it affected him and whatnot. And that was one of the things that he talked about, you know, when he knocked himself out, he actually did piss his pants. And it's not his fault, obviously, you know?
yeah, no, it's not
just-
like, I couldn't hold it in.
Yeah, no, it's
not
just
like that.
literally one of those things that it just fucking happens.
Yeah, that's nothing to be
And that's
embarrassed
like,
about.
that's even something that like, dude, if you fucking end up pissing your pants because you knocked yourself out, you got fucked up.
Yeah.
Like you really got fucked up, like, which is really sad, but
Mhm.
like, I don't know. He wasn't wearing a helmet, and like, he's only rode a couple times since then. And every time that he's rode, helmet, mouth guard, like doesn't
Yeah.
fuck around anymore,
Yeah.
which is awesome.
Just scared him straight.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah,
Mhm.
it was fucking, dude, scared the shit out of all of us, you know?
Yeah.
Like, I was out filming with my buddy Keith. We were getting a clip for the last, I think it was the last clip for his video part in Space Goats. And We wrap it up, put the camera away. He gets a call from Jesse, who's another good friend of mine, Jesse Dzikowicz. um, and I guess that Travis had fallen at Fisher Park. Have you ever rode Fisher Park?
Yep.
Yeah, so you know that big pool style bowl?
Oh yeah.
He was doing
He
a
fell in
Smith
there?
grind. Yeah, he was doing a Smith grind on the 9-foot section of it. And
Yeah.
here's the thing. Travis lived 2 minutes from that park for months. So he rode there all the time. And then he
Right.
moved, and then he ended up going there the one night. And he just missed a Smith grind. And like when you're 9 feet up like that in a Smith grind, if it slides out, you're going over the bars.
Right.
So I
he
guess that
went-
when he was going over the bars, he tried to jump out of it, caught his foot on the bar, fucking right to his face at the bottom, knocked himself out for like close to 5 minutes, woke up, and then ended up fucking like going back out, having a seizure, having all this crazy shit. Like it was literally so close to losing one of our best friends.
Right.
You know,
Oh
like
my
he
God.
almost died. And it's really sad to see. But like, you know, the progress that he's made since then is amazing. Like, I cannot believe that he didn't get like a severe, like, not disability, but just something where like it fucks him up for the rest of his life. And you know,
Right.
he's really taken that to heart, and he knows like the situation that he was in, and he's really looked at it in a different way. You know, he used to smoke weed every single day, every hour of every day, except when he was working, which is good. Like, I like the fact that when like in the mornings, wouldn't smoke, at work wouldn't smoke, wouldn't deal with like wouldn't do it just because he knows it's irresponsible.
Yeah.
He's able to control himself, but afterwards he would smoke all night. You know.
Oh.
I guess that after that, you know, a couple months goes by and it started to affect him different. Like instead of making him productive and doing all the stuff that he liked to do, he just became really lazy. So then he ended up quitting, and since then he
This-
hasn't smoked weed.
So this was, you think, from the head injury?
He seems to think it was, which I can see. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
When you hit your head, you fucking really fuck yourself up. Like your whole brain ends up having an injury, and you
Right.
really need to like repair from it. So I could see where it might have damaged a certain part of his brain, and it ended up affecting him that way. You know?
Mm-hmm.
So it's really impressive, you know, like to see that he actually has quit and he has stopped and he hasn't smoked since then. I'm not saying that he had a problem, like, you know, he doesn't seem to think that he did, but I mean,
Well, if he was able to quit.
yeah, he
Like,
was
he
able
just-
to.
he just stopped
literally
completely?
quit. Just the one day was like,
Cold
I don't
turkey.
like this anymore, and just hasn't done it since. So, yeah, there you
Yeah,
go.
good for him.
Exactly, man. Yeah. I gotta take a piss so fucking bad. So I'm gonna run into the other room really quickly. Is there anything you want to talk about to our guests? I'll be super quick.
I
Sorry.
don't know. I'm trying to think of something I can talk about.
I know it's hard, eh?
Oh, I can tell a story. Who's that guy? He used to ride at Riverside. I think he went out to BC. I forget his name.
Corey Walsh.
No. I would remember that.
Yeah.
No, he's like, shit. I'm trying to think of how to describe him. Because he was at the park one time and he did a toboggan, but he didn't get, like, remember you saying about not getting your hand back on?
Oh
And
no.
he fell and hit his head really bad,
Oh shit.
knocked out. I was there. There was like no one else of his friends were there. But I saw him after that, and it was like, you know, Chris Morrell, Tyler, like all those guys know him.
Yeah.
He was like a goofy foot rider, I think.
Darcy?
No.
No, he went out to BC, but he came back. So I don't know.
I don't remember his name.
I guess tell the story.
I can tell a story about him getting knocked out, though. It was crazy because I didn't know this kid at all.
Okay, I'll be right back.
Yeah. Okay,
Sorry.
I'll tell the story. Another knockout head injury story. I was at Riverside Skate Park, and it was in the winter. It was in like December, and a little bit before Christmas, and it was a mild day. It was like 5 degrees or something like that, and I was like, "Oh, I'll go to Riverside." And there was this kid there riding, and he was pretty good. He was like boosting over the hips, boosting the quarters, and so me and him were kind of just taking turns dropping in. Like we didn't say anything to each other, but we were just kind of like, you could tell we were like, "Oh, cool," like appreciating each other's riding. And he went over this one hip and did a toboggan and full nosed in, didn't catch the handlebar, and went right to his head, wearing a helmet, but he just got knocked right out because I could tell he flipped over and his arms were kind of like all weird. I could tell he was out. So I was like, "Oh shit." I was like, "Does anybody know this guy?" And some girl there was like, "Huh?" And I'm like, "I don't know this kid. I saw you talking to him earlier." And she couldn't believe, like, "Oh my God, what happened?" And I'm like, "He fell." So I had to call the ambulance for them to come and deal with him. And he didn't know what was going on. He was fully out of it. And, the paramedics got there and got him out of there. And I don't think he remembered me after that, because I saw him at the skate park months later. And I was just like, hey. And it was seriously like he was seeing me for the first time. So I don't think he remembered me at all. But it was that was nuts, man. It's so scary when you see someone go down at a skate park, especially when you don't know them, because you're like, what do I do? Like, so I had to call 911. And it's always weird too. I've called 911 before. I remember my buddy Mitch fell and he broke his ankle at Shell Skate Park, and I called the 911, and they say something like fire, police, ambulance, or something like that, because you got to pick one. So I was like, ambulance. And then I was dealing with this guy, and I was like, it's Shell Park in Oakville. Oh, what's the address? And I was like, I don't even know what the address is. I don't know. Shell Park in Oakville. Look up the article about the glory holes. That's where it is. But I remember being so confused that I'm like, I don't know what the address is. It's a skate park. Don't people fall here often? You should probably know where it is. And because he was trying to get me to figure out what the intersection was. And I'm like, it's a park. It's a skate park. Yeah, that's wild. And the same thing with Riverside. But if you're ever at Riverside and you look at those, or any skate park, a good thing to know is the address is usually on the sign with the rules on it, because that's what I learned that day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, I'm back. Sorry about that. That was the fucking longest piss of my life. That was really long.
Dude. I was like, you taking a dump in there?
No,
I can't.
man.
I'm running out of things to say. The story's not long enough.
Oh, man. Yeah, whenever I drink these fucking things, man, it takes so long.
Yeah, right through Yeah. I was just telling that story about how that guy fell, and I don't remember his name. I almost want to say it's like Brandon or Braden or something.
I don't think it was Braden. Do you know who Braden is? Braden used to live near Riverside.
It might be him.
Braden Bygrave?
Maybe. That name sounds familiar. What does he look like?
I have a photo. Let me pull him up. Oh, man. I want to get like a screen for my fucking phone that would like mirror it so that I can just like
that'd be
show
cool.
it to you. That'd be really cool. Like, I want all this crazy shit, but I don't have the money for it, right? Yeah. So let's see here. Braden kind of stopped riding, so maybe.
Was he goofy footed?
I think so.
See, this might be him.
That's Braden.
That's him. Yeah.
That's the guy?
That's the guy. 100%.
Oh, okay.
100%.
It's Braden then.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you know who Carter Martin is?
Maybe. I don't know.
He hasn't rode in a while.
Okay.
Carter used to live in Kitchener. And Braden's actually married to Jamie Martin, Carter's sister.
Oh, really? Ah, cool.
Yeah.
I wonder if he know. But so he fell. Do you know about this? How he fell the one time at Riverside?
I've probably heard it.
Yeah, because he was doing it to bar, but no one was there. That he was kind of there just on his own, and maybe there was like a girl that he knew that was there, because I got her attention after he fell, because he fell and was out, and his arms were up, like, you're on your back.
No!
Eyes rolling back into his head. Yeah. So I was like, "Do you know this kid?" And she's like, "What?" And I was like, "That BMXer." And she's like, "What?" And I'm just like, "He fell." And she came over and she was like, "Oh my God." And then ran down, and I had to call the ambulance.
Do you know this guy? He fell. White guy.
Yeah,
the guy you fucking came with.
The only guy.
Who?
No,
that one right fucking there.
The one you can't see because he's knocked out.
Yeah, yeah, actually, if you would have just said yes, we could have fixed this 30 seconds ago. Thank you for fucking delaying this.
Yeah. But it was really scary because I was like, I didn't know him. I had never met him before. But I was saying, like, I'm pretty sure the next time that I saw him, I was like, "Hey." And I was like, I don't think he remembered me at all.
Yeah, probably
which makes
not.
sense because he did hit his head pretty hard. So
damn. Yeah, I should try and ask him if he's interested in coming on and talking about that. Maybe he's local. He lives around here, so he used to do photos and stuff too. Yeah.
Oh, I thought he was out in BC.
I think he might have went out there for a little bit, but not long.
So does he ride anymore?
Actually, haven't seen him ride his bike in a couple years, so I don't know.
He was good though. Like
I saw him. Good.
I saw him after that and being like, "Oh wow."
Yeah, he was sponsored by Backpedaling. Riverside was his local park. He literally lived like he was the closest fucking address to Riverside. Yeah, like he was so fucking close to there. So I don't know. I'm like, I haven't seen him in a while. I don't hear from him. I haven't seen him at any of my jams recently. He would used to always come out to the jams. He actually helped me plan the first street jam that we did. He came out to that. You know, he used to run the jams at Riverside when those were still happening.
I definitely went to one of them.
Yeah. Yeah. Braden's awesome, man. He's good shit.
Yeah.
Yeah. So let's talk about stuff that you don't slam on, like the downside double peg grind. Ooh. How the hell do you even start trying this trick? I've always wanted to do it, but I'm too much of a bitch.
Fun trick.
It's so crazy.
Okay, so I think there's some tricks that if you're goofy footed, it's a benefit.
Okay.
Like a look back and a downside whip air. Because a downside whip air for me is everything's regular. It's a regular air and it's a regular whip for me. Look back air, that's regular because I'm goofy footed. And I think downside grinds are probably easier to do if you're goofy footed because you got to kind of table your bike. And that's the way you table, right? Is that way. Because I'm goofy footed.
Here's the thing.
I know people do them both ways.
I'm only goofy footed when it comes to grinds.
Okay.
So do you think I could do it?
So are your pegs on the bottom if you do a table?
Yes.
Yeah. You would be a good
damn, I should learn that. Here's the thing. I've never even done a double peg grind on a quarter pipe because it's switched carved for me.
Right.
And I'm just not interested. I'm like, I don't want to do it. It just doesn't seem fun to me. I'd rather air it and do a look back because I can do oppo airs. I like doing oppo airs.
Yeah.
But I bet you that would be easy. Not easy, but easier.
I think it's just you would learn it quicker. Like there's less obstacles.
That's kind of cool. Because I can, I've tried like double peg to whip because I'm goofy footed and grinds, right? So it's just easy. Like I can literally do normal pegs to easy whip. Okay. Whereas most people end up doing pegs to hard whip because that's just the easiest way because they grind.
Oh, I guess I would be the same way too.
Yeah.
If I grind, when I kick, the whip goes away from the rail.
Yeah. So if
that's not normal, I guess?
That's goofy footed, technically.
Right. Okay.
What foot do you ride forward? Here's a better
left foot forward.
You ride left foot forward.
Right
so
side
this
pegs.
side here. Right side pegs. You're goofy footed when it comes to grinds, just like me.
And airs, everything.
And airs. Okay, so for me, it's only on grinds.
Gotcha.
I only grind on this side, but I do tooth hangers on my front peg on this side.
Really?
Yeah. So I don't.
You know what? You're like the opposite of Will Fisher because Will
Right?
Fisher grinds the regular way,
but he spins the opposite
way. So he's goofy footed for spins and airs. That's why he does big 360 look backs and look back airs and stuff. Yeah,
that's a good point. I asked him to do the show, and he was kind of on the fence about it. But maybe I'll ask him again.
Am I remembering that correctly? I hope I am. I'm pretty
sure. I think so because Will Fisher does do a lot of the 360 look backs, so that would make sense.
Yeah, I'm pretty.
For
sure.
me, if I want to do a 360 look back, I literally have to do an opposite 360.
Yeah, but I'm just thinking because I know he does 360 tail whips as well.
Are they like 360 down whips?
No, but I don't think they are. That's why I'm confused.
Huh.
Uh-oh.
Well, maybe. No, I guess it would have to be different.
So maybe he does opposite 360s, perhaps. I don't know.
Who knows?
It might just be
that he's dick-footed when it comes to 360s, and that's it.
See, with me, it's like, to be goofy-footed or don't be goofy-footed. All right, guys, come on.
Yeah,
I'm fully committed to this. You guys,
I'm half on the fence.
Yeah, you're on the fence.
I like spinning to the left. I can't spin to the right. It throws me off. But then like grinds have to be on this side. I don't know why that I always rode that way. I just think maybe because like when I first got into riding, I was a really big fan of Aaron Ross and Mike Spinner and all these dudes. And Aaron Ross is actually dick-footed when it comes to grinds.
That's true. Yeah.
But even when I would do grinds, it just, to me, when I thought about putting pegs on, I wanted to put them on this side.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't even a thing where like, oh, well, do I put them on this side or this side? It was just always, hey, I'll put them on this side. I don't know why. It wasn't about my sprocket. It wasn't any of that stuff. I didn't really care. You know, because that's a big thing for people is they think, oh, well, I need it on the opposite side of my chain and sprocket.
Right, yeah.
But for me,
I didn't think of that either.
That's the thing. It wasn't.
I didn't even know
that.
what goofy footed was until it was way too late.
Yeah.
Like someone was like, "You're goofy footed," and I was like, "What?
What?
Yeah, what is that?"
I just ride my
and
bike.
Then they showed me. They're like, "You normal," and then I was like, "Oh, I didn't even notice that people rode with a certain foot forward. I didn't know that."
I have a buddy that was like that. He didn't know what way he spun. Like he literally could just spin both ways.
Anyways?
He could spin either way easily. Like he just didn't have like a normal. He didn't have a normal foot stance. He didn't have a normal spin. Like literally would just drop in. He would drop in left foot forward and then just drop in right foot forward.
Yeah.
Like I've always wanted to try and like teach myself how to ride like left foot forward instead of right foot. Like literally
Right.
just take like, go to the park, do a line right foot forward, and then
Mhm.
do the line left foot forward, and then do the line with these sort of spins, the other line with
Right.
that sort of spin. Because it would be really cool if you're riding like a bull or something, just to be able to have whatever foot forward, right?
Mhm.
Like, and you wouldn't think that it affects you as much as it does, but it really does. Like, I can't do fuck all. I can barely do a bunny hop if my left foot's forward.
Yeah.
But if it's right foot forward, I can hop over a picnic table easily. Like,
Yeah, it is weird, right?
yeah, it's so strange. You wouldn't think that it would affect you so much, but I think like,
It's just the way your body's
Yeah.
used to doing it, I guess.
I guess so, eh?
Well, I like because I do ice pick grinds on quarters, and when I do foot jam tail whips,
Yeah.
I have to switch my stance for it. So I do that with a switch, so I'm in a regular stance.
Do you know what's always weird to me? Motocross dudes have the pegs on the side of their bikes,
Yeah.
and they're both lined up.
Yeah, they're at
So
the
their
same
feet,
spot.
yeah,
hmm
that's so weird to
I know
me.
it's weird.
I don't know why.
It's like being on a pogo stick.
That's the thing. I'm like, you're literally on a motorized pogo stick.
Yeah.
Like, it's got to be so strange, especially for somebody like Zeb. But I guess he got into BMX after moto, I think. So, like,
But it's probably like it feels so different to ride that kind of
I
like
know,
a
but I'm like,
motorcycle.
to
Just think
me-
about like, have you ever rode a motorcycle before?
yes, I think. I used to have a
It
dirt
doesn't
bike.
feel
I
weird.
rode a dirt bike, yeah.
To be sitting there and having your foot on the
Yeah,
you know what
it
I mean?
doesn't.
It doesn't seem weird.
Yeah.
So
I
it's
don't
probably the
know.
same on a motocross bike. It probably just is like this is how a motocross bike feels, and this is how it feels to be on a bicycle.
Have you ever rode an e-bike?
No,
Like one of those fucking moped scooter things?
no.
I have the fucking story of a lifetime
Oh,
for
yeah?
you. Oh my god. Okay, so my mom, she lives out on this fucking farm near Owen Sound area, and they've got a decent amount of land, and the road that they have right in front of their house is like maybe a car a day will pass it. Maybe.
Okay, yeah.
So like the one day Taylor and I go out there and I end up drinking a couple beers. I'm hanging out with my little brothers and they show me this fucking moped that they got from like doing scrap. So like these kids are only 15 years old and their dad takes them out and they do like they'll go out and grab people's like garbage for them and they'll take it to the dump for them. And
Right.
They get paid for it.
Because they get money for the
Yeah,
metal.
exactly.
Yeah.
So like they do that just to
What
kind
is
of
that called? Like scrappers, right? Or
scrappers,
something?
yeah. So they do that sometimes, and I guess the one day this girl's like, "Yeah, I have this moped, and it's just got a broken battery, but you guys can just get rid of it." And like, well, we're just gonna keep it, and we'll find a battery for it. So they find a battery for it, and they would use it just to fuck around in the backyard all the time.
Mhm.
Well, I fucking get a hold of it, and I start fucking around on it, and I gotta say, it's so much fucking fun. Like, it's so stupid to fucking like ride around on this thing. I was trying to do like manuals on it. I was fucking around on it, tried to like, hit the driveway, like a jump on it, all this stuff. I'm really having fun with it. And then I get out to the dirt road and I had one too many of these and I'm fucking around and like, I go to take this, like I try to do a U-turn on it and it's a dirt road. So I literally just fucking slide out and I get it stuck on my foot. And I ended up getting like the craziest road rash all down my fucking leg. Like
From an
my
e-bike.
that's the thing. The thing is so fucking heavy. Like it's gotta be like 200 pounds. So it's like stuck
What?
on my foot. Well, it's got
'cause
all
it's
that
like-
metal. It's got the
And
battery in
you're
it.
like sitting on it. It's not a scooter.
It's like a electric moped.
Gotcha. Yeah.
So
okay.
it's actually like pretty heavy. So like it literally fucking is stuck on my foot. So I like lift it off. My foot's all fucked up. And then I just, of course, ride down the road as fast as I can on it. I'm like, Tay, it hurt my foot. It's okay. Don't worry. And fucking, yeah, that's about it.
Oh my god.
Don't ride those things when you've had, a couple beers. It's not allowed. I'm
wasn't
kind of
gonna-
an idiot.
I was trying to avoid riding one anyways, but you fully convinced me now. Don't ever ride one.
They're a lot of fun.
No, I think I
gotta
have.
say.
Actually, you know what? I have rode one before. I do remember riding one.
They're a lot of fun.
Yeah, and it was actually kind of fun. But I didn't get crazy. I do remember riding one though. Yeah.
There you go. As long as you didn't get crazy with it.
I didn't get crazy. I had no beers. I was sober.
Oh fuck! So we were talking about double downside pegs. I don't know how we got onto this, but how do you do it? How do you go into it? You were saying like it's kind of like doing table.
Okay, so my friend Josh Cameron, right? He
Yeah.
taught me how to do them because he learned them. It took him forever to learn them, not forever, but I mean, like to him, he was like, dude, it took me months and months and months to like get a couple of them. And then after that, it took him like a full year to like get comfortable with them. I think. I just remember him saying it took him so long. So anyways, I would go to inflow frequently with Josh, and there was this one quarter. It's right where the resi quarter is. The quarter to resi. That quarter used to be different. There used to be like a sub box behind it.
Yep. I remember that.
I think actually, and I think at this point
there was no resi.
There wasn't even a sub box there. Yeah, there was no resi. It was like a roll in.
It was a roll in with a jump and then another jump and then a vert wall.
So I would drop in like either from that jump lip or I would just drop in from that quarter hip thing and go at it. And I would try them like, I'd try and spend like maybe an hour each time I was there, just like messing around with it, like getting into it.
Yeah.
So it was first just trying to get into it. I would always have my foot down. It's one of those tricks where as long as you just kind of have a foot off, if you get in it, you're pretty good. But if you miss, you're still pretty good. You can just kind of slide down the quarter. It's not a big deal. It's really not a big deal. Like people like it's just kind of scary because you're inverting your bike and you're like, but my bike's over there, and there's really not a whole lot of risk to it, especially if you're at a park like Info where it's like a quarter that's kind of slippery.
Yeah.
Because you can just like slide down it.
Okay.
Right? Or just like put a foot down and you're good. But I think because I'm goofy footed, it helped me out a lot because it really didn't take me that long to learn. It took me like maybe less than a month. I would go like twice a week and just like practice, do it for like an hour. I would commit to like an hour of just like trying it. And he was there giving me pointers of like, oh, you got to lean a little more. Like you're not leaning the bike enough. So it was really good to have him because he knew what he was talking about. And then I got one day and then it was like I started just getting consistent with it pretty quickly. And he was surprised because I remember him being like, what the fuck? Like that took me so long to get them consistently. And he's like, it seems like you just have them. And I was like, yeah, I wonder if it's because of my stance because it seems like it's not too hard for me to do. So yeah. And then since then I've, been pretty consistent with it. Like not really falling a whole lot on them. Like I have taken a couple spills where like I fell and like hit my head or whatever with a helmet on.
There
I
you
was,
go.
I was all good.
Helmet.
I was all good.
Didn't piss yourself.
No,
That's a good thing.
Piss myself. No. I did piss myself actually, but I just had to go to the bathroom real bad.
Yeah.
And I was having so much fun doing downside grinds. Didn't want to leave.
Well, I can understand.
And I also didn't
that.
want to go to the Shell Park bathrooms because
well,
we talked about an hour ago.
Yeah, you fucking go in there. You got the glory
Yeah.
hole, and then
What
all
hole
of a
do I
sudden
put it in? Yeah.
I'm like, dude, here's a good question for a glory hole. What if you go in and some other dude goes in, you get yourself all erect,
and
then
both
you
dicks
both
go through?
Yeah. What if you're like you literally? Does that ever happen where like
I don't
it's
know.
the hole?
Why would you ask me?
And then it's like that, like you literally just you're like, oh yeah, I'm gonna put it through, and then all of a sudden it's fucking two
You're
dick
like,
holes.
does that ever happen? Like I've been to a glory hole before. What do you think? I ride the skate park there. I don't go to the bathrooms.
Well, I don't know, man. Who knows? You might.
No, I don't.
Oh fuck,
No.
that's so
It'd
good.
be a good story, I guess, but no, I don't.
Yeah. Oh fuck. Yes, Caleb, we have a new camera angle. This is the Cole cam. Yeah. It is now Cole's cam.
Yes.
It'll always be there. We'll
I
refer
hope
to
you
it.
continue to call it the Cole cam.
I might actually put a little name tag next to it.
That'd be sick.
Cole cam.
Yes.
There you go. Oh fuck. I love it. Accidental docking. There we go.
Oh,
That's the
docking.
word.
Yeah. I was gonna say that actually when you were saying that.
I was pretty sure.
You might dock.
Yeah, you might dock.
You never know.
Oh fuck.
You have to have one circumcised, one uncircumcised to dock.
Yeah.
It could happen.
Jesus, dude. So what's a trick or a line that you really struggled with? Is there anything that was like really difficult for you or anything like that? Anything you really had to work for?
Yeah, I struggled with tail whips for a long time.
Really?
That was actually a trick that took me a very long time to learn. But I just loved them so much, so I was so just adamant about learning them. Yeah. I remember when I went to Woodward as a camper when I was 17, that was like my goal. I'm like, I'm learning tail whips when I'm here. And I remember trying to get my instructor to teach me them, and he's like, tail whips are pretty hard, though. Like, I don't think you're going to, like, they take a while to get them. So I would try them in the foam pit and try them on the resi, but I never even came close to getting it. And then I just kept trying them just at the skate park, just fly out of a quarter.
Damn.
And I was in the same situation as you, where I was constantly landing frame pedal for the longest time. And then there was just one day where I was like, I'm going to pedals tonight. And I did it. I ended
That's
up going
sick.
to pedals. Yeah. And it was such a crazy feeling because I had been trying that trick for such a long time.
Oh, I
and
get
it was,
it.
you know what I mean? It was seriously like maybe like a year and a half or 2 years to get that trick from starting it to actually landing it to pedals.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's
Whereas
fucking
now
crazy.
it's like people just seem to know how to do them.
Yeah, it always blows my mind. Because, like, my buddy Keith, he's been trying them for years. He landed them earlier this week, but he hasn't, like, he's never actually really dedicated time to doing
That's
them.
the same with me. I was like, I would kind of
Occasionally
do it and then
try it.
sometimes I go to the park and I just wouldn't feel like trying to do it. You know
That's
what I
a
mean?
trick that no matter what, whenever I get on my bike, if I'm at a spot where it's possible to do a flyout whip or anything like that, I always tried it.
Mm-hmm.
And then finally to fucking get one was such a good feeling.
Yeah. Was that your trick that was like the hardest to
Oh,
deal with?
absolutely, dude.
Yeah.
It was a tail whip.
Yeah.
Absolutely. That was the hardest one that I've landed, at least. That, like, you know, I struggled with just getting onto the frame and pedal for years. Like, I'll be honest with you, I've been trying tail whips for close to 8 years.
Whoa.
And, like, you know.
and you just recently got it to
Well,
pedals for
with
the first time.
and within the first 4 years of it, you know, it was like the first 2-3 years I didn't really try them that often, would try them occasionally, and then you know, I started trying them all the time, trying to get them, and then finally I would catch my foot on the pedal, and my other foot on the frame, but it was still that this foot was catching it.
Mm-hmm.
And then this foot would be placed on it afterwards. So that's something that you don't want to do. You want this, like your right leg. If you're kicking with your back foot, which would be your left leg, you should be catching with your right leg.
Mm-hmm.
So I would be catching and
so you'd
throwing.
be taking your foot and like placing it on the top
I'd be
of the frame.
placing it on the top of the frame to
and
catch
then
it,
putting the foot on
and
the
then
pedal.
putting the other foot
Yeah.
on. So that was a big issue.
Yeah, I think
And
I did the
then-
same thing.
Yeah, and then I started getting it where I could get it to my other foot and then place this foot on the frame where I'd catch both at the same time. And then it got to the point where I could always catch with this foot, but I could never get this foot on.
Oh.
And I was filming and I wanted to just be able to fucking get it out of the way and just do it and just deal with it. And then, yeah, recently just fucking pulled it off. So
That's crazy. You know what else when you said that I remembered was that one big thing that changed the way I did whips and my consistent, like being consistent with actually landing it to the pedals was I used to put my leg that you would put on the frame. I used to have it go over top of the frame, kind of in front of my seat to get to the pedal.
Whoa.
But then I changed. I said, you know what? I'm just going to have my foot that catches out and I'm going to make sure that my other foot, the second foot that gets on, to go behind the seat. I was like, I'm just going to make sure it's going behind. Because I've noticed a lot of people did tail whips that way.
Yeah.
And then it was like, that's when I started getting pedals way more often, pedal to pedal tail whips.
Well, that was something I noticed when I did the podcast with Mike Spinner, as I was looking at all these clips of him and like him doing the quad whip and whatnot. And the one that he landed at Dew Tour, he like essentially just walks onto the bike, like literally just does the quad whip, puts this foot out, and then his other foot just kind of goes onto the bike.
Mm-hmm.
And it's always been weird to me to see people be able to catch with that foot, because the way that I do tail whips is that it goes above the frame and on,
Right.
whereas
That's the
all
way I
these
was
dudes go
doing it.
from behind it.
From behind. That's what
Yeah.
I do. Yeah.
Yeah, it's so weird. I don't know why.
It makes it easier to get to the pedals.
Oh,
Because I never
absolutely.
wanted to do that because I always thought like, oh, I make my foot go over the frame.
Yeah.
So it kind of looks different. And also Alistair Witten did them like that. So I was like, oh, I want to do them like that. The way Alistair Witten does
Interesting.
and the way like Jason Enns does. Because that's the way they would do them.
Yeah.
I just thought they looked cooler. But then I got to the point where I was like, well, I'm sick of landing the frame. I'll just do it around the back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Damn. So you've been riding for more than 20 years, as you were saying earlier. What are some of the changes that you've seen when it comes to the bikes that you ride?
Oh, handlebars is the biggest.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because they were
That's
tiny.
a good point. They were.
They
fucking
I saw them
7-inch
shrink.
bars.
Yeah, I saw them shrink because it was cool to like get bars that were smaller and smaller and smaller and more narrow, which is the total wrong way to do it. And then it started getting in fashion to get bigger, bigger, bigger bars. And I had a pair of Sunday Triumphs.
Yeah.
Those were my big bars that I got. And then years later,
What was the
Like-
rise on those Sunday bars?
I don't know, 7. They weren't that high.
Oh my God.
7
yeah.
and a half.
Yeah.
But And I remember those were big when I bought them. They were like big bars.
Yeah.
And then years later, I'm riding at the skate park, like, because I wasn't really riding for a while. Like, there was kind of a gap where I'd ride like once a month, maybe once every few months. And then it got to the point where I was back, like, wanting to ride more often again. And people were making fun of my handlebars. They kept pointing out how small they were. I was like, these are small? And then I was like, oh, yeah. And I would compare them to people around the park. I'm like, oh, yeah, you're right. They are small. So then I bought a pair of BSD Graphics or whatever, Giraffics. I got those, and those are a little bit, and those are small now. Someone said the other day that they look kind of small, and I'm like, these aren't small. Yeah, because bars are just so large now. But
yeah,
that's the biggest one. That is the biggest one for sure. And like just bikes getting lighter and more and stronger.
Yeah, I ride a 27 by 8.75 rise. So
what
like,
is it? Sorry, say it again.
27 wide,
27 wide,
8.5 or 8.75 rise.
I don't know what my rise is on mine, whatever the BSD ones are, but I think they're
9.
No, I don't think they're 9.
Really?
I think they're 8 something.
That's good. I always find that 9 is kind of the in between size nowadays. You either see guys like you and I with under 9-inch bars, and that's a lot of like, I find it's a lot of the older dudes.
Yeah.
Or you see all the new kids with the fucking 10s and 11s. And
yeah. See, that's too big for me because I'm not like
I'm
not a big guy. So.
Here's the thing. I've rode both. I rode 10-inch bars a couple of years ago, and I also rode. I ride, under 9-inch bars now. And my thing is that when I made the switch from 10s to 8s, it was the switch that I wanted to make because you end up getting more over top of the bike. So instead of being in control of like the bike in the center of it, I guess, you more or less have the front of it. So like, I don't know, I always found that you could hop higher with shorter bars.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, you've got more pull. You can pull it further up, right? You've got more space for that. You're more over top of it, which isn't good for your back, but it's very good for a lot of the other tricks that you want to do. Like manuals are a big thing where if you have those big bars, I always feel like if you have big giant bars, your manuals look fucking dumb. Like you're literally just so over the back.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Yeah. Whereas if you have shorter bars, you're kind of even over the back holding it up. I don't know. I was a really big fan of the 10-inch bars at one point. Didn't mind them. I had 2 sets. I had the perfect 10s, and then I bought the Charlie Crumlish Foo bars at one point.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I liked those, man. They were really cool, but I just think nowadays I'm like, I'm not that tall of a guy. Like, I'm only 5'10", I think.
Yeah.
I haven't been checked by the doctor in a while, so we'll go and do that sometime.
Maybe you're 5'11" now.
Maybe
you grew.
Exactly. It's not the size that I measure, it's not the important one. So. Oh, fuck. So you were saying bars are a big one. What are some of the other changes that you've seen?
Well, definitely the style of riding is like way
is
different.
Huge, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that was one of the things like I've talked about lately with guys like, like what you said, mid-school BMX guys.
Yeah.
Because you kind of you don't want to be like the grumpy old man guy of like, oh, I like BMX better in my day.
You're riding a T1 frame.
Yeah, but it's like a few good points were brought up recently just about how, you were talking about this too, about being a well-rounded rider. Being able to just go ride anything. Whereas it seems like some people, they're just doing the big crazy circus tricks where they're just doing box jump tricks and which is super impressive. I'm not saying anything bad about their ability to do that, but if you can get that good at doing that, then you could be just like a Garrett Reynolds or a whatever. You know what I mean? Like he's someone who's super well-rounded. Yeah, he's the street guy, but he can kill a park.
Oh yeah.
Easily.
Yeah, Garrett is like, he's seriously one of the best riders out there, When
he's
I think of Garrett,
I would say he's probably my favorite rider.
Oh, how is he not?
For a long while now, he's been my favorite to watch.
Garrett is definitely one of the top riders in the world, and I think a big thing with Garrett though is that a lot of people do see him as more of a street rider rather than a park rider or anything like that. He is able to kill dirt jumps. He's able to kill fucking park. He's able to do all this stuff. But when I think of a perfect all-around rider and one of the best all-around riders, do you know who I'm going to say?
Perfect best all-around riders. I don't know.
Starts with a D.
Starts with a D.
Starts with a D.
His first name.
First name.
Drew?
Nope.
Oh. Oh.
California guy.
Oh, Dennis Anderson.
There you go.
Yeah, I agree.
Dude, like, think about
No,
it.
I agree. He's actually, I 100% agree.
Yeah, Dennis Anderson is definitely one of the best out there. Like,
Yeah.
for all-around riding, think about how he'll go to X Games and he'll ride in BMX street, park, and dirt.
Yeah.
Who else does that?
Yeah, that's
Nobody.
a good point. That's a really good
Fucking
point.
Dennis Anderson does. That's it.
You know what he needs to do? He needs to stop being a baby and go invert.
I know.
And mega jump.
And mega. Well, how do you compete with fucking Morgan Wade, dude? Oh my god.
Just do a triple whip drop in.
Oh, no way. Not
No?
happening. I don't even know if Dennis can do triple whips. I imagine he can.
Yeah, I bet he can.
I just don't think that he does.
He probably just doesn't like to do it.
Yeah, he probably knows that they're not stylish.
Yeah, he's like double, like three's too much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think you can make a double whip look good, but a triple whip is kind of where it starts to look really ugly.
When you
can't do a stylish
Yeah,
triple
because when you
whip.
do a triple whip, you're like, was that a double or a triple? Like, I don't like being confused.
That's true.
You
'Cause
know?
with a
I don't like
double
when I
whip-
watch someone and I get confused.
With a double whip, you'll never confuse it with a single whip.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and for the most part, you can tell if a double whip was a double whip.
Yeah.
Whereas with a triple whip, you're like, what the fuck just happened, right?
Yeah.
And quad whip, oh my god.
Don't even get me started on quad whips.
Fucking, I gotta say, man, Mike Spinner, thank you for doing the podcast, but it's impossible to make a quad whip look good. You just can't. Like, how
It's
do
just
you
crazy.
make it stylish? You can't. There's no way.
Yeah, are we riding scooters now? Because they do like
10
whatever,
whips,
like
yeah.
10 whips. I think that was 10. Like,
Did
they
you
don't
see
even
that,
know. They do it and they don't even know how many they did.
That's the thing.
Yeah.
Logan Martin did a 5 whip a couple years ago, like 2 years ago, I think. Do you see that?
No.
It was over like this crazy box jump fucking thing. It was
I believe it.
Oh, dude,
He's
it didn't even make
crazy.
any sense. And I think he did like one of them. He's never taken it to competition. He's never done anything like that because how the fuck are they supposed to score that?
They won't even know what happened.
Yeah, that's the thing. I'm like, the judges are going to be like, was that 4? Was that 5? Was that 10? I don't fucking know. Like,
Yeah.
we'll just score him as if it was 4. Like,
I think if you do 2 whips and then, like, I don't think you should be scored any higher for adding more whips.
no, I think that's fair.
Right?
Maybe a point.
That
Not
was one
much
thing
higher.
Drew Bazanzin said to me because I was asking him if he was going to be on like the Olympic team. I was like, hey, are you going to be on the Olympic team? And he was like, well, I got to learn how to do more whips in a flip and then maybe. And I was like, yeah, that's kind of the way it's going, huh?
Oh my god, dude, that is so true. You know?
Mm-hmm.
One of the things, like, I gotta say, I have so much respect for people like Jaden Chipman and a lot of the dudes that will be riding for the Canada Olympic team. You guys are incredible.
It's
you
not,
guys are so good. But
yeah,
the-
it's not. It's just I don't like to watch riding like that. Like I respect that that's what that contest is.
It's a difficulty contest. It's not about
it's the
style.
Olympics. It's going to be super regulated and you know everything has to be like perfectly landed in place. You know what I mean? It's going to be like when you watch gymnastics or anything like that. It has to be flawless, like figure skating.
Yeah.
Any little wobble, you know, anything, you get so many points deducted off of your mark.
Which I find so weird, you know? Like, I was really on the fence about how I thought about the BMX being in Olympics and skateboarding. I really didn't like it at first, you know? And I still am kind of on the fence about it. I don't mind it. I think that, you know...
I think it's
whatever,
cool, but
whatever
I think
does...
Oh, sorry. Yeah,
whatever gets more people into the sport and gets more people into the lifestyle of BMX and seeing what it's all about, fuck yeah. But I just don't want the average person to think that it's about doing the crazy fucking helicopter fucking whips. Like, 'cause it's not. Like, it's really not.
Well, that's like Adam. I've talked with Adam Maroka about this a few times, and he said...
Sorry to interrupt. Adam Maroka, cleanest fucking double whips ever. I don't know why. It's just so clean. He's able to pull them so clean on
it always
the biggest
surprises
bikes.
me when he does them.
And I knew what I think it is. I talked to him about this on the show. I think that it's because his bike isn't a scooter bike. It's a fucking like
Normal
T1
bike.
frame for the most part. You know what I mean? He has a normal size bike that is for normal like street, park, everything riding. Like you could really, you know, call it a trail bike because for the most part it is. It's just straight cable with fucking decent sized parts and whatnot. Whereas with a park
he does
bike,
double
you
whips
see,
with a straight cable, huh?
Yeah,
that's crazy.
He has like a super long straight cable. I don't ride straight cable. I ride gyro, but I don't even do double whips. I just don't like having to fucking flip my bars around. I also like the look of a gyro. I don't think straight cable looks good. I don't like it.
I ran a straight cable for a very short while, but I didn't like it.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, so let's go back on here. You were talking about Adam doing double whips, right? And you were maybe we just lost. What
No,
we were talking about.
we were talking about the Olympics,
Right? Yeah,
and
yeah.
how Adam, because he owns that shop, right? And I was just
Yeah.
asking him, what do you think about BMX in the Olympics? And he was saying the businessman in me likes it because I'll probably sell more bikes because more people will get into it. But like what you were saying, you're going to have people seeing the Olympics and thinking this is what BMX is, that you got to do these crazy circus tricks. Which, I mean, is that a bad thing? I guess not. But also when you go to the skate park, if you get into it, because I thought X Games was what BMX was, and that was basically
I
what
guess
that
that's a
was.
good point. That's actually a really good point.
And I went
man.
to the skate park, and then I got into it, and I developed my own style. I figured out what I liked, and I didn't really go that route. I tried to do a lot of other things as well, right? And a lot of people do that. I find a lot of people do that.
That's a good point. I think that, something that I talked about with Spinner the other day was just the fact that, his bikes, like he has his name on bikes that are sold at Walmart. And for a big part of the BMX community, they look at that and they think, oh, fucking sellout.
Mm-hmm.
Like, oh, you are sponsored by Ballpark Franks. Oh, you're sponsored by movie tickets online. You're sponsored by Walmart, essentially.
Yeah.
Like, oh, you're a fucking sellout. You don't even care. Here's
I can't
the
believe
thing.
you're saying this about him. He was on your podcast.
No. Let me. This is what people would say.
Oh, people.
That's not what I'm saying. Trust me.
I thought you were saying that.
No. Here's the
you're
thing.
Ruthless.
No.
What are you going to say about me when I leave?
No. I have so much respect for that guy.
Okay.
And I think that a big part of it is the fact that, there's a quote that Tony Hawk gave in an interview that he did with the Barracks about, him being sponsored by McDonald's and all these other places.
Who Tony Hawk was?
Tony Hawk. He was sponsored by McDonald's.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't even know.
So, one of the things that he said was that people would look at him and say, oh, he's a sellout.
Right. Well, people used to say that to Dave Mira.
That's the thing, right? Because he was sponsored by Slim Jim, everything, right?
All these big companies.
Yeah.
Wasn't it like AT&T or Sprint or something as well,
yeah.
I think?
You see marketing money that you would never see.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? You're able to market BMX or skateboarding to a whole new crew of people.
Yeah.
And like, even if you only get a couple hundred people into it, that's still so many out of the millions that have seen it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like we were talking about how Mike Spinner went on Jimmy Fallon. And I'm like, that's fucking insane. Like, what BMX rider has ever had the opportunity to go on Jimmy Fallon?
You know who did go on? And I actually watched this episode because I was into BMX, but I loved Dave Letterman.
Yeah.
And Dave Mira went on Dave Letterman.
That's crazy.
They set up a ramp in New York out back wherever the studio is. And it was a quarter pipe and then a box jump. And he was doing like truck driver and like, I don't remember what he did, but he did a couple tricks.
Yeah.
A couple stunts. And then they did like a sit down interview with him, just like he was a celebrity.
Yeah. Well, that's my thing, man. I'm like,
but that's crazy. Mike Spinner
was on Jimmy Fallon, and they put a quarter pipe with the fucking Frank's Ballpark logo on it and everything. They had all this stuff, and like, I think it's cool. Like, realistically, he got more people into riding. He got me into riding. I was into riding, and then I saw his stuff, and I was like, wow, that's insane.
Oh, he was one of the guys that motivated you to
absolutely.
ride? Like you saw
well, it wasn't even that, too. It was just the fact that, like, you could tell, even from a young age, I was like, this guy's a fucking businessman.
Yeah.
This guy knows what he's doing. He's not fucking around.
He's not fucking around.
And, I have so much respect for him. So fucking shout out to Mike, because, like, wow. He saw his opportunity in BMX, and he took it. He went for it, and then when he saw that he was starting to, fade away from the BMX community, he didn't get angry with it. He didn't do anything like that. He went out and created his own sports nutrition company, and he sponsors BMX riders like Matty Kramer, Scotty's little brother.
Really?
Yeah, he's sponsors him.
Cool. That he keeps attached.
Dude, he still loves BMX.
Right. Yeah.
Like, he was so, honestly, listening to him speak on Wednesday when he was here, I could tell that there is like BMX is in his heart and soul. You know what I mean?
Was he here?
It gave no. It was just a phone interview.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
phone interview, and we had Jordan from Riding Rampco here.
Yeah, Jordan.
Yeah,
I
he's
like
the
him.
best, man.
Mm-hmm.
And like, just listening to him talk about it, you could tell that he was so excited to actually speak about BMX.
Oh,
and
that's
so
cool.
excited to, tell his story with it and like get more people into it. And that was one of the things that, like, with the Walmart bike situation, I had said, somebody's got to do it. If there's no BMX bikes sold at Walmart, then how are kids that don't have any money, that, their parents aren't well off, like supposed to afford a bike that they're not sure about.
Mm-hmm.
Not every parent can go out and buy a $400 or $500 bike for their kid to say, "Oh, I liked it for a month," know?
Well,
Like,
wasn't Scotty Kramer on Hyper or
he
something?
was too, and Hyper actually does do professional model bikes. They have pro model stuff, but they also have lower end stuff. Just like if you go to Sport Check, sometimes they'll have lower end Haro
Right.
bikes, but then you get a new Haro SD frame or any of those things,
Yeah.
and they're fucking awesome. They're pro model,
Mm-hmm.
right? I think that it's important that BMX does have that sort of.
Yeah.
Obviously, I don't want to see every company in BMX doing it, but I think that it is like plays a big role in it.
Yeah. I also think people don't understand. Like, that's one of the things I saw a big change in BMX was the complete bikes. Like how Sunday does those complete bikes.
Oh, yeah.
Who else does complete bikes? Doesn't Fiend?
Almost everybody.
Yeah, they all kind of do it
I don't
now.
know if Fiend does. Adam, I know you're listening. Does Fiend do not pro model, but just normal like complete bikes?
Yeah, I think they do.
They might.
I don't know. I don't know though.
I know Cult does. Cult makes some really good complete bikes.
Cult?
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh, yeah.
right. That's true.
Cult does some good ones.
Yes.
Obviously, Sabrosa and Shadow, they do some really good complete
but
bikes.
When I, like how I was saying, what was your first bike? And I was like, I got a Free Agent Ambush.
Yeah.
Because there wasn't anything affordable. Because that bike was, I remember it was like $450, I think.
Oh my God. Yeah.
At
And that's
the time.
still a
And
lot.
that's like probably, I don't know what that would be in today's dollars. I'm not really that old. But
yeah.
like 20 years ago, $450. Maybe that's like $600 now. I don't know.
Yeah.
But like, you can get a bike that's $600 that has 3-piece cranks on it, a cassette hub, I think. I'm probably just making this up.
Dude, some of them have coasters now.
Yeah.
Complete bikes come with coasters.
That's crazy.
But that's fucking insane.
Yeah.
Like
But
when
everything's good on it is what I mean.
Yeah.
Like my Free Agent Ambush that I got, it was a race bike. I had to replace a bunch of stuff on it to make it a little better, like 3-piece cranks and like the pedals. And then there was a couple more things I replaced on it. But then it was at the point where it's like, okay, I need to get a different bike because this isn't like I want to put, a gyro and I want to put proper brakes on it. Like I had those, what are those brakes called? These ones like the V brakes or the
V
brakes or whatever.
Or U brakes, I think. No, U brakes is the one that we use now, I think.
Yeah, it was these ones.
Yeah,
Where it
I
was
think
like-
there's
it's
a
like a
V
racing
brakes.
style.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that wasn't cutting it anymore for skate park riding, which is what I was doing. I was riding Shell Park and hanging out near the bathroom sometimes.
Yeah, just sometimes. But, here we got a couple messages here.
Okay.
Adam Maroka says, straight cables are the best. Fuck having 69 barrel adjusters. I actually have
I don't even have brakes at all.
That's the thing. I have 420 barrel adjusters. So, it's not that bad.
That's a high number.
Caleb
excessive.
Smith says that I should take the podcast to the late night show level. Maybe one day, man. I bet you that would be really cool. I'll have a band in here. I'll get my buddy Jason with his punk band, Alyssa.
You could have the Kitchener skyline in the background.
Yeah, have the Kitchener skyline, fucking bunch of smog and some
Yeah.
crackheads in the corner.
A guy chasing after you with an axe. Right?
Yeah, that guy
course.
too.
He'll be in there.
Oh, of course. And then Adam also says that yes, Fiend does actually make complete bikes.
Yes.
Caleb seems to think that everybody does complete bikes, so that I can kind of agree with. A lot of companies
everybody?
do. Well, Kink does. Kink's another company that does,
I'm trying to think of a frame that wouldn't make.
or a company that wouldn't make them.
Yeah, like
Well,
what
Sunday
think-
does.
Yeah, like
I think
think
everybody.
of a frame. Think of a frame you can buy that does
Mutiny.
standard.
Mutiny doesn't do
Terrible
complete
One?
bikes. Terrible One definitely doesn't. T1 doesn't even make frames for people. They make custom
Alliance?
frames sometimes. Alliance, I think they make complete bikes.
Yeah, they do.
I think so. I was actually talking to Jim the other day, who's the owner of Alliance.
Jamie.
I don't know why I thought it was Jim.
It's close.
Jamie.
It's pretty close.
There we go. It says the J.
Jamie Delaney.
Yeah, Jamie Delaney. He's actually going to come on the show at some point. He's doing Harvesters first, so definitely go check out Harvesters podcast.
He has
I
a
got him
podcast
started-
too?
Well, I got him started on it.
Oh,
he
cool.
actually I told him what to buy and everything. Told him
Yeah.
the software I use, and yeah, Harvesters rad for that stuff. But either way, fucking go check out that. Go check out Alliance because those guys are fucking crazy. I'm like, it's awesome to see Canadian BMX
Yeah, I
is
love
really
the
up and
frames.
coming.
They look cool.
The frames are incredible. Everything that they're doing is really cool. Obviously, I mean, they're sponsoring Chris Silva.
Mm-hmm.
Silva's like a legend in Canadian BMX.
Yeah.
Cool. So I actually only have a couple more questions for you, but I gotta say, we're doing so good right now.
What does that mean?
We're at 3 hours and 8 minutes.
We've been here for 3 hours.
You didn't know that, eh?
No. What time is it?
It's
Holy
2:36. Hopefully you don't
Woo.
have something to do, because like I would feel really bad about that.
Oh, me? No,
Yeah.
no. I don't have anything to do. It's the weekend.
There you go. Yeah. So has your riding style changed in the last 15 years, 20 years, let's say?
Yeah, 100%. I would say it got more technical, I guess, because I used to want to be the guy that would go like high and do all the tricks. Like I liked learning tail whips and I liked learning bar spins and like I
Yeah.
just wanted to know how to do all the air tricks. But then I switched and I was kind of like wanted to do like riding Shell Park, like doing a little more lip tricks and stuff like that, be
Yeah.
a little more technical. And I never really concentrated on manuals a whole lot because I just never was that great at them. So I did concentrate for a while on like getting my manuals a little better. And then I took my brakes off and that kind of changed a lot of stuff. But and just trying to be smoother as well. I like to just I don't go too high anymore. I just kind of flow around and try and do more like technical stuff, I guess. Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think that's a big change just within BMX in general. You know,
Yeah.
you're looking at a lot of the riders that ride street or park or dirt, and a lot of the stuff, like for the park riding, definitely you see people are throwing more whips and bars and spins into everything.
Yeah.
But I think you are seeing that, like, not a lot of people are adding style in, which kind of sucks.
Mm-hmm.
Street riding, obviously, you're seeing people go way smaller on stuff. They're riding way different things.
Yeah.
More technical tricks thrown in. And dirt riding, I mean, it's kind of stayed the same, which is kind of interesting, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah. Dirt's like one of the things that's the last thing in BMX that hasn't really changed too much.
When what you about look at Flatland? I wonder.
Flatland, you're starting to see the fucking most technical, ridiculous
shit
ever done on a bike.
Yeah, I don't really pay attention to Flatland. I should, though.
Dude, it's insane. I follow a couple Flatland riders, and I want to do a Flatland podcast with somebody soon because I've always been a really big fan of it, but it's so hard to even wrap my head around it. And I don't know the tricks. I don't know too many riders that are in Southern Ontario that ride Flatland.
Yeah.
So if you guys are listening,
do you know who Prashil is?
No, I don't.
Prashil Gopal.
Okay.
He is. I met him. Like I'm trying to remember the year that I met him. It might have been 2005, I think that I met him. But doing shows. So at the CNE, there was Crazy Crew. Have you heard of Crazy Crew?
Oh, absolutely. It's Moxley and his guys, right? Moxley was in that.
Maybe
Crazy Crew.
I think so. But Ben Kaufman owns it.
Okay.
Do you know who Ben Kaufman is?
Yeah, I've heard the name.
He owns it now, I think. Him and maybe someone else, or it might just be him now.
Yeah.
But he'll just like get riders to like and pay them like, can you be in the show this weekend or whatever?
That's
like
sick.
Will Fisher was always in it. And there's like dudes
Will Fisher was in it.
From Quebec would go in it.
But, Joel Bondu, was he ever in it?
I'm pretty sure he was in it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he was in it for a while.
Because I think some of them went off with AJ. I forget his last name.
AJ Anaya?
Yeah, and they did Cirque du Soleil.
Oh, yeah,
right?
the Volta thing.
Yeah, Volta.
Yeah, that's what Moxley does now. Yeah. But what was I talking about? That's where I met Prashil.
Yeah.
At doing one of those like Crazy Crew show things
Nice.
because he was the Flatland guy. But he's like a super cool dude, and he's the only Flatland guy that I know personally.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I never met anyone
Flatland
else.
riding is nuts, man.
But he lives in either Oakville or Burlington, somewhere there, because I see him at Shell Park sometimes, just like riding the parking lot at Shell Park doing Flatland stuff. Yeah, because it's like a good parking lot, I guess.
Well, I guess with Flatland riding, you really want an area that is like, it sounds really dumb, but flat.
Yeah.
Like you don't want anything with angles. You don't want anything with like shitty rough ground. You want something that has nice, smooth,
not a lot
no
of grade,
cracks,
not a grade on it, just flat, like even.
You see a lot of them riding in like tennis courts or basketball courts or something.
That's a good spot for it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man, fucking Flatland is nuts.
But it's wild, like the balance and all that
Dude,
stuff.
the shit that I've been seeing lately of Flatland riders makes zero sense.
Oh, yeah.
Like, it's progressed a lot with Matisse Dendois and Terry Adams and all these dudes that are like the legends of Flatland riding. But some of these unknown guys are unreal. Like, you're starting to see the most ridiculous shit ever. Like, I wish that I could even name one of these tricks, but I don't know what they're called.
Yeah, I don't know any of the names.
I really want to start.
Steamroller.
Yeah, Steamroller is a good one.
Backpacker or something.
Hitchhiker is another one.
Hitchhiker. Is a backpacker one, or did I make that up?
I don't know. Maybe.
I probably made that up.
Maybe.
I think I was thinking Hitchhiker.
There is a Hitchhiker.
That one's one for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, man. There's a lot of crazy fucking... Whiplash is obviously... That's like a Flatland trick that's been brought into
Whopper.
freestyle. Whopper? What's that?
bunny hop tail whip.
Okay, yeah.
Because the guy who first did it, I forget who it was, but who first did a bunny hop tail whip,
Whopper.
he
I always thought
called
that's
it
how
a
the
Whopper
yeah.
because he was in front of a Burger King.
Oh, that's
So
cool.
he was like, "We'll call it the Whopper."
Yeah, I thought it was like just the UK version of it because I always hear
Oh.
kids in the UK and like Fathead, who's another fucking legend in BMX. He always calls them Whoppers.
He calls them Whoppers. Yeah.
Do you know who Fathead is?
No.
He has the cleanest hop whips, man.
Really?
Seriously.
Where
like,
is he? He's from the UK,
whips.
you said?
Yeah, UK guy.
Oh.
He's got some clean fucking hop whips on him.
I
Dude.
like me a good hop whip.
Yeah, he's fucking crazy, man. He's an S&M guy, sort of. He's not. He isn't sponsored by them, but he had a pro model bar come out with them.
Oh.
So I don't know. He is sponsored by them, but he's also not on their pro team, if that makes sense.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. It's weird.
But he has a signature.
He had a
handlebar.
signature handlebar through them, which is weird.
Hmm.
I'm like, because I don't know if you would say that he's part of their pro team or not, but when you go on their website, he's not on their pro team. He's like a friend.
Really?
But he has a fucking signature pair of bars.
that's
through
so
them,
interesting.
Or had a pair of bars through them.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. It's pretty fucking cool though.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So let's talk about how the local scene, like, I always talk about inflow. Let's talk about how inflow has really helped the local scene. Obviously,
Yeah.
you've rode there for years.
Yeah, I rode there right from when it opened.
Yeah.
I remember going by the building like while it was being worked on, like when the ramps were being built. I remember kind of going by and seeing like what the progress. But that place, the craziest thing about that is that's obviously where Gabe Truax came from because his dad owns it. And him going from seeing him like as a little kid, because I think I'm trying to remember how old he was when I first started riding there. He would have been young.
Yeah.
But I remember seeing him, just this little skinny kid with long blonde hair. And
Gabing it up.
Yeah, just riding around, but not really doing much. But then seeing him progressing, and then before you know it, he's like crazy good, doing all this wild shit.
Yeah, that kid's fucking unreal.
And he's goofy footed too. And I asked him the last time I was talking with him, I was like, when you do whips, do you? Because I noticed he was doing opposite tail whips, and I was like, do you switch your feet for opposite tail whips? He's like, yeah. And I was like, oh, I do the same thing, but I hadn't seen too many people do that. I don't really do opposite whips anymore that much.
Right.
He obviously does them way more. Like he can
Yeah,
do them
he's
consistently.
unreal with
Yeah.
them.
Yeah. But it's kind of cool to see that he switches his feet, so he's kicking with the back foot no matter which way he's kicking the whip. Yeah. Yeah, he's impressive.
Interesting.
But yeah, that place definitely had a big impact on the scene because it was somewhere local that you could ride in the winter. Close, if you're in that, Hamilton, Burlington, Niagara.
Well,
that
even
kind of
here.
area. Yeah, and here it's close to here too.
Yeah.
Because I used to go I was living before Inflow, I was living in Waterdown.
So you'd probably have to drive out.
So I'd have to drive to X Wheels in Buffalo, or you'd go to
Industry,
Rail City, or X, or the three names that it was. Or
Rizzies, if you want to throw in a fourth name.
It was called what? Rizzies?
Rizzies.
Oh.
Did you not know that? Tyler
That sounds
Rizzi,
familiar, actually.
because Tyler Rizzi, you know who he is,
yes,
right?
yeah.
So I think that his family bought it, and that was the last.
That was the
person
last one.
to own it. Yeah.
So and it was Industry, then Rizzies.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, because it was Rail City, or was it X up first? I think it was X up first, then
X up,
Rail City, then Industry, then Rizzies.
Yeah.
Yeah, and now there's like All In, right?
All
Derek
In, yeah.
Feaster's is over that way as well, but
you
that
know-
wasn't there at the time, so I had to just go to either X up or X Wheels, or there was a couple places in Toronto here and there that would
Well,
pop up.
CJ's used to allow bikes. They don't
For
anymore.
one night or something, right?
Yeah.
I think I only went there like twice. But yeah, because
Yeah.
there was like a specific night you had to go.
And you couldn't ride certain things.
Yeah, there was rules. Yeah.
Yeah.
Too many rules.
Too many rules.
Yeah. And they had their
Fucking
foam pit
BMX
and no
dude.
box jump.
Yeah, it was
Wasn't
weird.
that fucking weird?
Yeah.
I was like, oh, cool, foam pit. Where's the box jump for me to try my new trick that I learned
Yeah.
in the foam pit?
No, you can't. I know, because I learned flips there, or at least tried flips there for the first time. And I was getting them around, and then it's like, well, how do you take it anywhere else? You
Yeah.
can't.
You just do it off a pyramid.
Yeah.
Like, what do you do?
Rock.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Do you know I used to work at All In?
Right, where?
All In.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
No,
I
no.
worked there
I
for like
didn't-
9 months.
Oh, no way.
Yeah, it was great.
Didn't know that.
It was
That's
awesome.
cool.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's fucking cool, man.
So what, you're just like, when people would come and like,
yeah, just
they'd
hang
pay
out
you
behind the
and
desk,
you'd
fucking-
get them to sign waivers.
basically. And then,
and
you know.
sweep the floor.
Yeah, sweep the floor. I swept the bowl all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I fucking rode that bowl like every day.
Yeah.
Yeah, for
That
like
bowl's-
9 months straight.
It's
I helped build that bowl with Jordan.
did you?
Yeah.
Oh, no way.
That's how I got the job there.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, so I went out there with Steve Versteeg, who's a good friend of mine, and Jordan Bonifacio. And
Mhm.
Steve and I went out there the night before with a couple other guys, and we ripped out the pump track. And then Jordan showed up, and then we started building the next day and starting to build like all of that shit. And then I did that for a couple weeks, and then this kid got fucking hurt, and his chain snapped, and he ended up getting the fucking sprocket to his calf, and he literally ended up getting, it's so gnarly, but it looks like the monster fucking symbol on his
What?
leg from his sprocket. Like that fucked up. And
Ugh.
I remember having to be like, don't fucking panic. Here's what we're
Like you
gonna
needed
do.
stitches most
Yeah, so like I kind of like tried to help him calm down and whatnot, and then after that, fucking Derek and I, obviously we were talking before that, but he was kind of like, like you're really good in that situation. Like if you're not doing much, like I do need another person around here. So, yeah, I was there for 9 months, and then Steve ended up working there for 9 months too. So it was the three of us for quite a while. It was a lot of fun though.
Yeah,
It's
that's
definitely cool, man. It's a good experience because I went the entire winter without having to not ride,
Yeah, yeah.
Like lately, it's been like I didn't ride for 2.5 months and then jumped on my bike. And then recently, it was like I rode this week and I didn't ride for like 2 weeks before that. I probably won't get to ride next week, but we'll see.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just one of those things where I'm like, damn, that was a fucking good time, dude.
Yeah, like that's why I liked, working because I worked at Woodward and then I worked at Muskoka Woods, and it was cool to be somewhere where you can ride the ramps every single day and you're around people that are riding every day, right? Like I
Yeah.
wish I had that experience of working like you did at a skate park, but there was nothing around me when I was the age that you would work at a skate park. Because when Inflow, was created, it was like I already had like a full-time job. I had like a career
absolutely.
job. So
Yeah, and like, it's really cool to see that we have so many parks in this area. Because
Mhm.
like think about how many indoor skate parks there are in Canada. And think about how many of them are in southern Ontario.
yeah, true. That's a good point.
There's not many. Like I don't know any that are in, the whole East Coast at all.
Yeah.
West Coast has
I don't
like
think they exist.
Beeline, and they have the Air Rec Center, and
Yep.
then they have maybe a couple other ones.
Yeah.
But that's
I
it.
don't know.
We have like literally 3 of the biggest skate parks in Canada.
Yeah.
We have Joyride
Well, there's
150,
Lataz.
Lataz in Montreal.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Have you
it.
been there?
I haven't, but it's funny. I went to Montreal, and it was in the middle of the summer, and half my crew that came with me, they went, and instead, my buddy Travis and I went out, and we went to a skate shop and bought some stickers, and then went out trying to film some more street. I was just like, I didn't go to fucking Montreal to ride at a skate park. You know what I mean?
I got you. Yeah.
I went to Montreal to ride street and to film.
Yeah.
And that was my kind of thought behind it. I understood why people would want to go.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'd definitely go, but it just needs to be in the winter.
Did you ride the Olympic Stadium thing?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. That place is cool.
The new bowl I didn't get to ride, though. Have you seen that?
No. Or, like,
Vans-
is the O not there anymore?
Okay, so they still have the O there. The big O is incredible. Such a good time riding that. But Vans actually built one of their, you know how they do that like Vans contest, the bowl contest every year?
Yeah.
Yeah, they built a bowl at Olympic Stadium and they just left it there.
Oh,
So you can
that's
just go ride
awesome.
it. Yeah.
So it's concrete.
Yeah, it's a concrete bowl. You can just go ride it.
What?
It's fucking nuts.
And so it's like a public park.
Yeah, public
free.
park. Anybody can go. Just fucking go in. I think you sign a
Shit.
waiver and go and drop in.
Oh man, I'm gonna have
That's
to
it.
go. I gotta get back to Montreal.
Dude, I'm going 100%. Like that's my goal is this year. I'll probably end up going to Pooza Fest, which is like my favorite, punk fest.
Oh, okay.
And it's in Montreal. And Taylor and I went last year, but this year we're gonna go and ride that fucking bowl.
Nice.
It's gonna be incredible.
Nice.
Hell yeah. Alrighty. So let's see. We got some fan questions here, and then I have one last question for you.
Okay.
So fan questions. First up, we got Jeff Robertson.
Oh man.
How do you stay so consistently dialed over the years as others begin to fade? Is it all a mental thing, physical? What's the secret? Can't old Gil get a lick of that sweet brass ring that you call the fountain of BMX youth?
That's hilarious. I don't know. I think part of it is I do work out. Like I work out like 5-6 days a week just because I'm like an older person now and I just wanted to make sure I'm fit. So I find that translates into when I get on my bike and I ride, I haven't like had atrophy of certain muscles that you use when you ride.
Right.
Because I stay in shape basically. So yeah, usually when I ride, it's like if I haven't rode in a few months, I can get back into the groove within like an hour or two and be back to the way I kind of always was. But I think that's a big part of it. And Jeff works out like a maniac, so
Oh my God.
so
dude.
I don't know what his problem is. I
Yeah.
think he's still fine.
Oh, he's killing it.
Yeah,
dude.
he's
Jeff's
killing it.
unreal.
He's doing flares from off the mellowest thing ever and landing flat somehow.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Jeff
Yeah.
is so good. But yeah, I think it is something that like you have to keep up physically with
Mhm.
your body. You know, I have a lot of friends that like they are older now and they don't really like you know, obviously don't want to fall on your bike and whatnot, but
Mhm.
man, fucking sometimes you just got to take it. And I think that if you are physically fit and you do, you know, either work out or you stick with riding as much as you can,
Yeah.
you'll kind of strengthen your body.
Yeah.
And you won't be immune from those things, but you will be able to take it a lot easier than if somebody like, you know, doesn't ride for a while and then hops on their bike, has a bad crash.
Yeah.
It's my thought at least. But
And it's, you know, if you haven't rode in a while, like a month or maybe a couple weeks, and you jump on your bike, and you're going to be sore from just riding.
oh,
Whereas
absolutely.
that doesn't happen with me
Dude.
because I consistently do just work out, because it's like I can't ride every day. Like especially where we live, it's like right now, look outside, right? Unless you're going to pay to go to a skate park every day, which is hard to afford. So I just like make a point of, I don't work out because of riding, but it helps with it, is like a big point. Yeah.
Yeah, and like a good point there. You mentioned that you know, if you don't ride for quite a while and then you go out riding, your whole body's gonna hurt afterwards.
Yeah.
Oh my fucking God! So I took 2.5 months off, went to inflow for one session, rode for probably 4 or 5 hours, and for the next 3 days, my fucking whole body was like, "What the fuck did you just do?"
Yeah.
Like, and which is so weird because like I'm 23 years old. That shouldn't be happening. You
Mhm.
know, but I think it is just one of those things that you don't ride, you lose that muscle. So
Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't have anything to do with age. It's just
Yeah.
like if you were off your bike for 2 months and you were just hanging around, like you weren't really doing much, yeah, you're not using those muscles, right? So it's the same thing. Like, I mean, I know this from working out consistently week to week, but if there is a week, like I hurt my, in the summer, I broke my elbow riding Waterdown skate park. So I couldn't use my one arm for like 6 weeks. So when I got back to working out again, it was like very noticeable how weak my arm was. And that was only from not working out and riding for 6 weeks.
damn.
Yeah.
Did fuck up your jerk schedule or what?
It
Just kind of
was
felt
it this
weird.
arm? Yeah, it was this arm.
Was it like you know, felt like a stranger doing it or what?
Yeah, it sucked.
Yeah.
Don't break your elbow.
There you go.
Just don't break your elbow.
Don't break your elbow, kids. You don't want to have to jerk off with the other hand.
Yeah.
I mean, if that's what you're going to take away from this,
Because
At
then you
least
know what?
think of it that way.
It's no longer the stranger.
Yeah.
Because it just becomes, now you're used to it.
Yeah.
And it just feels like the other hand.
So
and
now
you're like,
you're
so
doing
now
it
where's
with
my
both,
stranger?
right?
You actually have to get a stranger to do it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And that can be difficult sometimes.
Yeah, it's not anyone's willing to do that.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It is really, it can be difficult.
It can be difficult sometimes. You're right.
Alrighty. And Jeff also asked, what influenced your trick list? As in fun factor, pro, like your favorite pros, or just stuff that works for you?
Oh, I would say either stuff it's usually just something I saw either a pro do or someone at the skate park. If I saw them do a trick and I just thought it looked cool, because I feel like that was one of the big reasons why I started BMXing, was because I thought it looked so cool. I still think it looks cool, and I think the bikes look so cool. Like skateboarding looks cool, but I just thought bikes look so much cooler, like a BMX bike.
Yeah.
So when I would see certain tricks, if it looked cool to me, I would be like, oh, I want to learn how to do that, because I want to look like that when I'm in the air. I want to maybe see a picture of me doing that and be like, wow, okay, cool. Like I can do that too. I can look just like that guy does, right? Just kind of almost like a mimic thing. So yeah, like pros, really anyone, but yeah, obviously pros, because they're the ones doing the crazy stuff, right? Like the big things.
Yeah.
So like bar spins for me was like a lot of Bruce Krisman made me want to learn like bar spin tricks. And then tail whips was like, I don't know, like Alistair Witten, Jay Miron, you know,
Nice.
those kind of guys. And then obviously like look backs and things like that was more of a Mike Aitken thing. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Aiken is fucking crazy, man.
Yeah.
So good, like we mentioned earlier. Yeah, and then Beatrice asks, are
Uh-oh.
you and Josh still best friends?
This is the big question. Unfortunately, no.
Oh.
And it's because he kind of like pushed everyone away.
Oh,
from the BMX world. Do you know who Josh Cameron is?
no, not really.
That's too bad. He's okay. He was the first guy, other than Brad Messenger was the first guy I ever saw in person riding who was like a good BMXer.
And it was at Shell in the washrooms, right?
It was in the washroom. Well, according to old folklore,
Yeah.
he was in the washrooms and then saw Shell Park, and that's what got him into riding. But
yeah.
it wasn't him, and I didn't see him in the. Yeah, you're getting
Well,
because
you never actually went into the washrooms.
I did not go
right?
in the washrooms. No.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
So that's good.
Yeah.
But
I'm glad
continue.
you cleared that up.
We have to clear it up.
Yeah. Everyone's very clear about that one. No, but he was the first guy that I actually ever met who BMX'd, like who I met and talked to, who was like at the same level as me.
Yeah.
And we were both starting out, and it was him and then also Jeremy Pavlich, which I don't think he really rides anymore. And Josh, I didn't think rode anymore, but I've been hearing from people that they've spotted him here and there. Like apparently he was at Joyride like a month ago. Beatrice told me that. And Matt Drew was there too, I think, and
nice.
Jesse Trunka.
Yeah.
But anyways, you don't know who this guy is, but him and I, from me meeting him that one day, and then for maybe like 10 years after that, we were like best friends, like inseparable. Because anytime I'd go to the skate park, people would be like, "Where's Josh?" Or if he was at the skate park, "Where's Cole?" You know, we were like kind of like the other half in a way. Yeah,
that's so sweet.
And then I think what happened was, I don't know what happened with him. I think he started pushing certain people away because he's kind of a picky person when it comes to like personalities and stuff.
Yep.
And if you slight him in any way, he's a very defensive person as well. I can be defensive, but
no, I get it.
He's also a defensive, he's pretty extreme with being defensive. So he's like sensitive. So he gets like, if he hears you were making fun of him or like he doesn't think you guys are really like friendly anymore, he just like cuts you out of his life. Like you're done. Like he had a habit of like, deleting people and blocking people on Facebook and things like that. But I don't know what happened with me and him in particular, because I think me and him still stayed friends even through all that, where he was kind of pushing other people away. We still were friends. But then I think it was like he got a serious girlfriend and I got a serious girlfriend. I moved here, like I moved to Cambridge first, and he was living in Burlington still, I think. And we kind of just didn't hang out as much anymore, and I didn't ride as much anymore, and so we kind of just grew apart. But I have other people like that in my life where we're still friends. Like I see them, you know, like I haven't seen you for a year or 2 years, and I bump it. Like Greg Henry, I hadn't seen him, like 7 years.
Oh wow.
I hadn't seen him in a long time. Like maybe I saw him at a Metro Jam, or a X Jam, I don't remember, but I hadn't seen him in that long, and I saw him last week. Big hug. How you doing? What's going on? You know what I mean? I don't know what would happen if I saw Josh somewhere. I don't know. But apparently he wasn't really talking to anyone when he was at Joyride the other week. Isn't that crazy?
That's it's weird, eh? It happens.
Do you have any friends
I get it.
like that where you...
Oh man, I have so many. I have so many friends that like, you know, I've been in situations with them and like, you know, I try to explain my thoughts on it and they just don't get it or they don't want to listen. And I hate to be the guy to just cut people out for that kind of shit. But like, you know, 3 people that I can think of off the top of my head were literally some of my closest friends that I've ever had.
Yeah.
That, you know, all it took was for them to make some shitty decisions. And I was like, no, I'm not interested. You know, and
but
like one of them,
like what were the things they did? The decisions,
so
if you don't mind.
No, it's fine. Obviously, I'm not going to name names. But for one of them was that he knocked a girl up, and basically after that, he basically just didn't want to be a father figure, didn't want to
he was
care
like a
for the
deadbeat
kid.
dad?
Just basically was like, no, she's on her own.
Whoa.
And I kind of wasn't okay with that, and I mentioned it to him. And, you know, he was like very adamant on the fact that she had said that she was going to either put the like kid up for adoption or that they were going to try and figure something out.
God.
And, you know, over the couple months, like I was good friends with her as well. And I was hearing 2 different sides of the story.
Right.
You know,
yeah,
I'm in between and I'm trying to explain to him, like, that's not happening. Like, you know, deal with the situation in a different way. Like, I get it. You're young. I get it. This is really difficult. I completely understand. And, I could have went about the situation a little differently. Like, I tried to get advice from some of my other friends that were friends with him. And we ended up not really being friends anymore after basically a couple of people found out and they asked him about it. And I guess that he wasn't really wanting to tell anybody about it. And
What?
it was one of those things that I'm like, well, people are going to find out about it. You know what
Yeah.
I mean? People like
You can't
your
just
friends.
run. You can't just run away from
Well, that's
problems.
the thing. Like, it was such a big issue. And, like, I feel really bad for the girl. But at the same time, I'm like, it's so rough. Like, it's a hard situation to be in, but you kind of have to own up to it and be an adult. I know that
Yeah.
he was young in the situation, but he was still an adult.
Mhm.
Like, it's one of those things that if it happens, it's unfortunate, but you got to fucking deal with it.
Yeah.
I think a big thing for it too is that I thought about being that kid, and like when my parents split up, I was only 4 years old. So I don't even, to be honest, I don't remember a time that my mom and my dad were ever together.
Same with me.
Yeah.
I think I was like 2 when my parents split up.
Yeah.
So it was the same thing. Like I don't remember them ever being together.
Yeah, exactly. And for me, it was more or less like my dad tried so hard to come and visit my sister and I. It was every weekend, every Sunday. He would be driving from Toronto to like Owen Sound, which is a long fucking drive.
Yeah.
And then back every Monday morning, just so that he could have that little bit of time with us.
So he would come up and stay at your
He would
mom's?
stay at my grandpa's house,
Oh,
who
your
lived
grandpa's.
in Tara, which
Oh,
is near
okay.
Owen Sound.
Yeah.
So like we had a little room there and everything, and it was just one of those things that like it really showed that he actually gave a fuck and that he cared.
Because he was
and
making the effort to come
he was
see
making
you.
the effort,
Yeah.
and like this sounds really bad, but one of the things that I'm trying to pride myself in my life is that I want to be a better person than my dad.
Yeah.
And it sounds weird, but the reason for that is because I think that he was such a positive influence on my life and such a positive person, and that he's done so much good for my sister and I,
Yeah.
that I want to be able to do that for somebody.
Oh,
You know what I
okay.
mean?
Yeah.
I don't
Sorry, I thought
necessarily-
you were going to go the other way with it. I thought
No.
when you said be a better person, I thought like, oh, maybe he wasn't that great. You want to be better.
No.
But you want to be even
I
better.
want to be even better.
I
That's the
see.
thing. He's done so much for me. My
Wow.
dad is like literally the biggest influence in my life,
Wow.
He sponsors this podcast.
Yeah.
Like he fucking was like,
free
hey,
tattoos.
free tattoos, free fucking whatever. Like he's always willing to help. And I love that. I love the fact that he's able to, do that for me, and that
Yeah.
he's willing to do that. He sees that I have a dream. He sees that I want to do this kind of stuff, and he gets it, Whereas like, other people, they don't. And I don't know. I think that kind of situation is rough to be in. And, the situation that this guy was in, I get it. It's rough. It's hard, but
Yeah.
you have to fucking go into it committed, Like, I don't want to be left in that situation, but I damn well know that if it happens, I'll sell everything in this fucking room to support that kid.
Right.
Like,
Yeah, because it's like time to wake up. You're an
yeah,
adult now.
You're an adult.
Big
You
boy
fucking
pants.
made that decision.
Put those big boy pants on.
Yeah. I get it. And like, I hope he's not listening and getting upset about this. I doubt that he is. But
he's listening right now.
yeah,
and he's upset.
definitely.
He can't believe you, and he doesn't want you to say his name.
Yeah.
Still,
Oh, I'm not going to say it.
though. Okay.
I mean, anybody that knows me knows who he is, but yeah.
Yeah.
It's his decision, and like, I get it, but
That's.
it's not
I mean,
me, man.
the way I was brought up, I had my stepfather there. So a similar thing happened to me where it was like, I think my dad would come see me and my brother, because me and my brother were pretty close in age. We're 18 months apart. So he would come see us up until I think I was around like 7 or something. But then nothing for like, I think until I was 13. And the only reason that happened was because my mom had kicked my older brother out of the house.
Oh, damn.
For I don't even remember why, but
Yeah.
me and my brother have talked about this, and he's like, it was basically nothing. It was just because I was being difficult.
Yeah.
And it's like, that's
That's not a reason to do it.
extreme.
Yeah.
I know. I'm like, think of all the kids out there who like they have drug problems or they did something horrible, and their
Yeah.
parents still stick by them. It's kind of crazy. Like I don't want to talk shit about my mom because she's
No.
a good person, but
I get it.
But that did happen where he was kicked out of the house and there was nowhere for him to go. So someone gave, I think it was either my mom or my step that gave him like the phone number and address for my grandparents.
Yeah.
On the, like my last name's Dow, so it was on the Dow side, my father's side.
Right.
And so he contacted them, and then he ended up staying with them. They accepted him and brought him in, and then they were like, "We've told your father lives in Burlington, and we've told him that you're staying with us. Would you like to
see him.
see him because
Yeah.
he wants to see you because he hadn't seen us in like 6 years.
Yeah.
And so he set it up where they had some sort of like picnic barbecue or something like that. And they set it up where I was going to be there as well because my brother like
Right.
phoned me and said, hey, he's like, do you want to meet Dad? We haven't seen him since we were like
Young.
way younger.
Yeah.
Because that gap, I know it sounds like 6 years is not a lot, but when it's
It's
that
a
part
big
of your
fucking
life,
deal. Well, dude, if
7 to 13, that's a big development.
you're
part of your
13
life.
years old and you haven't seen your dad in 6 years, it's literally just under half of your life.
Exactly. You're right. That's a
Yeah.
good point. That's a good way to look at it, actually. I didn't
It's
think
a
of that.
big part of your life.
Yeah.
You know, I can understand that, you know, because like this sounds really bad, but even like not seeing my dad for like, you know, there was a time where he just wasn't able to come see us. And it was like,
Right.
you know, I think at one point it was almost 3-4 weeks where I didn't see him. But like when you're a kid and
That
you know,
feels
the
like an
situation,
eternity.
well, in the situation that I was in, like I didn't really like where I was living. Like my mom, there's nothing wrong with her and there's nothing wrong with anything like that. It's just the guy that she was with and she still is with, I didn't get along with at all. I don't
You
like
still
him.
don't like him?
I don't really mind him anymore. I understand why my mom's with him, and if she's happy,
he's-
then she's
yeah,
happy.
you just
I
don't
just
have
don't
a-
get along with him at
I
all.
see. Wow.
And I get it, but like it was one of those situations where I was bullied all through school, so I didn't have any friends in this small town.
Mhm.
I felt like awful just going home because it was a situation where I just didn't like where I was living. I didn't like any of that stuff. So like, you know, being able to see my dad one day a week was such a positive thing
Yeah.
for me. And
It was
I
probably
loved
something
it.
you really looked forward to.
Every week.
Right?
Yeah, every week. And you know, I think that that's like played a big part in my life and like what I do,
Mm-hmm.
you know. So I don't know. I just think that like going through that situation was really tough for me, and I think about those kids and how they
Yeah.
probably have to deal with this situation and how difficult it is for them. And you know, I really feel for that kid that doesn't have a dad.
Yeah.
You know,
Because I
it's,
did.
It's
I mean,
rough.
those
It's
6
fucking hard.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Those 6 years, like I didn't have my dad, like my bio dad,
Right.
but I did have my stepfather, Rick,
Yeah.
who he's awesome, and he like really supported me, like riding.
Yeah.
But if I didn't have him, like I don't know if it was just my mom or maybe she met someone that I didn't like your situation.
Yeah.
Man, I don't know. I'd probably grow up way different. I'd be a different person
absolutely.
for sure because he really he was a father to me and my brother.
Yeah.
Right? Even though we weren't his kids, he still like raised us.
And that takes a big fucking heart, man.
Oh yeah,
because
I know. I think about
no
that now
matter-
as an adult because I'm like, I'm older than he was
Yeah.
when he met my mom. Because I think he met my mom maybe when he was in his late 20s, perhaps. And she had 2 kids, me and my brother, and he just like became part of our family. He just, you know, they dated for a while, I guess, and then he moved in and just basically became our dad.
Yeah,
Crazy.
and it's a weird situation for him, right? Because he's going into this and he doesn't know how it's going to go.
No.
He doesn't know if it's going to work. He doesn't
Yeah.
know if you're going to respect him, right?
Yeah.
Like, and to me, that was a situation where I didn't like this guy because he didn't treat me with respect. So I just
Mhm.
said, I'm not going to treat you with any. If that's the way that this is, to me, it's always been respect is something that's taken and given.
Yeah.
Like, you know, obviously, if somebody's not gonna fucking treat me with the respect that I give them, I'm not gonna fucking do it to them back, you know?
Mhm.
And that's a situation that happened earlier this year, you know, really difficult. I don't even want to talk about it because I get so frustrated about it. But
Yeah.
one of my closest friends that I had really fucked me over in a situation. And like, it wasn't a big deal. Like, I had tried to solve it and told him, hey, like, you know, let's sit down and really figure this out. And he never took the time to do it. And like, his fucking girlfriend went online and talked so much shit about me and tried to make a terrible, like, I don't know, she tried to say all this shit about me, and it really
Yeah.
hurt me because I had so much respect for them and I really did like them, and I had never talked shit about them at all. And even now, I'm not talking shit about them. I'm just saying that this is my side of the situation, and
Yeah.
I still have so much respect for him.
And it sounded like you tried to reach out and say,
I
"Let's
tried to
talk
fix
it
the
out.
situation
Let's
and was just
figure it
getting
out."
ignored and
Right.
like never responded to. And I get it. Like, you know, it's definitely hard, and I understand why he wouldn't want to do it. But at the same time, hey, man, all it takes is one message and we can fix this.
Right.
And they never bothered. And Yeah, I
That's
get it. I
frustrating.
get it, man. I understand it. People make shitty decisions, and even to this day, if he was to apologize to me, I'd say, "Well, thank you. Like, I accept it, but it's just not something that
Yeah.
I know better now. I guess is the better way to put it. But
Yeah. And I mean, I've talked to people like, I mean, going back to the whole conversation was about Josh,
yeah,
and people have asked me that, like, well, if you saw him or you ran into him, like, what would you do? And I'm like, I don't even know. I'd have to be in the situation because he was a really good friend. And to me, I don't think anything drastic happened like what happened with you, where like these are legitimate reasons that you shouldn't be talking to someone. It's not like we had a falling out or like I said horrible things about him or anything like that. It's I don't know. I don't know. He just kind of pushed everyone away, and it wasn't because sometimes I'll tell people this story who they don't know him, and I just tell the story of like, oh yeah, I had this friend, and like this is what happened, and they think like, well, what did you do? Like, because they think, well, maybe you did something. I'm like, no, he did this to everyone, BMX wise.
yeah, I can get it though. I understand it. You know, people just get sick of other people. Like I've seen it really badly with even like close friends of mine this year, where I'm friends with all of my crew, and part of them have just decided not to be friends anymore, and
So they just get out of the group completely.
well, not necessarily. They're still friends with everybody else in the group. It's just now we can't fucking have everybody together because
Right.
it's just
There's beef between
yeah.
two people or
And
whatever.
it's like it's pointless, you know. And like
Mhm.
I love both of these guys, and I wish that they would understand the situation and that they're just being stupid. But
Yeah.
it's hard to tell somebody that, you know, when you start to get into like the emotions that's happening through these people's brains, and it's impossible to like see what these people are thinking, you know.
Yeah. That's
Like
what
how
I
it
don't
really
know.
affects them, because like, you know, one of the things that really bothers me is the fact that like in that situation his girlfriend had no right to say any of the things that she did, and she just went on, and she ended up really fucking the situation for everybody for him.
Mhm.
And like he like, you know, I messaged him afterwards and was like, you know, you really could have just come to me and talked about me, like talked with me about this. And he even said that, you know, like, well, now he's out all of his friends because of this. And then like, you're out all your friends because you didn't make the effort to hang out with your friends. You pushed all of us away.
Yeah.
You didn't try. And, you know, you also let your fucking girlfriend go online and say terrible things about us, things that aren't even true, and like start huge rumors just for her 15 minutes of fame, you know?
Yeah.
And it was one of those situations where like none of this was meant to be public. Like
Mhm.
it's a very private situation. You could have just come to me about it, but yeah, I get it. I'm like, hey, people make shitty decisions. So that's just one that you'll have to live with, you know? You fucking you ended up fucking yourself in this. So what do you do? But
Yeah, that sucks though.
I get it. It's hey man, I've made shitty decisions too. But
Yeah.
yeah, I've also had situations where somebody was riding and they just stop, you know? They just slowly
Yeah,
push
but that's
everybody away
different.
and yeah.
That I get that cuz I kind of did that myself. Like I didn't fully stop, but I did slow down with the riding where I was
Yeah.
barely riding. But it was just because my life was completely different at the time. It had completely changed. There was like I had a very busy life, so there just wasn't really time for it. You know, obviously I could have made a better effort,
Oh, wow.
but there
Of course.
definitely wasn't as much time like to dedicate to like going to the skate park and things like that. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, I can see that, man. A big one that you'll often see is that people will get girlfriends and then they
Yeah.
stop riding, and then, you know, their life starts to change. And I'm not saying that's a bad thing. Definitely move on with your life. Start to
Yeah.
figure out how to be an adult, but like that's something that if you can keep that as
Yeah.
a part of your not daily routine but weekly routine, that you get out riding, dude, it'll fucking help you so
Oh
much.
yeah.
It'll change your life.
It's very
Like,
therapeutic.
yeah. You know, my girlfriend will tell me all the time. Like even this winter, she's been like, "Fucking go riding. You're being a
Yeah.
dick."
Yeah, you
Like
got to
just
blow off some steam somewhere.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Fucking go to the Shell washrooms.
Oh, that'll blow off more steam than you're
yeah,
ready for.
exactly. Oh fuck. All right. Last question here for you, Josh.
Cool.
Wait, Cole. Why would
Josh.
I say Josh? I think because I was reading Josh down here. Sorry. I don't know why I said that.
How dare you? No, I'm
Sorry. Last question for
I
you.
thought you were mocking me.
No, trust me, I would never. What advice would you give to the younger BMX riders of today?
Ooh. Actually, one that I've been talking about recently is I hope that people who are getting into riding now, and this is again one of those things with the Olympics, it scares me that people might be getting into BMX because they want to be a professional and they want to be, the best, which is fine, but as long as you're having fun doing it. That's one of the things that's like, I don't like seeing someone at the skate park who they're just trying to learn something and they're not having fun. But if you're learning stuff and having fun at the same time, then all the power to you. So I just think if you're new to BMX, just make sure you're doing things that are fun to you, right?
Yeah, that's a good point.
Like, don't always just follow what everyone else is doing. Because I find like people, like Charlie Crumlish is a great example. He has a very unorthodox way of riding, but I can tell he has so much fun.
Yeah,
Riding like the way he does because it's just so unique and
absolutely.
he's such a creative guy. And who else rides like him? Like when you see a clip of him doing something, it's him.
Yeah, exactly.
And
I mean, unless you're
like
watching some trials riding, but
yeah.
no, just to kid around on that. But you know who else is really positive, and I love the way that they do things? Montana Ricky. Do you know who he is?
Why does that name sound familiar?
So I did a podcast with Ricky, and he's been in the BMX game for years. He's not a pro. He actually works for Merit. He's the sales rep for them.
Really?
Yeah, he has a pretty big Instagram following, like 60,000 followers, and
whoa,
he's really cool, man. We did a podcast 5 hours long.
5 hours.
Yeah, and it was so fucking cool to talk with him, man. He has so many thoughts about BMX, but the way that he rides is just so weird and different. Like,
oh yeah,
he's just such a weird guy. Like, maybe I should pull up a clip here for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's really cool though. Let's see.
Montana Ricky.
I can't believe you don't know who that is.
No, I mean, maybe I will if I see a clip of him. Sometimes I don't know people's names.
No, I get that. Yeah, I'm always surprised. He posts a lot of scooter fails too, which is really funny. Here you go. Is that playing for you?
Yep.
There you go. Yeah, just weird like manual style with like hands backwards sometimes. He does like exit rides and shit, but he also does like a lot of full cabs and whatnot, and he just has fun on his bike. Like, it's always about...
this is really cool.
Yeah, it's just about having fun. Like, it's nothing... A lot of the stuff that he does, you would never see a fucking pro do, just because it's, like, looked at as, something stupid.
This reminds me a lot of the way Charlie Cormlish rides.
Oh, exactly.
Like this clip, he's doing, like, a big, like, manual where he, like, goes in a circle.
Yeah.
He, like, does a full circle and then another circle. It's just funny. Like, that looks like so much fun.
Yeah, man. Ricky's the man.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah.
No, I don't. You know what? I don't think I've ever seen him before.
Yeah, he's cool.
I'll have to give him a follow. Yeah.
Definitely do, man. He posts a lot of positive things. He has like a YouTube channel where he basically, on his way to work every day, he just turns on his camera and just starts talking about like what's going on in his life and stuff.
Oh yeah,
and,
like a diary in a way.
Yeah, and it's really cool. I like him, man. He's a really cool guy, and he's always got good things to say. And he's like, he keeps BMX so positive. Like, a lot of the time he'll post something on like once a week just about how much BMX has affected him and what it's done for his life and everything. And I find that that's such a good way to like keep people stoked, because I've definitely been in that like headspace where you're like, fuck, I can't land anything, I can't do anything, I suck, I'm not good on my bike, people don't like that I ride, people don't care about the tricks I'm doing, people don't care about the like things that I'm filming, people don't care about my podcast, stuff like that.
Yeah.
But after seeing that stuff, I'm like, people do give a fuck. There's people in the stream right now. There's people that have been watching since the beginning of the stream.
Yeah.
There's plenty of people that really love what I'm doing, and I love that. It's not for them necessarily. This podcast is all for me. But I love that people are willing to sit down and enjoy it and see what this community really has,
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
Hell
really
yeah,
cool.
man. Damn. This has been really good, dude.
Yeah, this is awesome.
This is fucking awesome. I'll be honest, I wasn't sure how long we were going to do last night. 'Cause I was like, I don't know what to talk about. I don't know.
Yeah.
Like, it'll be fine. It's all BMX stuff. We'll be fine. We're literally 8 minutes away from 4 hours right now.
Whoa.
That's fucking crazy.
Let's get to 4. Do you
Yeah,
want to keep talking?
let's do it. Absolutely, man.
What else could we talk about? We ran out of things to talk about.
No, we got it, man. We got it. What's your favorite local park around here?
Ooh, I don't know. You know what? I do like that Fisher Park.
Fisher's actually
It's
kind
super
of cool.
chill, and I
Yeah.
want to learn to air out of that bowl a little better this year.
Yeah.
Because I was kind of chill because you don't even have to pull off, right?
That's
you
the
just
thing.
kind
You
of
just go off.
You just go,
Yeah.
because it's vert. Yeah, I like
I
that
think it has
park.
like 6 inches of vert, which is pretty cool.
I don't
Yeah.
even know. But it's not like
And it's not pool coping either. That was something that we
That's what I was
fought
gonna
for.
say. That's what I was gonna say.
Travis and I went to all those meetings. There's a few other BMX riders, but Travis and I and a lot of the like old school skaters fought to have that bowl. Originally, they wanted a 3 foot by 6 foot bowl, same design, but we told them that 6 foot and 9 foot would be better, just because the only closest thing that we have to that is Elmira. And obviously, at that point, we knew that Trashmore's bowl was eventually going to be ripped out because of the
What do
situation.
you think of that Elmira Park?
I don't mind it. I really don't. But the bowl is a little crazy.
It's insane.
I don't like. I like the fact that it has pool coping, but it's kind of a little freaky. You know, whenever you hit
terrifying.
Whenever you hit pool coping, it's like it bounces you back, so you kind of have to push through on it.
Yeah,
and it's hilarious. So when we
they literally just made a swimming pool.
Yeah,
like they didn't even make. They're like, it's just a pool.
I know that you've ridden a certain pool that I really want to ride.
Oh yeah,
yeah. So you've ridden.
I think that's
that
gone
place.
now, by the way.
Really?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's gone. Because I think the last person I talked to about it, they said it was gone.
Yeah,
officially.
probably.
Yeah,
it was going to be ripped out. I assumed so.
Because it was the property was getting all destroyed.
Yeah,
right? So that was the last thing that was left, and
man,
pretty sure it's gone.
That is an actual true pool. You know, I think in the Southern Ontario BMX scene, if you're looking for the closest thing that you can find to a true pool, you're looking at the Barracks in London. Have you ever seen that park?
Oh, I haven't rode that one. But I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, so the Barracks in London, they have like an older section and then a new section, and then they have a really deep pool style bowl with like probably like an 8-foot transition or like 8 foot fucking tall.
Whoa.
In the deep part, but it's like so tight and small that it feels just like a normal like actual pool.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's awesome.
It's fucking cool, man.
So what's your favorite park around here? Like I would say it was like the Fisher one or Riverside, I guess.
Yeah.
Those are my
Honestly, it's really difficult because for me, it's not really necessarily the actual park. It's the times and the memories that I've had. And if it goes into that, like if that's all part of it, 100% the odd. You know, I grew up riding that park. I've thrown countless jams there. I've started a lot of my jams there.
Right. Yeah. That was really fun going to that jam because I hadn't rode the odd, even though I work at the arena.
It's so
I
much
hadn't
fun.
rode the odd, and seriously, like I couldn't even remember the last time that I rode there. It was so long ago. And then you had that jam, and I was like, oh, I guess we'll start out at the odd. And I had so much fun riding it. I was like, fuck, I should come ride here more often. Like I work.
Dude,
right
do
there.
it. I love the odd. It's awesome. It's one of my favorite parks just because it's so like, for one, it's close to where I live, sort of. It's still like a 20-minute bike ride, but nobody bothers you there. You know, I love to be able to drink just a beer and fucking hang out, ride the park.
Yeah.
Nobody bothers you there. It's sort of a BMX style park, whereas like, you know, you go to somewhere like Fisher or Waterloo Park, and a lot of the skaters are like, it's built around them.
Yeah.
So like the odd
and the Waterloo
nice.
Park is just a circle.
Well, that's the thing. We always call it the snake pit because like literally
there's no line. It's everything's crossing in front of each other. Yeah.
It's a lot of fun, but like you kind of have to go there first thing in the morning when nobody's there to really get a good session there. But yeah, like I really like the odd. If I have to say a park, definitely the odd. Like by far my favorite park because you can like bring ramps there. You can do whatever. I 360'd over a fucking car out of the bowl there.
What?
Yeah. Yeah, 360'd
like
over my buddy's car. No, fucking full-size Subaru.
What? Was it Jesse?
No, it wasn't. It was a different dude.
Oh.
And then some fucking rollerblader landed on his hood right after that.
Oh, no.
Didn't even ask him if he could try it. Just dropped in and tried it and fucking landed right on his hood and his fender.
Oh my god. Oh my god, that reminds me. I wasn't at the park when this happened, but there was a dude who had his car parked. There's that Waterdown skate park.
Yeah.
He was parked, like, because you've been there, right? How you can just park right in front of the park. You're like right there. And the skater was trying something, and he was pissed off, and he just kicked his board. And like, you know when people get, like, skaters get frustrated, they kick their board, and they just send it out of the park.
Oh, right.
Landed right on his windshield and destroyed his windshield.
Oh, no. What happened then?
Well, the skater gave him money. He
good.
like got his number and everything and actually did pay for it.
Okay, good. Yeah, that happened here too, where a buddy fucking landed on his hood and he offered to pay for his hood and his fender. So that's cool.
That was the same thing, skateboard?
Rollerblades.
Rollerblades.
Yeah.
Oh, this situation you were just talking about. I see. What is this? The 360?
Yeah, look at this. It might load. I don't know.
Let's see. It's thinking. Oh my god! Wow, that's crazy.
That's fucking cool, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah, I wanted to go right
that's
over
cool.
the top of it, but the hood was like, I didn't want to
Yeah,
risk
like
it.
because you went over just the hood, not the roof.
Yeah, I think I probably could have done the roof, but it would have been close. I would have had to go faster.
Yeah.
Like, I was already going pretty fast, but I thought, if I'm going to do it for real, I would have had to go way faster.
Yeah.
I wanted a 360 turn down it, but I was like, let's not push my luck here.
Oh my goodness, yeah.
So.
I was like, my poor car.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck. Yeah, I like that park. And then other than that, have you ever ridden the park in Rockton? Or I think it's Rockford? They call it Rockmosa. It's really interesting. I have another clip there. Here.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I have rode that one.
It's really cool, man. I like it. There's a clip. I like do a turn down over this thing. Jesse does a fucking T-bog over it. My buddy Kyle does a candy bar over this huge gap all in a line.
A candy bar.
Here we go.
Those are funny. Let's see this. Whoa.
Yeah, that park's a lot of fun.
Turn down.
So like
candy bar.
You hit that that thing and it's like the biggest gap into a grass hill. I've always wanted to 360 it. I'm like, it's fucking cool. Have you ridden that park?
Do I know this park?
It's like in the middle of nowhere, other side of Guelph.
I don't know.
Yeah, it's
maybe,
cool.
Maybe not. I don't know.
It's a lot of fun.
Doesn't ring any bells. Doesn't even watching the park. It doesn't really look familiar.
Yeah.
So I don't think I've rode it.
It's fucking some photos of the jam right underneath it.
Oh, nice.
Remember that? Yeah.
I wasn't there for this part because
you missed out, man.
Yeah, I left after the first wall ride thing. I don't remember what I had to do. I had to go do something though. I was trying to think of that the other day. Like, why did I leave? There was something I had to do.
Yeah. Oh well. What do you do?
Yeah, bummer. But I at least went for a little bit.
Yeah, exactly.
That was really fun. That was a cool jam. Are you doing that again this year?
So either a street jam or what's really been on my mind is doing a DIY jam, sort of like Swamp Fest, but way lower key than that.
Oh, really?
So
do you have an area you can do that?
That's the thing.
Though?
I don't have a spot yet, and I want to be able to do it and not have to fucking pay a ridiculous amount of money to rent a place, right?
Right.
I'm just a fucking broke 23-year-old kid, man. I don't have money for that shit.
Right.
I like to try and keep my jams free or like cost free. You know, like I really want to be able to fucking just have people have fun and not have to worry about, oh, well, I have the money. Because, dude, I've been in that situation where you're fucking broke. You don't have $5, you know? And, like, I get it. So,
what about those Riverside ones? Like, what was the deal with those jams?
Braden ran those.
But what did he do? Did he contact the city or did he just guerrilla style?
I only contacted the city 1 year to do the jam at the Odd. And they're like, as long as it's not on a weekend that the Rangers are playing, we don't care.
Which usually it wouldn't be because it would be in the summer, right?
Well, no, I do Oddtoberfest in October.
Oh.
So that was always something that kind of played into that.
Oh, I see.
But by the time the jam is done, most of the people that are showing up for the Rangers games are just like pulling in. So
right, because you would have it during the day.
Well, yeah, and then there's like 30 fucking cars there, you know? So that
Yeah.
takes up a lot of space for the people that don't have a place to park, I guess, for the games.
Because it fills up. Like the parking lot ends up.
Did you hear they're going to get rid of that stadium, or they're not going to use it? They're planning on building a new one.
They're building a new one, but I don't know what's happening with the old one. But there's been a lot of talks about
rip it out. I don't want them to.
I don't think they will.
I don't think it will. It's too much of an investment. There's too much history.
And yeah, the building's so old. The building's from like 1950. It was built, and it's a tri-pad, right? So there's the big one where the Kitchener Rangers play, the Dom Cardillo Arena, and then the other two, which are for like minor hockey teams. And I think maybe the Kitchener Dutchmen play there in one of those rinks,
right?
Like the smaller ones. So there's 3 rinks there, and it's such an old building, like you said. I don't think they would get rid of it, but they want a new spot just because it's such an old building, and maybe they can get a place that has more seats. Plus, there's the basketball team now. I don't know if you know that. There's the KW Titans, is a Kitchener basketball team that plays.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, so like during a game, like if we have a game day, they sometimes will have a basketball game like between days that we have games. So they do like what the Maple Leafs, because the Toronto Raptors play where the Maple Leafs do at the Scotiabank Center.
Right.
So they just over top of the ice, they put down the court on top of the ice.
That's kind of cool.
Yeah, so they do the same thing for the KW Titans. they put the court down on top of the ice. So there's sometimes where I'll go out to like where the ice should be, and then I'm like, oh, they must be having a game because there's like a basketball court set up.
That's fucking cool. I
Yeah,
didn't
it's
know
really
that.
cool. Yeah,
I guess why wouldn't you? You can do it, right?
Yeah.
Like, interesting. Good use of space.
yeah. And there's like a big, they get barely anyone to the games because it's like I mean, it's a hockey town, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but
damn, man, this has been fucking awesome.
yeah, this is really good.
We are at 4 hours.
We're
and
at 4 hours
minutes. Yeah,
We did it.
we did it. Fucking
No one's listening anymore. but
thank
we did
you.
it.
Actually,
Thank you.
we have 7 people listening right now.
Whoa,
Yeah, that's crazy.
they were in for the long haul.
There's definitely been at least one person that started from the beginning. Like I know Beatrice has been watching it pretty much from the beginning.
Oh, yeah?
So yeah.
Oh, cool.
Shout out to you.
Shout out to you, Beatrice.
You're the best. Well, I gotta message you tonight. I'm gonna do that. I'm sorry. I've been meaning to do that. I was gonna tell her what my hours are for next week, and we can
All right.
work around and figure out a date.
Yeah,
so,
get her here.
hell yeah,
That'll
that'd
be
be
sick.
awesome.
You're going to talk a lot about ladies BMX.
I'm fucking
I
excited.
hope I
man.
didn't say anything like I like ladies BMX, so I hope I didn't say
Dude, ladies
anything
BMX
wrong.
is sick. I'm so stoked that there's
I know, but I
finally
feel-
fucking girls in it.
I
you
feel like
know?
I sounded like an ass.
No,
okay.
no,
hope
I don't
didn't.
think so. I think
Because I
that,
think it's cool that they're BMXing, and I think to clarify what I said was more like when I first noticed girls riding, it wasn't that interesting because they weren't doing anything. Like, you know what I mean? But then
No, I
now
get
it's
that.
like, oh, it didn't take that long, and look at how fucking all these girls that ride now who are
shredders.
pretty impressive to watch.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And it's not like, oh, well, she's good for a girl. You know that whole saying of like, she's
Yeah.
good for a girl. But it's like, no, she's good. Like
Yeah.
there are girl BMXers now who you're just like, wow, she's good.
Yeah,
just
exactly,
wanted to
man.
clear that up.
No, I get it. Yeah, fucking dude, it's crazy, eh?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Anyways.
Yeah.
End this shit. So
Thank you
These-
guys for tuning in today. Thank you for the people that are actually stayed around for close to 4 hours.
yeah, I
Thank
wonder what
you,
they're doing.
dude. I don't know. Probably doing some sort of reach around in, or
Yeah.
who knows? Maybe
sweeping.
somebody's at work.
Maybe they're cooking some food.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
I don't
They're
know
at
what-
work. Yeah, they're at a job they hate.
Yeah, most likely. Yeah, and if you hate that job, well, I mean, keep doing it and slowly bank that money, and then you don't need to
Yeah,
do
exactly.
it anymore. Oh,
Keep your
fuck.
nose to the grindstone.
There you go.
Mhm.
Yeah, thank you guys for tuning in.
Thank you.
And 1 second here, I gotta do this.
What are you doing?
1 second, let's see. There we go. Yeah, and like I said, thank you guys for tuning in. We'll see you tomorrow with the Mike Gray episode. Tune in. We're gonna talk about Space Brace and Mike Gray and just how cool
Is he
he
gonna
is.
be here?
Yeah,
Nice.
he's coming in, dude. It's gonna be
That's
sick.
cool.
Hell yeah. This has been awesome. Peace.
Peace.